worldservice.com/podcasts.
Every community has stories worth sharing. ABC Your Say is your chance to join the conversation. Tell us what's on your mind. Visit abc.net.au/yoursay.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
When the siren sounds. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Big one. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it. Kicks off goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running for 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith. He'll want the cameras on him right now.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goes where? Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Don't get better than this.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
A top six eliminator in July. It is the Geelong Cats 11-8 on the season, coming off a win against the informed Demons, while Collingwood are half a game ahead of them on the premiership table and coming off their best win of the season so far with victory over Adelaide last Thursday night. It is the on-ramp to round 21, just 4 games left for each of the teams in the home and away season. Great to have you with us. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas, Brett Delidio and Ben Cameron in the house. There are no late changes, which is perhaps the first surprise. So Craig McRae did say in his press conference Sam Swadling would play. Listed as an emergency last night, the teenager is not in Collingwood's final team. While for the Cats, Sam De Koning, who was laid out with illness, he too was an emergency. He too is not playing. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Good evening, Corby. Good evening, everyone. Yes, 2 days from the last month of the home and away season. And as we enter what feels like a Melbourne Cup race, the straight is always longer than what you think it is. And for Collingwood and Geelong, they're taking full toll of that. The Magpies have got their season going. They've won their last 6 on the bounce, and yet Geelong has been one of those bogey sides. They've only beaten 2 of the top 10 sides, so we'll be intrigued to see can they turn the the tables tonight. And for Geelong, at one stage, they looked like they might be a top 4 side, and they sort of had their stumbles with their injuries as well. And without Jeremy Cameron and Max Holmes, the question is can the Cats start to climb the ladder when it means the most? And that little marquee battle within the battle. Nick Dacos, one of the greatest players in the game, against O'Shea Mullen, one of the great taggers of the game. So who will prevail tonight? I feel like that's going to tell a bit of part of the story as to who might prevail at the end of the day.
The Cats way too good for them back in round 9, so a 9-goal victory that night. But a bit's changed since then. There's no Max Holmes and no Jeremy Cameron for the second week running. And for just the second time since 2021, for that matter, they've played a lot of footy with either Cameron or Holmes, and more often than not, both of them in the lineup. I mentioned it as part of the intro. This man's back with us, which I'm pleased to say. He's an All-Australian, best and fairest winner, the whole 9, number 1 pick, one of the best analysts going around in the game, the Richmond superstar, GWS footballer, Brett Delidio. Hello, Lids.
Great to be back, and thanks for having me. It's such a big game too. I'm pumped to be here on a Thursday night. I struggled to get into the box with Benny Cameron's chest poked out that far because of his call on O'Shea Mullen and how good of a tagger he has been. He called it way back in round 2 or 3, so he has been beating that chest until it's been bruised on the way in today. But I'm pumped to be back. I've had a little refresher. I've been overseas and escaped this stinking weather that we've had here in Melbourne, but good to be back in the box with you boys.
It's been fresh, hasn't it? It's been pretty cold. So 11 to 9 degrees is the forecast swing during game time tonight. It's 11 degrees currently. The good news is there's no chance of rain during game time. So it's good news ahead of the Cats and the Pies. And just repeating, no late change. The youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth, Adam Ramanauskas, is in the house again. Hello, Ram.
Good evening to all. It's nice to have Lids back, actually. So he conveniently went away when we had a couple of Thursday nights down the highway. So,
long way down
there. And I spoke to him about one of my trips down there. It took me 2.5 hours to get down there, so and he's laughing at me.
Yeah.
So, but no, it's look, it's a terrific night for football. It is a bit fresh, but it's there's no rain around, and this is a terrific game. I'm really looking forward to it. Collingwood are in really good nick at the moment, stunning form, and I think the Cats, they might time their run still, I think.
Ooh, we've been sweating over the release of round 23 and 24, and the first thing I think most of the Thursday night crew looked at was Geelong and making sure there was no games there on a Thursday night.
Lids would have been away, don't worry.
Yeah, I would have organised something.
Just a quick one on tonight. So we got a boatload of guests to join us. The Chief Executive of the Magpies, Craig Kelly's going to stop by for a chat. James Riley from Geelong, so we'll speak to him. And Greg Swan, the EGM of footy at the AFL, is going to stop by any minute now. But set it up for us tonight. Clinchy touched on the Mullen-Dacos matchup. How much of the night do you think lives in that particular battle?
A huge part. I think the only way Collingwood win is if Nick Dacos has a big game. And that's not. I'm not underselling their pressure and the way they're coached and the way they set up defensively. But I think if he can't generate enough ball in the middle of the ground and really give them some forward thrust, but then get on the scoreboard himself, I think that'll go a long way towards Geelong getting this job done. But yeah, that'll be an enthralling battle. But then I'm just interested to see, can Bailey Smith stand up against probably an Ed Allen? I reckon that's probably the way that goes. And my young fella, Connor O'Sullivan, mate, I'm keen to see whether he can back it up 2 weekends in a row where he really good last week. Can he go again, this week and play, a pivotal role for the Cats?
So, interestingly, last time they met, he had 29, Nick, but only 2 clearances, and I think his player rating was the 30th rated player on the ground. So, I guess we probably think if you do a shutdown role, you limit someone to 10 to 12 disposals. It's not necessarily that.
It's impact.
But it's making sure how you curb his influence.
I think ultimately with Nick is what ball does he get forward to centre? That's where he does a lot of his damage or clearance, as you mentioned. With his hands, he's quite elite with his hands. How quick they are with Jordan De Goey. So I think if O'Shea Mullen can push him wide, can get him backwards of centre.
Don't let double ups.
Yeah,
I reckon that's a big one.
That's exactly right.
Don't let him take kick-outs and then go 3-4 possessions down the ground.
That's what Naz does.
Yeah.
So everyone goes, Naz gets a lot of his footy in the back half, but he doubles up in the back half and the ball is then forward. Whereas if you keep, because Nick's not a long kick. He's not a 60-metre kick. He wants to get it 30 and then go again and try to get it. So, look, that's a terrific matchup. I guess Bailey Smith you mentioned, but I'm probably looking for other Geelong players. I think we're so used to seeing the names that you mentioned, but I think it's time for a few others to sort of start. Tanner Bruin, I want to see him really come out and have a big game. Now, I get it, he missed last year. I reckon Ollie Dempsey's just been paddling a little bit the last sort of month. He's still playing quite well, but can he stand up and go to another level? Jack Henry. Jack Henry was such a good player in that premiership year. He's tailed off a little bit. Can he sort of go, okay, I'm a really main piece of this team. So there's a lot of Geelong players that are just rock solid. You're going to get a great performance out of them. Tom Stewart, Blitzards, etc. But it's probably that next generation to see tonight. Well, can they take them and drive them through a final series?
Both of the sides have had to really reimagine their forward line. Chris Scott has the bragging rights over Craig McRae. He's won 5 of the last 7 between the two coaches, and yet Jeremy Cameron being out of that forward line, all the pressure goes to Shannon Neal. Braden Maynard missing for Collingwood, and yet Craig McRae had Collingwood's highest score of the season last week. So can they build something with Dan McStay, Tim Membry, some small forwards to support, knowing they're missing Jamie Elliott, who's so important to their forward line. But Geelong also have some pretty mobile and versatile forward lines as well. So the matchups tonight are going to be so curious as to who can take their chances, because when they last met back in May, Geelong had that little period where they kicked 7 unanswered goals after half-time, and that was the difference in the two sides.
Well, I think we speak about the Mullen v Dacos matchup, but the Scott v McRae matchup in the coaches' boxes, that's as intriguing as, and I think these are two of the best coaches in the game in terms of being able to get the most out of their side when they're missing some key pieces. And that's, when you can do that and you can, motivate but also put the pieces in place to make sure that your team consistently performs, I think that's what intrigues me the most out of this game.
It's a good call-out because McRae, if anything, is that plug-and-play system, isn't it? It's, one soldier out, one soldier in, and they play a particular way. Whereas Chris Scott's almost like a chameleon in his team. That they constantly change what they do to try and combat the opposition. So it's fascinating.
I think what's been most impressive with Collingwood over the last couple of weeks has been sort of success by committee, really. And you look at Puncher, you look at Harvey Harrison, West comes into the team, Anderson, Allen, like guys that you don't regularly hear about that are playing well.
They're doing a job.
Yep. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. There's no late change. It is Collingwood and Geelong. An interesting way to start the night as well to keep in mind. So teams are going to run out literally minutes before the start of play, run straight into positions. We'll tell you more about that.
What is the song going to be? That's what we're waiting to find out. Collingwood want their new anthem as the side runs out, and we're not 100% sure what we're going to get. So never tear us apart is what Port Adelaide found. What's Collingwood's version of that going to be?
One thing we know is that the coin toss has already been done. So Geelong have won that. They're going to kick towards the punt road end of the ground.
Is that right?
Already done the coin
toss.
Where'd they do it? 6 p.m. in the press conference room.
Did they?
So they'll be straight out into positions in the game.
I don't mind it. I like it. It's great.
We're about 50 minutes away from that. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas, Brett Delidio, your call team for Thursday night footy. We'll check in with Ben Cameron in just a moment. And the EGM of football performance is the official title. Essentially, he's the footy boss at the AFL. Greg Swan joins us. Greg, appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me, gents.
It's almost a year, I think, since you were appointed, and you obviously had time with have your feet under the desk now. How is it different, I guess, than the role that you thought it would be? Because we hear a lot from people at Clubland thinking, what are they doing over there at AFL House? And the famous old saying about, no one barracks for the AFL. How is it different from what you thought it would be?
No, that's stronger than you thought, that no one barracks for the AFL. You get asked that a lot. I think the biggest difference, when you're in Clubland, you've just got one focus, which is just the club. So you just barrel on and do what's best for your club. When you're in the AFL, what you find, and you're right, I used to be frustrated at how long things would take, or you couldn't get an answer, but when you get in there, a lot of the things you do, you pull a lever here and it has an effect over there that you haven't factored in. So it might be, you change a rule here for a club, and then it has an effect on a different effect on a different club, and so you've got to sort of marry those things up. So that's probably the biggest difference, that just the focus is on 18 clubs rather than one. That's the thing you have to factor in. But look, no, I really enjoyed it. It's been it was I think it was a year on last Wednesday. So it's gone pretty quick. And we changed those rules at the start of the year, and that's been probably my focus to hopefully see how they're working. But we're really happy with where it's gone. Like from a viewership, attendances. All going well, less stoppages, higher scoring. We think no one likes the stand rule, but we think the stand rule's good. I think it allows the Stars to play well. I mean, we'll come here tonight and watch Nick Dacos and things, and the game's a lot more open. As I said, with the stoppages, there was ability to hold those sort of guys and scrag them and things, but the game's flowing, and those guys, Cozzy and Messiah and Maxie Holmes and all the good players, we think it's helped them as well. So, and the scoring's up, and so the things we tried to do, I think, have worked in the main pretty well.
Oh, I love the stand rule.
Yeah, I like the stand rule also.
Good on you, Rama.
You got some support here. I think, if anything, the stand rule's just got a PR battle, that the detractors are loud voices, and so they talk about it a lot.
It's a good point.
I loved you on, I think it was 360 a couple of weeks ago, or maybe Agenda Setters, and you rolled in and you had some examples of what the game looked like previously.
Yeah.
It was a great reminder for people.
Yeah.
It almost feels like, when we do see examples of the ball pinging around, nobody stops and goes, see, if it wasn't for the stand rule, that wouldn't have happened. So it was
it's a good point, and I think, and I think it's been adjudicated, and their players have got a lot better. Like last week, there was only 2 frees for the whole round. So people go, I understand. Yeah, it was only 2 frees. Like that's not many, in a whole round, not per game, in a whole round.
And I think even the Stevic one, that wasn't a stand rule free. That was the man on the mark encroaching.
Can I ask about that, Swanee?
Yeah.
So, why does a player need to stand on the mark if they're running through? Well, I love when they're there and they've got to stand. I get that, perfect.
Yeah.
But if they're having no impact and the umpire's telling them to stand, why do they? Because before that, you could choose to stand on the mark or not.
Yeah, that's right. Well, in the main is to effectively to allow the person with the ball to have a better opportunity to hit a 45 or get it. So the guy who's sprinting through, he can sort of dart off and cut the 45 off or whatever. So if you make him stand, he can't do that. And again, in the main, we're just trying to make the ball move and allow them to move quicker.
My question on that is, the umpire's choosing the person rather than the players probably not even thinking that I've got to stand on the mark.
Well, initially, we didn't name the player, stop Rama or whatever.
Yeah.
We said it's up to you, but then that created a bit of confusion. So now the umpies, you've seen a couple where there's 2 guys on the mark, they'll just say, Leeds, come out, and we've sort of a bit more common sense towards it. So I think that's helped it as well. I mean, if I look at it now from early in the year to where it is now, it's a lot better. The umpies, they'll ping it if they call stand, and the person doesn't. But if there's a bit, if they move back a bit and come forward, if they've let that go. They're not as gung-ho. And we probably told them to be pretty hard on it early doors so that people understood it. And as we've got through the year, I think it's been adjudicated better and the players have got better at doing it.
Swanee, the arc is obviously another point of conjecture or point of conversation. I believe that you've had club GMs in there, senior assistant coaches in there, AFLW staff in there, just for them to understand what you guys are seeing. How has that all played out?
I think they've been...
There's been great connection,
pleasantly surprised at how, what happens in there. I think that now the upside is we get the new cameras next week. So I'm not a technical person, but at the moment I think we've got 50 frames and these are 200 frames. So you'll be able to see, whether you've cut your fingernails or not on the vision. So hopefully that makes it easier to, see the touches and the whether it was and it wasn't, and it won't be blurry and it'll be very clear, and you'll be able to do it a lot quicker than we do it now because of probably the quality. You do have to look at 2 or 3 different angles. With the new cameras, we're hoping that you'll just see it once and it'll be so definitive that you just go, bang, it's a touched or it isn't, and you move on. So that comes in, it'll be tested next week, and then it'll be right for, I think, the last game, and then wild card, and then on to the finals.
Yeah, you mentioned in your opener about what you hope to bring into the role, and I think a lot of people know what you're known for in footy. There's common sense, football sensibility to the role, and you said the knock-on effect of making a change and what that looks like. Now, in the fullness of time, the Rowan Marshall one, where the mark was taken, the ball was brought back, and essentially you stepped in on the Monday and said, right, no more. We're not going to review anything that's not a goal or that hasn't been called for by either the goal umpire or the field umpire. In the fullness of time, was that a mistake to go that hard and change it on the Monday after?
No. No, I don't think so, because it's probably... The other one that was conjecture was when Davey Roden got bowled over and Dempsey kicked that goal and we didn't get it. But again, that was a fault. That should have been referred, and if it got referred, it would have been the right decision. But...
Or if the rule hadn't changed, it would have got reviewed.
Yeah, well, they did review it, but I said if the ball's in play before you get the decision. So in that case, I think it was 8 seconds that they got the decision and the ball came back in 6. So Okay, we could have fixed it, but...
And it wouldn't have caught the Ben Keys one, which is how we ended up with the technology.
And so...
Yeah.
But again, with these new cameras, we've had a discussion the other day. We think it within a 10... So our view would be within 10 seconds, if you can do it, then do it. Because if it's more than 10 seconds, it must be... It's a bit cloudy, so let it play. But what we're also trying to balance is that, the stop-start all the time versus, the ball being in play and, because that's right. That was, and again, if I look back on it, that wasn't an anomaly. That was 50 seconds after that incident. So it was like, come on, guys, that's a long time. But since then, touch wood, we haven't had too many controversies, which is good.
The perfect is the enemy of the good. I'll talk about it all the time. That in the pursuit of perfect, sometimes we let it go.
I was wrapped last week. I must admit, one of the best ones we've had all year was the Collingwood Adelaide game, where there was a review from the goal umpire, which was a great review, where Tex was on the line. He batted it back. It came back to him. He batted it back again. Keezy, who's always in these things, he picks the ball up and kicks a goal, and you go, oh, geez, that was good. That's how it should work. And Tex was on the line twice, but it didn't go over. And, they got a goal just before three-quarter time. But, like I said before, one of the things that I found in the role, and I think this is fair, is that if an umpire makes a blue, people sort of go, the umpire. But when the tech makes a blue, that's bad.
So can I just jump in on that? Do you have to do more to try and support the umpires at the moment? Because as you said, you've made some changes to the rules. Feels like there's a bit of confusion around the adjudication of the rules and then the fans being able to follow the umpires. So with 4 umpires, once one umpire makes a decision, really, you can't then change that decision. So is the next phase for the next 12 months for you to try and get better clarification with the umpires so that everyone, the fans watching, the commentators, perhaps find it a little easier to follow than what it is at the moment?
I think there is some onus on us. I was really interested, I think it was about a month ago, where Chris Scott got interviewed after a game and he said, look, all the clubs know the rules. We know what prior is. We know what, insufficient intent or whatever it is, those rules. We know them because we coach them and we see the examples and we send examples in and they come back and say, no, well, he didn't have prior, so that's why it wasn't. Because it's funny when you're a fan, and when I come to the footy now and I don't have a dog in the fight, I just sort of watch the fans, or everything's ball. It doesn't matter what happens to the ball, And then when the umpire crosses his arms and throws it up, it's like, oh, boo, blah, blah, blah. But it's no prior, it's really clear. And the players know it's really clear. It's just when, and that's not to say they get it right every time, but they get it right most of the time. And we probably don't explain those things well enough, like the one, and even for me when I came in and I asked the umpires, there was a game early in the year, I think it was Hawthorn played Melbourne, and I think it was James Sicily got the ball and he had a swing at it and missed it. So I'm thinking, well, that's dropping the ball. But they said, no, he's tried, play on. But that is the rule. If you make an attempt, that's okay. Now, will we look at that and say, well, if you make an attempt but you don't kick it, we pay dropping the ball.
Well,
and I think
most
clubs would be happy for that, and the fans would be very happy with that because... What do you mean it's not? He's tried to kick it. He either kicked it or he didn't.
Like the one last week,
isn't it?
Yeah,
really?
the one last week for Tom Stewart, where he tried to make an attempt to hand pass it, and then in the end made contact with the fist, but it wasn't a proper hand pass, which should have been incorrect disposal. And that's why I think the fans go, well, hang on, what's that?
And again, to the umpire's credit, they put that, they marked that as an incorrect decision. That was dropping the ball. Yeah, that's how it is.
Sorry. Greg Swan, the EGM of football performance at the AFL, with us on ABC Sport. And the countdown to Collingwood and Geelong. No late change here at the G. Did you see in the GAA final, they've got the Hawkeye for the score review? I guess the obvious question is...
Right up to the sky.
If they're a £140 million industry and we're a $1 billion industry here in Australia, how have they got that and we don't have that?
Yeah, no, we've got optical tracking happening at the moment, and it's trialling. And it's good.
Right.
So we just got to...
So we won't need the Hawkeye, is what you're saying?
Well, we'll have that and some, if this works, which we think it will. It is. We're partnering up with Telstra, Champion Data. We've got 40 cameras at Marvel, and we've had them there since round 12. And, the results so far are really good. And that almost covers everything about, whether a ball's gone out of bounds, whether a ball... has gone through the goal, so we'll have the goal cameras and this other technology, and with AI and everything else that's happening, it'll be I think in the end, and then you've got to get that balance right between what the umpires and technology and who has what say, and what do we pull the game up all the time? Do we only pull it up for certain things? I mean, even on some of the evidence now, like we can already judge if a ball's gone 15 metres. So you can actually do that live on demand sort of thing. So do you buzz the watch and say, well, that's not 15? Or do you, and we'll talk to the clubs about this, do you have a bit of a leeway, between 14 and 16, we don't worry about it, but, or do we, if we can do 15 and it's 14.9, you call play on, and all that sort of stuff. So there's some good things happening from a tech point of view, but you've got to be careful about balancing that with the fabric of the game.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, Swanee, because we play with the game so much. Rules and, clubs are always complaining to you and others, and why is it this? And look, it's win-loss, but how much more do we need to fiddle with the game? Is it at a standard now where you're happy, you got the stand rule, you've got the last touch rule. Is it at a point now where you go, I think we just let it settle now for a moment?
I'm certainly not looking to change anything. So, I mean, we changed 7 rules. That was pretty radical. But, we bettered them down. As I said, I think as the year's gone on, they've got better and better from adjudicating, and the players have adapted. I mean, the players, you know what it's like. The players adapt to it, of course, unbelievably well. And they'll exploit it unbelievably well if there's a chance to do that as well. So, and clubs, but we're comfortable where the game's at. We're not. There certainly won't be anything radical. I mean, the biggest one we had, which is the intrigue. But the hardest one we had to get through was to get rid of the bounce. Like for 150 years, we've bounced the ball, and it's the only rule that I've never had anyone say anything about.
How many emails did you get on Swanee?
At the start, they were going off their minds, but nothing.
They're all ruckman,
and everyone's like, oh yeah, shit, we used to have the bounce. Yeah, okay, we haven't really missed it. Yeah, so, but we don't want to be. You're right. You don't want to change everything every year, and 7 was probably enough. So it'll be the only thing we're probably looking to do is perhaps reduce the length of the game, and we took steps to do that. It probably hasn't, ideally we'd probably want to get it under 30 minutes a quarter. It got out to 37, 38 minutes, which is just too long. This year we're probably averaging 32 or so, but if we can get it to 30 or under, I think that's probably a good thing if we can do that.
Last one, Greg. I appreciate your time on ABC Sport. Greg Swan, the EGM of football performance at the AFL. Everyone feels like in the media, everyone's got their hobby horse thing, right? That they're particularly passionate about. Weirdly, mine is the jumpers that the teams wear on game day. And I appreciate, you've said a couple of times, it's not in my remit. And I thought, if you're the head of football and it's not in your remit, whose remit is it? And I know it's and I feel like previous iterations of the AFL, everyone sort of looks at it as if, it's a little trivial thing and it doesn't really matter and the rest of it. And yet we turn on the TV and we've got, yellow playing orange and we've got 2 teams wearing dark colours. Is it that hard to say one team wears light, one team wears dark, and if the away team comes back with something that's too close to the home team, go back and try again? Is this just a little thing that we can knock on the head at the AFL and get right so we don't have any jumper clashes?
Probably. I think actually watching out here, the Cats are the ones. So, to me, they wear white shorts at home.
Yep.
So, because they're predominantly white. And so you go down to Geelong, it doesn't matter who it is. In the old days at Brisbane, we would wear our home kit effectively down at Geelong because they would wear the full white strip, and they'll wear it again tonight, and it stands out. So you make a fair point, but it's I don't know who does the jumpers.
I was about to say, whose job is it? Do you want me to come down half a day a week, Sonny? I can help that.
But I've got a mate of mine who also, if you throw in the umpires as well, he loses his mind about what colours the umpires have got on. How can they have yellow on when Hawthorn's playing? You're like, I didn't really notice that. But anyway, some people do.
I'll leave that one with you.
I'll follow it up. I do know who does it, but I'll follow it up.
Okay, I appreciate it. Swanee, appreciate your time as always. Good luck in year 2 in the role.
Guys.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me on.
Greg Swan, the EGM of football performance at the AFL with his pre-game here at the MCG. Appreciate his time as always. There's no late change here ahead of the Magpies and the Cats. It's fascinating insight as always.
It is. Well, we all love the game. I think that's the main point. We love the game. We love to see it thriving. And as Swanee mentioned, scoring's up, crowd's up. I think any time scoring's up, because we went through a moment there where it was a rolling maul, the game, Lids, for a long time, and it was very frustrating to see no ball movement and no scoring and contest.
Paraguay.
What would you give him out of 10, Rammer? What would you give Greg Swan in his first 12 months out of 10?
Well, as he mentioned, he's made 7 rule changes. So
just a number.
8. I think he's doing a really good job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your number, Lids?
7.5.
Yeah. I'd say 6 to 7. I think he's above 50%.
No late change here at the MCG. Collingwood and Geelong.
Corbett,
broadcast game.
Splinters fair in his backside.
I'll take the. I think my question off the top about, I think it's been different than probably what he thought it would be. I think he came in with a particular sensibility, and you blow him with everyone every day. Everyone's got different interests, and it's.
But that's right.
How do you win?
It's a
self-interest is the only interest to most people.
Unbackable favourite.
Craig Kelly coming up, the Collingwood chief executive.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits in hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot.
12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
AFL.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio,
Sport Digital
and ABC Listen.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport on a cool night at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Collingwood and Geelong both desperate to get out of that mid-table treadmill. Feels like a top 6 eliminated tonight for the winner. They've still got hopes of being top 6 and all the advantages that come with it the week off at the end of the regular season, while for the loser, they will very likely find themselves in the wildcard mix first week after the home and away year ends. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch for the call. Adam Ramanaskas and Brett Delidio, your analysts on ABC Sport. And we can welcome the 5th member of our team straight off the top for our audience that have just joined us and go deep inside the Magpies' nest. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
Thanks, Corb. I'm down here with the Collingwood CEO, Craig Kelly. Craig, for the first time tonight, the team is going to run straight out into position. Not a bit of lane work down at full forward. Why has the club decided to do this?
Well, Jared Wade and the coach, and also I've been to a few live events around the world, thought this doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, we can present our team better. We can have a bit more fun and make sure our fans enjoy the experience and pump the music up, run out, rather than trying to do that and then you come down and then you go up again. So we work with the AFL. Great. I'd love to call out the Hock and Chris Scott and the crew at Geelong that, they lent into this, which is great. The players to start with sort of said, I don't know, but now they've picked the song, they're all in, so it's pretty cool. It's good, and who knows what happens. I think a club that'll get the most out of it with someone like Port Adelaide, where Never Tear Us Apart, I think, is a great entry event, and yet they have to sort of play the club song, music goes down, lights go up, they'll get a great result out of this if they want to keep doing it. And all we want to do is see what it's like. We want our members to really help us come up with some innovative and perhaps some way to come onto the ground with a cool song. At the moment, it's sort of we haven't got that quite right what we want.
It is fascinating. A lot of clubs now have sort of the hype song as the team comes up through the race. Then as they go through the banner, the ditty starts playing, the little club song that sounds like it's from the 1940s. So we'll get a little different look at all of that today. Jared Waite has got a lot of press recently. Yeah. Is there any concern about anyone getting injured early with a little extra warm-up?
Well, this is a bizarre thing. That it's actually easier and cleaner. Like they go down... they'll have the meeting and they'll come back up. So Pendles was happy because he said to me tonight, he said, crikey, at least, because he said, we do about 5 warm-ups. He said, we don't need to do that many warm-ups. So, no, those guys know what they're doing. The players are ready to go. And that's like saying when they come up and they stand there for the Anzac service and they're standing there for at least 5 or 7 minutes, they get through that game okay. So they'll be all right.
So just to clarify around your future, I know you spoke to the Herald Sun yesterday, but you're not leaving, and did it replicate the Wolf of Wall Street scene?
No, don't know about that, but ask some of my staff. One of them standing next to you, they might have gone, oh, damn, I thought he was going. No, I'll be there for a bit longer, and Barry and I and the board and everyone's got we're planning ahead for all of our staff. So, no, it's good. I'm loving the members. I love the job, and hopefully I'm doing a good enough job to stay there for a bit longer.
On to some of the serious stuff. I mean, Bobby Hill, we're all firstly concerned about his well-being and his welfare. So not to be callous about it, but there is a football reality to it. The managing of his exit, will his money be off the books from the end of this year?
I won't talk about any of the money or the commercial side of it. All we care about at the moment is making sure we finish this in a way that we started it and have done it all the way through, which is caring, professional, and clear. I just call out the Players Association, the AFL, and also Bobby's management, and also, really importantly, Charlie and Susan at our place, and also the Doc, Sam Harkin. They've just done a lot of heavy lifting to try and help Bobby, and we are all super keen for him to hopefully get himself right and play footy again, and I care for him, so we all care for him, but I'm not going to talk about any of those announcements. We'll make those in due course, and certainly never talk about the money.
Yeah, he's one of 4 Norm Smith medalists in the history of the great Collingwood Football Club. So hopefully there is a time where, he's back at the Collingwood Football Club, even not as a player. Some other players in the competition, Zach Butters. We still don't know where he's going. How live are you guys in the Zach Butters conversation?
Did you read the paper today?
I did.
We're keen to talk to any free agents and any people that want to move back to Victoria or are interested in moving clubs. So hey, look, we'd be negligent not to be Justin Lepich and his team with support from both the board and ourselves, talking to anyone. And Zach's definitely one of those players. He's a great player, a great person, and he's coming back to Victoria, and we'd like him to consider our club.
If I'm any free agent then, and we're doing a little bit of role play here, why should I come to Collingwood? What do you tell me?
That's a really good question. I haven't had that thrown at me. The reason why you'd come to Collingwood is that, firstly, you've got to want to play in front of a big crowd. You want to enjoy the way the club presents itself and is consistently at the pointy end of the competition and has for hundreds of years. We're not going backwards, and we want to stay in that position. So you come here because you're playing at the G and we're playing in finals, and we look after and we care for family and we care for our fans and we care for making sure that you have a long-term... We've got the best past players program in the competition. So if you want to make sure that you've got security long-term and you've got jobs and opportunities, that's what we'll give you.
It's a pretty good sell. 3 blokes who might be in the past players program sometime soon. Jeremy Howe, Steele Sidebottom and Scott Pendlebury. Whose decision will it be about whether they go on or end at season's end?
It's just a group. It's a group of it. It's all of us sitting around. Like, I talk to them, Fly talks to them, Charlie talks to them. They talk to the high performance. They talk to their families, and we map out a plan. And there's no full stop. I think we've been really clear as a club that we don't put an end date to anything, but that's not to say it doesn't come to an end. It does, but then we make sure that we'll celebrate, and we'll make sure that may not happen this year. There might be things that happen next year. So we'll just continue to make sure their dialogue is open, honest, and that's what we do all the time. It's really cool.
I think that clearly, not to reverse over it too much, but last week the Isaac Quaynor situation was a pretty sad situation last week. I'm sure, being the man that you are, you would have given it a lot of consideration from all angles. If it was in reverse, how would you have handled it as the CEO of the Collingwood Football Club?
Oh, I think Tim did a great job coming out the next day and saying, we want you to cheer and we want you to... I've got a family at home and I've got a wife who just hates booing. And I don't boo, so... I just think I understand how passionate fans do it, but when it's about that, and you know it's about that, and everyone in the stadium knows it's about that, you just got to say, that's not right. And that's where you can turn around to your mate and go, why? Why are you doing that? Because the reality is, every time they did it, he got another touch. So, we have backed over it a few times, but I think it's up to all of us to, when we see behaviour or things that we don't want our kids and our families to say, this is not right and we need to stop that stuff, then it's up to us to turn around and say, can you please not do that? You can do it yourselves. You don't have to have Craig Kelly or Tim Silvers or Craig McCraig. Let's just behave how we would like our kids to behave at home.
Last question from me, Ned, before I let you go. You've spoken before about the fact that there's an appetite for major fixture reform in the AFL. I've heard you speak about it, but what is the solution?
The solution is we've got to think far enough ahead to be able to look after the stakeholders, TV, players, and also the competition, to make sure we get the growth we want, and we can do more things like State of Origin. We've got to start thinking ahead. We need to give some people a project, and we need to give them time and space, and there's some cool ideas out there. We've got to just try them.
It's a good note to finish on. There is Ned Kelly. He says goodbye. He's off. There you have it, Corbin. He gave me a little knuckle to the chest to wrap it up as well.
Good on you, Ben. Appreciate that. And I saw him. He just took off in a hurry. Ben Cameron down there with Craig Kelly, the Chief Executive of the Magpies. Your former boss.
Yes,
That's not how he rolls, isn't it, Rammer?
Well, it is. Yeah, Ned will go to the next most important person now, and that's how he just rolls around pre-game. So, look, one thing Ned will always do is innovate, and he's always thinking of what's ahead and what can be done next, and that's what he's doing with Collingwood at the moment. He's thinking, well, what can we do now? We're already a big club. How do we become this bigger club again? So, I read his article with interest. I think it was yesterday in the paper. Listening then with Ben again, you can hear the passion in his voice that he's still got some big ideas to come.
So we thought reportedly he was on the way out. Turns out that's not the case. So he's going to be sticking around.
You will not know when he leaves.
Right.
One day he'll just go, I'm done, and that's it.
Gotcha.
So if you think that you're going to know, you will not know.
So has he got one foot in the exit lounge, or is he...
No, I don't think, not that I know of.
Yep.
I do think it's interesting when you go to the president's function. You have Barry Carp, who's very diplomatic. You have Craig Kelly, who's not as diplomatic. You have Justin Lepage, who wants to keep his cards very close to his chest. Yeah. And then you have Craig McRae, who wants to get the best cards he can get on his table. And Collingwood's list management has been fascinating. So now they're trying to get some money for free agents. A lot of the free agents are signing up. Well, Butter's still on the table. I'm not sure whether Collingwood's in the frame for him.
And it is one of the big reasons, and they may not like me saying this, but is why the AFL won't consider lowering the free agency to 6 years. Because then you're just getting guys right in the middle of their career going to big clubs, absolute prime of, as Liz would understand. Geelong, they go to Collingwood, they go to the bigger clubs, and all the little clubs get forgotten about.
But I think that's been the frustration for Collingwood supporters, is that Geelong got Jeremy Cameron, Hawthorn had picked the eyes out of a couple of
Geelong
defenders.
paid for Jeremy Cameron.
Yes. Yep. Melbourne got Stephen May, Jake Lever.
So who was the last big-time free agent Collingwood got?
Well, I was about to say Richmond got Tom Lynch at a time in which Collingwood didn't have the money to match it with Collingwood. So probably the last one they got was Adam Treloar. And he picked the Magpies over a couple of other clubs.
So they've traded too. They've traded for Houston. They traded for Perryman. Or they get Perryman as a free agent.
Free agent for him.
Oh, both free agents, were they?
No, they traded for Houston, I think.
Yeah.
Perryman
just chose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it isn't. I find them. They're the team that I can't shake from my mind when I'm talking about Zach Butters. I just feel like there's something there.
Something brewing, you reckon?
I don't know anything on this front, but
where's Lockie Neal going there as well?
Well, he made a very interesting point about his past players association.
Yeah.
And life after football and how that could potentially look for players.
So I know a lot of people are defaulting to the Western Bulldogs, and that's Butters' childhood club. You speak to anyone around the Western Bulldogs, they sound extremely nervous about this. That it doesn't. I don't hear anything from any one of the Dogs that suggests he's over the line. Now, either they're playing a great poker game, but I don't think that's a done deal.
I think he's genuinely taught, to be honest, where he's going to go at this point in time.
So other than the fact that he grew up a Bulldogs fan and he and Marcus Bontempelli had that nice exchange at the toss of the coin, but I mean the other question for Collingwood is they'll perennially be chasing a key forward.
Yeah.
And so they picked up Dan McStay. He's had his best year this season in any team. So that's the improvement for him. But now with Ben King looking like he's going to Hawthorn, Collingwood are perennially trying to find that key forward who can come in and play that role.
Yeah. I think with the Butters one, just to go back to that quickly, Clinchy, is that he publicly stated that he wants to look after Port Adelaide on the way out as well. So therefore, Cripper's like, okay, perfect. Well, looks like Richmond's got the best hand. We'll send you there, which makes it very hard. And then how do Collingwood get that deal done to land him to satisfy if Port Adelaide force a trade? So that's where all these ramifications come in.
And it's the same conversation for the Bulldogs and the Cats.
Everyone. They've got to be able to satisfy.
Yep. And Richmond, he gets the money at Richmond clearly. There's talk about, front-ending that deal and then gets a chance to play with these guys on the way through. He could be captain as early as year one.
But this is where strategy comes into it as well. Like, Zach Butters is not going to make any enemies at Port Adelaide that he wants to leave. Because what will happen is Port could just say, no, well, if it's Geelong, say, for example, he wants to go Geelong, and Geelong, all they got is pick 17. Pick whatever they got. He turns around and then Port Adelaide go, well, no, you're not going there. You're going to go into the pre-season draft, and guess who gets him?
Richmond. Yeah, but then Port cut their nose off to spite their face.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They get nothing.
But if you're Butters, you can turn around and say, well, you're not doing a deal with Richmond. Why would Richmond give away their assets? I can walk. If I'm going to go there anyway, I may as well walk there for free.
It'll go down.
And then we'll use all the picks to be able to,
to
get something.
Let's just fast forward to the last 30 minutes of trade period. Because nothing's going to happen between now and... Oh, so it's not even in trade period, is it? Well, they are going to... force a trade.
So say Geelong or the Bulldogs or Collingwood come to you and say, hey, here's 3 picks in the teens.
Well, where are they getting them from?
Yeah, they've got to then trade out players.
They're going to get those picks first.
Well, they've got one this year and a future one, so there's 2 that they can trade.
Yep.
Then they've got to try and find another one somehow. But would you rather that, or would you rather just take the compensation, which if Port finish bottom 4 could be pick 5, pick 6, whatever it turns out to be?
Yeah.
I would take the assets.
How does that also impact
multiple
on
picks?
Yep. On Dougie Cochrane?
Bidding with Dougie Cochrane.
Where do you see him in the current draft setup? Is he 1, 2, 3?
Well, he hasn't played. He's playing his first game this weekend, so
he'd be top 3.
Yeah, definitely top 3. Yeah, I think it's a bit sight unseen though. He's got better as he hasn't played.
But hang on, just my point to what you're making there. One play doesn't change the fortune of a club. It's very rare that it happens. It has to be a special player.
Is he that?
Multiple assets will change the fortune of a club.
Name the last player that has.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I know if Naz staying at St Kilda certainly helped them get other players in, but it hasn't made them a far better side than playing
shot
finals.
up the ladder.
No, exactly. So, it's
probably Richmond with the pickup of Dan Curvis, Prestia, some of those players they got.
But that's multiple players.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They were the first club that really targeted that free agency of sort of getting multiple players together.
Like you look, Dangerfield goes to Geelong. Took, 10 years nearly to win that first premiership. Jezza goes to Geelong. Took more time. It's not... One player doesn't change the fortune.
Credit to him and his agent. I actually feel like no one really has any idea where Zach Butters is going.
Well, maybe he doesn't yet.
Maybe.
That's probably more to the point, isn't it?
But they've done a pretty good job at keeping it.
Because what generally happens, once the player knows and then the player tells the club, then somebody at the club tells one person, then somebody at the club tells 2 people, then 2 people, 4, 8, 16, and it just snowballs and everyone knows what's going on there.
And so if he picked up the phone and said, righto Rammer, righto Lids, where should I go? Don't worry about Port Adelaide.
Yeah.
If I want to be in a successful team.
Where would I put this?
Where would you say to him, for 2027, you should be playing Zach Butters where?
Cats.
Dogs.
Cats.
I'll throw the Pies in there.
I'd love him to go to Collingwood. I think if you compare 2 of the top 3, in my opinion, but top 5 players in the competition.
Bontempelli, Libba and Ed Richards playing together.
Yeah.
With no backman.
I was going to say, that's not an issue.
They'll find one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's an interesting conversation. I mean, all of them offer something different, don't
because
they?
it takes the pressure off Bont straight away. That he can then go and push forward more now. Let Richards, let Butters, let Frazier do the work in there now.
Oh, I see the periphery of Geelong far better and their backline better with Neil. And I don't know whether Jezza stays around and goes again, but I just feel like they're Holmes, Smith at Butters with Atkins in there, tough nut, Ollie Dempsey on the wing.
DeConey, O'Sullivan behind the ball.
It would be one of life's great mysteries. How Geelong make it all happen.
But to be totally honest with you, I'd probably see him better off going to Richmond or Essendon.
Yeah. He's just become a farmer, Zach Butters, so he loves farming. He loves cows.
That would help those 2 clubs enormously.
We're going to talk about it the whole way through to the end of October. There's no doubt about that. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corporate Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas, Brett Deledio and Ben Cameron on the boundary's edge. There's no late change ahead of Collingwood and Geelong. The 2 teams have done their preliminary warm-up. Something different tonight. The teams are going to run out instead of 14 and 11 minutes before the start of play. They are going to run out 2 minutes and 3 minutes before the start of play. So essentially run through the banner, out onto the ground, into positions, and away we go. The coin toss has already taken place at 6 p.m, so that was an hour and 18 minutes ago now, and Geelong won that toss. They've decided to kick towards the punt road end of the ground. So we've never seen anything quite like that with the coin toss being done so early on in the piece. Let's go inside the Geelong camp. Just repeating, no late change here at the G. So there's no Sam Swadling for Collingwood and no Sam De Koning for the Cats. Inside the Geelong camp, back to Ben Cameron. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I am down here with James Riley, the Geelong assistant coach. How close was Patrick Dangerfield?
Yeah, obviously he probably wanted to push to play, but he played a fair few games in a row and then another 5-day break. So it seemed like the right time to give him a break, and we'll look to get him in soon.
He's getting pretty old now too, Danger, so you've got to be careful with him. How do you cover him tonight?
Well, Jack Martin's coming into the side. He's obviously played that role for a bit, but we've got a few keys down there that can do it. Obviously, Jay Polkinghorn's been fantastic for us down forward, and Ollie Henry's kicked a few goals in the last couple of weeks as well. So, we should be able to cover him.
I spoke to James Kelly before Jay Polkinghorn's debut, and we said, what can you tell us about him? And he said, he sort of takes these awkward marks. You don't expect him to mark it, and then he marks it. First marking contest, he did that on Wilkie, and we all thought, there we go. James Kelly was absolutely on the money with his description there. The Pies in their last 6, very impressive, 6-game winning streak. What's changed for them? What do you need to be wary of?
I think they've been I think the ability to score and their ability to use the ball uncontested and give their forwards a really good opportunity. They've been really efficient going forward. Their pressure will be there. We know that. So obviously if they're scoring really well and more efficiently, our pressure needs to be there as well. So we'll be really focusing on that and our contest.
I said to Brett Delidio many weeks ago that Oisin Mullen was the best tagger in the game. He debated me on it. Nick Dacos, out of 17 of 18 games this year, has polled a coach's vote. Only one game he hasn't. That was when Oisin Mullen went to him. I assume you'll go to him again tonight, surely.
Well, you'd think so. With Osh's ability, his fast feet, his ability to take space really quickly. That's the physical part, but then the mental part to be able to do it. But the boys have known who Osh going to most weeks, whether that's Cozzy Pickett or Naz or the likes, and the team have really helped him out. So hopefully we can do that again tonight.
James, just as we let you go, not trying to pry here, so tell us sort of as much or as little as you want here, but we've heard a couple of Geelong people speak about your senior coaching future and saying it's just not quite the right time. Like I said, as little or as much as you want to give us here, but why is that the case at the moment?
Yeah, no, it isn't the right time. I don't want to go into too much detail, but just, some off-field stuff that I'm working with my family that just need their dad around and support in that space. So I did meet with Carlton, had a great conversation with Graham Wright and Chris Davies. As Bobby spoke to him 3 weeks ago, that I would withdraw from the process there, but went really well. Glad I went to that stage of it because I haven't gone to that stage at this stage. But it could change very, very quickly in the next year or two, where I'll be able to put my hand up.
We look forward to it. Best of luck when that time comes. Appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
James Riley there, assistant coach with the Cats, chatting with our own Ben Cameron. We're about 10 minutes away from the start here on Thursday Night Footy, the on-ramp to round 21. Here's an interesting name, and here, as Ben sort of pointed out there, as part of that chat, we had Andrew Mackey and James Kelly in previous weeks, and all of them were very quick to point out, look, circumstances aren't quite right for James Riley, so he's a name to watch absolutely in the years to come in the coaching ranks. Just repeating, no late change here at the G ahead of Collingwood and Geelong. If you've just flicked the radio on, this is from the brainchild of Jared Wade, who is the Pies fitness boss. Essentially, he was at this ground last year watching the Wallabies and the British and Irish Lions, and essentially in that test match he was watching on. Teams ran straight onto the ground, as they do in the 15-man game in rugby union. Ran straight out onto positions, game started, away we go. And he thought, well, why don't we do that in AFL footy rather than running through the banner, having 10 minutes or so kick to kick, and then finally the game starts. So tonight, essentially, the ground is going to go black. All the lights will go out. It'll be a huge spectacular like we see in places like the NBA, for example. Yep. Huge run-on. Teams, rather than running out to the theme songs, are going to have their own beats that'll play as they make their way through the banner. and they'll run straight out into position, and then essentially the game will start and we'll get into it. What do you make of it?
Can we get Nicky D to come over to the boundary and with a thing of powder just to act like LeBron?
Each team needs to nominate one player to sort of be their superstar.
Yeah, to be there. Yeah. Look, I don't mind it. Like, I think it's something that we should have a go at and see whether the players like it in terms of their warm-up inside. I hated warm-ups, to be honest. I thought that I like to have a sweat and get going again, but then have to go back into the rooms, get the jumper on and really, try and rev yourself back up again. It was like, there's a long time. Then we've got to go back out in the field and we've still got to do some stuff. It just seemed to keep dragging on, Rammer.
Well, I just watched the coin toss, so that was quite interesting.
It's got a bit of an AFLX vibe, doesn't it? It's not quite the fully formed idea.
I'm with Lids. I hated warm-up. I thought it was like you're playing another quarter of football all of a sudden. So I just like to sit around and do a couple of stretches and kick the ball and just sort of get out there.
Chill out.
Yeah, just go from there. But now, what happens now is there's so much prehab that the players do. So when I say prehab, that's activating muscles that they've been working on, that they've had issues with over weeks and weeks and weeks. So they need to fire them all up. And this is where sports science and sports medicine really comes into play in AFL football at the moment. So they talk about the prehab, which is an injury prevention. So, you see guys doing all sorts of weird and wonderful things now before games. But the main part of it is, getting the heart rate up, getting some blood pumping, and sort of getting the body moving.
So your at-home physio will be saying, well, doesn't this enhance the chance of injury? Guys are going to come out cold and essentially run straight to position. The game will start. If someone gets injured in the first few minutes, won't we say, oh, look, the routine changed and all of a sudden the bloke broke down and that's what happened?
We probably will, yeah. But I followed Nick Rewald a lot when I used to watch him out there, and he would do 3 or 4 days before a game, and I was like, well, he keeps playing well. He's had 6 All-Australians and he's best and fairest. He plays well every single week. Maybe I might try that. And I thought that if I had a good sweat, I felt that I was ready to go. But I'm sure these guys are in there and they've had a good sweat and the blood's pumping, their feet are working, their hands are working.
So it wouldn't bother you one, but you'd be ready to go if you walked out.
I did a bit of boxing always before the game. I like that, just to move the feet and sort of get going. But
hit the pads, float the arms up.
Don't do that too much anymore. Yeah. I didn't need it, mate. I had spaghetti arms, so unlike you, Lid, you were glistening when you were running.
No one could touch me. I just slide straight past them. I had that much oil on there. Don't worry about that.
Here we go. So blackout here at the MCG. The floodlights are out. And now, essentially, all the mobile phones have been raised as well, and the lights that are on those, and creating a tremendous atmosphere here with the main floodlights going on and off, which is interesting to describe for you on radio. But essentially, we're only moments away from the first of our teams running out here. The on-ramp to round 21. It's also Thursday night, which means, of course, teams drop for the rest of the weekend. Just the headlines here: the Dockers and the Bulldogs tomorrow night. Norton, as we knew, hasn't made the trip. Waitman's also been managed for the Bulldogs. Hayden Young comes back in for the Dockers. Saturday footy, Rowan Marshall's back for the Saints. He was the laid out last week, so he returns in the game against Sydney, who are unchanged. Hawthorn up against North Melbourne. Mitch Lewis is out of the Hawks team with injury. Matt Whitlock and Cooper Harvey have both been omitted. Port Adelaide playing GWS. Brandon Zerk-Thatcher omitted from Port. Finn Callahan's had ankle surgery, so he's out. And then for the Carlton game up against the Brisbane Lions, Mackay comes in, Newman out injured. That's for the Blues. And for the Brisbane Lions, Gallup suspended, Zorko managed, Tunstall dropped. In comes Reveal, Coleman, and Oscar Allen gets a look at it here for the Brisbane Lions towards the final series beginning. Sunday squads at this stage. Ryan Mansell's hurt for the Tigers game up against the Eagles. Meanwhile, Melbourne make the trip to play Gold Coast up on the glitter strip. Latrell Pickett and Kate Chandler both injured. Caleb Windsor amongst the ins. And then a heap of changes for the Bombers up against Adelaide to complete the round. Kalachi back for Adelaide. Miller and Peatling both hurt. Meanwhile, for the Bombers, Ridley injured. Mackay, Blackiston, Cox all dropped. Roby also injured. Sardis, Perkins, Langford amongst the ins at this stage for Essendon. So just squads, obviously, for Sunday footy there. The rest of round 21. We're getting shots of the Magpies in their rooms. They're going to be the first team out onto the ground. So this was actually their initiative. As I said, it came from their fixture boss their fitness boss in Jared Wade, who originally came up with the concept. And so they're going to be the first team out onto the ground at 7:29 is their start time. And then After that, it'll be Geelong a couple of minutes later. So the Cats essentially followed Collingwood in here. They didn't necessarily have to take part of the initiative the same way, and yet they've decided to follow suit, and both teams will run straight out into their starting positions to get us going on Thursday night footy. It's not the usual intro that we will have, obviously, given the fact that you won't have much time, gentlemen, after the teams run out and make their way into position.
Yep. What
are we on the lookout for? What are you focused in on in the first 10 minutes here?
Well, I think you've got to focus in on the Dacos-Mullen matchup.
Yep.
I think initially, and
Alan Smith.
Yeah, to see what Mullen does, to see what Dacos does. Dacos may go to a half-forward flank, but what Mullen has done then, he's followed through with the tag, so he goes all the way because he's had that apprenticeship of playing in the back line for the Cats. So here come the applies out now, Corp.
Let's have a listen in. Not good old Collingwood forever. The theme song for the Magpies. There are fireworks going off the top of the Ponsford stand in what is a ground predominantly in darkness, just with flashing lights in the outer and an interesting way. So the yes, the way for Collingwood to make their way out onto the ground tonight, not with the famous theme song. It's like a full sky show. There's the fireworks going off above us. They continue to shoot from the top of the scoreboard. So the Magpies, the first team out on the ground, as we're 2 minutes away from a jump. What do you make of it, Lids?
I don't mind it. It's something different. I don't know about warming up in the dark. I wouldn't want to crash into anyone, but
I like this one. I like this one.
It's good. The Pussycats coming out.
You're a big fan of college football.
We are Penn State.
You'll know the Nittany Lions. This is their track. So the Kentcraft 400 track, of course, the Zombie Nation. And essentially, as the beat drops, as Rama said, they say, we are Penn State. And the Cats have been trying to get it going as we are Geelong in more recent times. They borrowed the whiteout game, obviously, which has come from Penn State, the Nittany Lions. So Geelong with their theme that they're trying to make their own in more recent times here at the MCG.
To get me going, that's for sure. I'll be ready after this.
Yeah.
You might see me going across the middle of it. You're just doing a dance floor, a little moonwalk or something.
But look, it is copied from college football, really. So if you do yourself a favour, if you get a bit of time on social media, go and look at the top 10 college entrances and you'll find out all about why the AFL are doing this now.
Ben Cameron is on the boundary. How was it out there, Ben?
Yeah, it did feel very NBA as well for anyone who's had the good fortune of experiencing an NBA game. I did think we were going to get that 6'6", the shooting guard from North Carolina. I thought that was coming. It didn't quite come, unfortunately. I'm not sure about running out into positions either. Like Collingwood still ran out, did their run-throughs inside 50, huddled, and are now breaking into position. So it was a little bit different to what you see in the rugby union. 11 degrees Celsius down here. It is a cool night. Slight breeze swirling around. Geelong kicking to the punt road end, having won the toss underground earlier. I'm looking forward to Sheen Mullen, Lids, going to Nick Dacos.
Your boy. So let's get into it. Who stays in true title contention and off the mid-table treadmill? The Pies and the Cats here with Matt Clinch.
Edward Twins down the opening tap against Cameron to Bailey Smith. Squeeze the kick out to the members' wing. Wilshire marks. Hand pass away to Guthrie. Tackled by McCreary. Kick goes straight up in the air, but O'Shea Mullen takes the mark. Mark him one down against Nick Dacos. To Wilshire. Over the top to Tom Atkins. Drives it long to full forward. In the pack. Neal reaches up and pulls it down. An imposing figure. Only 15 metres out from goal at the punt road end.
That was a great mark, wasn't it? You can already see that the Cats want to keep that ball in motion. O'Shea Mullen gets the high mark. Brave from him just to stand under it, but straight away off the Wiltshire, then off to Atkins. He's been impressive, Neil, as their big prominent key forward since Jez has been out of the side.
Frampton tried to position himself in front. Neil reached over the top, took the mark. Shannon Neal, in the absence of Jeremy Cameron, puts through the opening goal of the night. Goal umpire a couple of steps to his left, but the Cats on the board inside a minute, courtesy of Shannon Neal. Geelong 1 straight 6 to Collingwood yet to score. Ahead of Lids and Rabba, down to Benny Cameron.
Corbin mentioned the Sky Show that we had pre-game. There is a plume of smoke just hanging around the ground after that as well as we get started. 67,000 the expectation. I reckon we're about 50 at the moment.
Well, that was a nice little win by Mullen there where he's able to get out of that centre square, take Nick Dacos. Nick Dacos didn't want to go in that marking contest with him. Then he's able to get that quick handball onto Atkins. Puts it in a dangerous spot. It's a big matchup, that one. Frampton and Shannon Neal. Shannon Neal, terrific last week with his 5 goals.
So how about that? Collingwood haven't touched the footy. 7 disposals for Geelong. They got the first of the game. Back in the middle. Edwards palms it down. Atkins gets it moving forward. Long kick inside 50. Off the pack. Punched away by Frampton. Still can't kill it. Myers keeps it alive. Centering kick back in the corridor. Josh Dacos breaks it up. Down to Howe. He's tackled, lost it. Nick Dacos to brother Josh. Handball away to Perryman. Tumbles a kick up to half-back. Low trajectory kick. And in the end, the pack forms. As the Cats all over it with that ferocious pressure. Good tackle there. Atkins makes sure Perryman's going nowhere fast. Ball up half forward for Geelong.
Cameron tries to protect the space against Edwards. One down the tap, but Myers shuts it. All the matchups we were expecting. O'Shea Mullen alongside Nick Dacos. Ed Allen alongside Bailey Smith. As the umpire's throwing it up 55 metres out from Geelong's goal. Darcy Cameron takes out of the ruck. His kick is smothered by Atkins, though. Was he tripped? Got a hand pass away, lying on the deck. It's socked out by Nick Dacos into the path of Harrison. Can't get a disposal forward. It's socked forward by O'Shea Mullen. Got it to Stewart. To Polkinghorn. Can't take the mark. Slaps it back. Here's a chance for Ollie Henry. He misses out to the left. Just couldn't control it from 35 metres out directly in front. And it's all the Cats, 1-1-7. So Collingwood yet to score through 3 minutes at the MCG.
Howe stabs the kick out, finds Frampton at half-back. Pies home game, all in black with the white stripes and the black shorts. As Frampton kicks down looking for De Goey on the wing. He's in the tangle with O'Connor. Ball spills to McCreary, takes the advantage. Hand pass inside to Pendlebury. The ageless one shoots goalward. He misses. Out to the left to behind. So Collingwood's first score, their first inside 50, 3 minutes in. Geelong 1-1, Collingwood 1 behind. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Stewart kicks into the back pocket, finds Guthrie, looks up to the wing. He's got Quainer and Blitzavs. Quainer in front. And then gave up position to Blitzavs, who had the height and the strength to pull in the mark. Gets the hand pass away to Mark O'Connor. The Irishman up to Polkinghorn, who marks it left half forward. Dropped the mark in the end. Has to regather. Thought about the hand pass to Wiltshire. Now cuts on his right. Not a great kick. Ball to be won by Long. Lost it behind his back. And Atkins, in the end, hurries it out of play. A throw in under the Olympic stand at left half forward for Geelong. It's the Cats 1-1-7 to Collingwood 1 behind.
He's a young player there, isn't it? In the big game, big moments. Just being able to compose himself, make sure the ball gets into the hands first, then make your decision.
Jerry Polkinghorn, a couple of goals in his first 2 starts. The big crowd here tonight at the G4 in from the boundary throw-in. Nick Dacos got a handball away to Lipinski, to Cameron, back to Lipinski, back to Nick Dacos. Handball away to Perryman. He gives it to Nick again, his 3rd touch in the chain. Hand pass away to Allen, runs along the wing in front of the benches, kicks down to half forward and leaping up West. Got it just inside the boundary line. That's an ugly kick inside 50. May yet work. Josh Dacos had it, lost it in the tackle. And Atkins able to mop it up. Gives it to Bruin, who kicks laterally to Dempsey. Cats all in white with the white premiership shorts and the navy blue hoops. Gives it to Myers. Pokes a kick out wide for O'Connor. He can just link it forward by hand. Back to Bruin, up over halfway to Shannon Neal.
Then breaks stride with a hand pass away to Dempsey. Takes a bounce at right half forward. Sidesteps Frampton. Breaks the tackle. Dribbles it inside 50. Gathered by Edwards. Off the outside of the boot. Blazes away towards the goal square. Wiltshire can't take the mark. Almost reeled it in. Numbers get back. Lipinski for Collingwood. Kicks up to McCreary. He has it still inside the defensive 50. Interestingly, Jordan De Goey started at full forward with Dan McStay starting on the bench. De Goey works up to half-back and takes the mark here for Collingwood.
Honours the lead of West. Puts it on his chest, who marks in front of the benches. No late change coming in, so no Swaddling, no DeConing. This was heavily rumoured. 2 of the emergencies tonight. West, contest kick down to Membry. Characteristic. And a leap off both feet. Spills down towards Harrison. Got a hand pass away to side bottom. High up and under to the hot spot. Kicks to full forward. Almost hit Bruin in the back of the head. Tracking it back. Spills away towards Crisp. Was he tackled without it? Ump says no. No whistle. Now the ump says ball up. 20 metres out from the Collingwood goal at the Ponsford end.
That's just poor awareness by Tanner Bruin.
What was he doing?
You've always got to know where the ball is.
Thrown up, Blitzhouse wins down the tap. Deep in attack for Collingwood. Long trying to get the hand pass to McCreary. Worked off it by Warple. Gathered by Guthrie. Kicks all 1-on-1. Ollie Henry in front. Takes the mark in front of Quainer. Playing against his former side. Kicked 4 goals early in the season. His kick up towards half forward. Jeremy Howe left it behind. Edwards tackled, stripped over by Perryman. Howe regathers. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Wants to be adventurous. Chips it across half back. Crisp takes the mark. He looks up on the overlap. Has Harrison between wing and half forward on the outer side. He holds it up momentarily. Long's trying to run into space. Dempsey's trying to get there. He won't. And Long has it at half forward. Hand pass to the run of Harrison. Gets within striking distance from 48 to the pocket looking for West. He can't take it. Lunging at full body length, and it goes out against the left behind post. Collingwood deep in attack at the city end. Geelong by 6 points.
Umpires tonight, Rosebery, Hosking, Williamson and Meredith. That's Simon Meredith in game 550 tonight. Oh. It's the second umpire ever to reach that mark, so well done to Simon Meredith from the boundary throw-in. Darcy Cameron trying to get a handball out. He does, but it's a turnover. Cats win it. Guthrie away to Smith. Smith kicks out of defence. Up to the wing. A kind bounce for Ollie Henry. Collects. He's off and running against the old team. Sweeps a hand pass back over his shoulder to Neal. Neal, some indecision. In the end, gave it back to Myers against the boundary line. Short kick up to half forward. Howe's there to intercept. Picks it off. Gives it to Frampton. Collingwood back the other way. Away to Quaynor. Sweeping hand pass to Crisp. He runs it down the wing. Handball to Long. Sliding into a tough spot. Extra hand pass to Cameron. Back to Jack Crisp, who keeps on moving. Crisp to fall forward for West. In a tangle, Sullivan did really well to spoil. McCreary trying to keep it alive. Puts it back in row G. It's out on the full. A free kick for the Cats in the back pocket. They lead it by 6 points after 8 minutes. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
The Geelong doctor at the moment just on their phone, which is usually them chatting to the arc. So it looks like we'll get a concussion check on a Geelong player. Not certain who as yet.
Ollie Wiltshire, I reckon it is, Benny.
Yeah, he's sitting on the bench at the moment. It could be Ollie Wiltshire.
Thanks to Ben Cameron on the boundary. Guthrie at half-back.
Did a contest a couple of minutes ago with Ned Long, just on the half-forward flank for the Cats.
Adam Romanascus giving you all the information. Tanner Bruin has it at half-back. Geelong leading by 6 points. 8 minutes gone, opening term. Up the wing. Mullen dropped the mark. Nick Dacos off his chase. Got it away to Warple. Links up with Myers. Trying to give it back to Warple on the bounce. Ned Long lays the tackle. Warple taken across the boundary line. And the umpire says throw it in.
Just double grabbing a little bit, the Cats at the moment. They haven't been quite as clean and sharp. It's a real battle the defences are at the moment. They set up so well, both teams behind the ball.
Well, the Collingwood are allowing Geelong with a +1 behind the ball at the moment. So Collingwood, their +1 is up into the contest.
Lockie Schultz on the ground for the first time. Missed a couple of weeks of that syndesmosis injury. From the knockdown, Bailey Smith tried to volley it forward. Spills out to Warple. Sends a high ball inside 50. Puncher in front. Edwards almost took it on his chest. Spills out to Houston. How past Quainer running out of room in the back pocket. And across the boundary line. Throwing in the right forward pocket for Geelong, Rammer.
I just think if you do that with Geelong, you're allowing that to be Tom Stewart or Zach Guthrie. Yeah. They're just too good at setting up the ground there.
Dacos with 5. That's Nick. 5 early disposals. 1 kick, 4 handballs. 1 clearance from the boundary throw-in. Cameron grabs it out of the ruck in defensive 50. Sweeping hand pass straight to Myers, though, with the Cats. Good tackle in all of that. Caught him, ball and all. And it's holding the footy. Free kick for Harvey Harrison. Had to defend the fend off. And in the end, he gets up, takes the free kick, kicks it out on the full. Not the ending he would have hoped for. Hands possession straight back to the Cats. Ben Cameron.
Yeah, it is Ollie Wiltshire, Rummy. You're all over it. The doc has gone and grabbed him, and now they're heading down the race into the rooms for a little check.
O'Connor to a contest inside 50, and Howe punches it to the safety of the boundary line. A throw-in. Talk us through the collision, Ramo, that he was involved.
Oh, no, it was a fair collision. The ball was there. They both just clashed bodies. Obviously, there must have been a little bit of head-high contact, but we're just getting the replay of it now up on the screen. So all fair and legal what Ned Long did there.
Thrown in 45 metres out from Geelong's goal. Spills to Chris. Hand pass away. Josh Dacos turns it over. Bailey Smith to Myers. Outside 50. Hand pass to Warple. Opens up in front of him. Tries a way to kick loose for blitz out to Ollie Henry. Neither can take the mark. Spills off hands. Soccer towards the boundary line by Sidebottom. Claims 35 metres, but it rolls end over end and eventually over the line. It'll be a lasso free kick the way of the Cats.
Would have been a free kick under the old rules already.
Either way.
Sufficient intent. As Humphreys goes short to Jai Clark. Crowded forward 50 for the Cats. He hits it to the hot spot. Jeremy Howe floats through from the side of the pack and picks it off. This is what he does. He's so gifted in the air. Jeremy Howe swings it out to halfback for Chris. He goes down the boundary line, kicks it out too. We are at the MCG tonight. Not getting your pass, by the way. We've got a couple out of bounds on the full already. Ben Cameron downstairs.
Collingwood still think this is the warm-up. Little slow start. Maybe they haven't quite just adjusted into match tempo yet, Corb.
Cats take the free. Warple receives it inboard. Looks for Dempsey with springs in his boots. Gets up there, takes a superb one-on-one grab. Just use Jack Crisp for a bit of leverage, and he'll have a look at the sticks on the right forward pocket.
Well, Lindsay, go to Ollie Dempsey in that situation a lot. Just the athleticism there.
He's a beauty.
He times his leap so well. As a winger, he gets so deep inside Geelong's forward line. But he does that because he kicks goals. He's basically averages a goal a game.
Got the greatest licence in footy, I reckon.
So Dom Sheed pocket, kicks him about 30 metres out, up against the paint, right-footed drop-off, superb. But Mark deserved that finish. And Ollie Dempsey, his star continues to rise. A dozen minutes in, Geelong 2-1, Collingwood 1 behind. No late change here at the G. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas, Brett Delidio.
If you've got young players playing the wing, Rama, I'm not sure you send them to watch Ollie Dempsey. No. Because the way he does it, but it is unique. Exactly right. He'll read the cues and then slip forward really quickly so that he can get those opportunities where he's in the pocket. But the side know he's going to be there, you know. So and he's got guys with that strong defence where they can cover him off back the other way. But God, he's become such a reliable player in the front half and patrolling the wing.
So what's the fear? He gets 2 goal side sometimes.
I reckon
he's testing his opponent.
Always
to see how deep he's going to go. Now, if you're averaging a goal a game as a winger, you have to go.
You've got to go.
You've got no choice.
Up to 23 goals for the season for Ollie Dempsey. Back in the middle of the ground. McStay into the ruck, able to soccer it out to Nick Dacos, who volleys it out onto the wing. Lipinski runs onto it. In front of Clark. Hand pass to Schultz. Shoulder clean centre heels. Kicks inside 50 over to Goey. Membry at the back. Jack Henry spalls away from him. O'Sullivan worked out of it. De Goey goes sliding in. Tries to get it out to Anderson. Underground hand pass to Humphreys. Picked off. Got it back to Jack Henry. Under pressure. Found Clark in the back pocket. Now to Tom Stewart. The general in defence. Kick smothered by Lipinski. Ricochets out to O'Shea Mullen. Great transition. Hand pass out to Myers on the wing. Now to Sean Manor. Looks up to half forward. Has Jack Martin in space. He takes the mark at left half forward. Can he move it quickly? Has Ollie Henry all on his own in the left forward pocket. He gets it to him. And Dan Houston can't close that down. Close was in the goal square, but Ollie Henry has turned his back on that.
Well, it's tackle pressure and territory that Geelong are dominating at the moment. 13 tackles to 5 in this quarter. And 10 inside 50s to 6. So just not allowing Collingwood to breathe with ball in hand at the minute.
32 goals, 14 for Ollie Henry so far this season as he'll start in the gutter in the left forward pocket. Tough angle, 5 metres in from the boundary. It starts left, tries to work it back right. Not enough for the minor score. 2-2-14 the Cats to Collingwood 1 behind. 15 minutes gone. Opening term, Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Ollie Henry, of course, in that unenviable position. He was at Collingwood in 2022 when the Cats won it, and then he was at Geelong when the Pies won it a year later in 2023. How dangerous through the corridor, turns it over. Blitz ups for Geelong, gives it to Humphreys, kick smothered. Cats win it anyway. Atkins hands it away to Myers, who's locked up, and a baller. Centre half forward now for Geelong.
Such a pleasure watching 2 good sides go at it, isn't it?
That's a right on to start this game. An early 13-point buffer and then suffocating defensively. We got another ball up. Exactly what we'd hoped for to start round 21. A blockbuster to begin the round. The umpire goes over, which is always vaguely humorous. Ball spills to Frampton. Handball away to Lipinski. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Kicks Collingwood up to the wing. Bounce unkind from McCreary. O'Sullivan attacks it. Then moved out of the way by West. Handball's a turnover. Bruin wins it back. Geelong keep it in their front half. Handball to Humphries. Short kick to Myers. He's got support. Hand pass away to Blitzarves. Blitzarves lays it up to full forward. Floating across Houston. Calms it down and full back for Collingwood. Geelong by 13 points. They've kicked the only 2 goals in the opening 16 minutes.
Dan Houston looks at the various options, goes out wide for Jeremy Howe, who just marks inside the boundary line. In the back pocket of the punt road end. Geelong leading by 13 points. The Magpies were just 1 behind so far. Chips it over the top to Perryman. But they are hemmed in the moment by the Cats, so Perryman has to try and drive it as long as he can. Up to Shane Warne, stand wing. McStay's there, Membry as well. Blitzhouse brings it down. Crisp tries to tack it on. He couldn't do so successfully. Warple now is tackled to the turf. And Lockie Schultz blocks him up on the AFL logo on the outer side. The Cats 2-2-14 to Collingwood 1 behind. 16 minutes gone, opening term. Off hands. Tom Atkins got in down low. Can't get a clearance away. Crisp hand pass. Picked off by Mullen. Hand pass a little loose, but Myers made it work. Slaps it on to Manor. Looks up inside 50. Unselfishly centres it to Ollie Henry, who dribbles it towards goal, having played on. Lipinski diving. I don't know if he touched it.
No, he didn't either.
I think it clean bowled him. All clear. 3 goals to start the match for the Cats, and that's not what Pat Lipinski will want to watch back on the big screen. At the 3rd time of asking, Ollie Henry does kick a goal. And he probably will be thanking his lucky stars that the Collingwood defence didn't get a hand to it. 3-2-20 the Cats to the Magpies 1 behind. 17 minutes gone, opening term. As Rama and Liz get a look on the replay here.
Yeah, he's probably a little bit lucky that it did go through, because I reckon he could have probably used his numbers and ran it in a little bit more, Rama, but it was touched off the boot from Manor as he's tried to centre it into Ollie. I reckon he is very lucky. We'll just have a look at it. He hasn't dribbled it from a long way out. Lipinski's done everything right as a wingman, but hasn't touched it. Or has he?
That's cruel, isn't it?
I don't think he's
gone over the top of it.
Yep. No. The old Harbour Bridge.
Oh, goodness me. Whoopsie daisies.
Oh, how's he missed that?
He didn't even...
no, he didn't remonstrate, so he knows.
He knows.
Yep. He didn't think he had any bit of it whatsoever.
No, the Superman dive's not getting more than a 3 out of 10, is it?
No. He just plain missed it.
Yep. So early feedback on the run straight out into positions. Geelong like it. Collingwood don't.
I reckon.
Just 3.
I like the music. The music was good.
Yeah.
That got me up and going.
But do you reckon there's a place for that maybe we only play the theme song at the end?
Yep.
Oh, I don't mind that. I think you sing the song when you celebrate.
Yeah. It is weird that we welcome the opposition team to our venue if you're the home team and you play their theme song as part of it. Plays back underway, by the way, so the review's complete. It's a goal, as Clinchy called. So Nick Dacos gets the first clean possession out of the middle. The kick which goes in reverse, back to Howe. Marks in the back pocket, stabs his kick to Cameron, who marks it right half back. So work to do for the Magpies. They've given up a 19-point head start here to Geelong. 19 minutes into proceedings. The best and fairest winner kicks down the wing. McStay competes. Ball hits the deck. O'Sullivan attacks it and wins it for Geelong. Sweeps a hand pass forward. Close needs it to sit up. Does eventually. Runs into Cameron, who locks him up.
That's one of those ones you chase and Ramsey just like, sit with you.
Sit, please.
Did not want to. He knew the big fella was coming straight at him too.
The long sleeves on again tonight. Brad Close. Edwards went very early. Free kick Collingwood. Allen takes the advantage. Handball away to Long. His hand pass not the best. Knocked down by Atkins and McCreary runs it over.
Well, he looks up there, Ned Long. You've got Lockie Schultz providing a lead with Zach Guthrie right there. Then you've got Connor O'Sullivan, who's dropped out the back as a spare. Yet nobody kicked to him. Nobody. Just no leading target for Ned Long going down the line.
So as it's set up at the moment, Lawson Humphries is free across half back for Geelong, and it's Isaac Quainer for Collingwood. Cameron had a couple of goes. Now Nick Dacos is down, slow to rise, grabbing in his foot. There's Clark. It's Jai Clark, dodges through traffic, looks up, kicks looking for the target in Edwards. It's spoiled away from him and running onto it, Perryman for Collingwood. Now pass to Lipinski across half back. Now Nick Dacos does mark just in front of you, Ben Cameron.
Yeah, maybe a little rope-a-dope there from Nick Dacos playing possum. He got up and he was sprinting for that lead and taking the mark.
And he finds his brother Josh in the middle of the ground. Kicks for McStay, who leads out to his right. He marks from just inside 50, and everyone's on Nick Dacos' watch.
He's either got
Cameron's way.
Someone's either stood on that foot very hard, or there's a little sprain or something in there.
Looks like he's touching the top of his foot on the bench.
There's the replays.
Oh, no, a little roll.
Roll with the
right ankle.
How important is this kick for Dan McStay? Directly in front, 50 out from home, to try and give something for Collingwood to get going. He strikes it beautifully. And as you heard then, he didn't look like missing. Collingwood are on the board at the 21-minute mark of the opening term. Geelong 3-2-20 to the Magpies 1-1-7. Dan McStay, the leading goal kicker for the Magpies this season with 34 goals. A career best for him. And how the Magpies needed that. Brett Delidio and Adam Romanascus.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that the 10 leads, Nick Dacos? It's been a quiet 10.
There's been a lot of handballs, a lot of back half, I feel, Rama. We looked at his heat map, that's where most of it would be. That was probably his most damaging touch that he just had there before he come off the ground. But you're right, they needed that goal, Collingwood. They've had their fair share of the footy. I mean, 77 touches to 76, but it's the inside 50s that are damning at the moment.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, the most creative foot in football is being worked on at the moment with the ankle of Nick Dacos. So it is his right ankle or on that foot that they are working on. The sock is off. I imagine they'll strap it up. He doesn't look overly concerned.
It's interesting, they were feeling for the foot, though, as opposed to the rolled ankle. And interesting, they took the boot off. Sometimes it can blow up big time when you do that, can't it?
Absolutely.
Anyway, we'll watch that.
Fingers crossed.
Nick Dacos continues getting treatment on the bench. Free kick out of the middle of the Cats' way. Atkins puts it inside 50. House spoils. It comes down to Pendlebury in tight confines here. Got it away to Quaynor. Kick picked off. Ollie Henry to Ollie Dempsey. Through the sticks. Nice. Dempsey's got two. And Geelong answers straight back. And the Cats have been spotted the first three in this game, and they lead essentially by that margin. 4-2 to 1-1. It's a 19-point buffer for Geelong. 22 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So he's got the matchup on that wing, Ollie Dempsey.
We had Chris early.
And then it went to side bottom. So I'm just waiting to see who goes out there now. Well, it's Jack Chris. I think Dempsey's going to come off here for a spell.
Yeah.
So that's where Chris has got it. Or he's just swapped wings. That's what he's done, Ollie Dempsey here.
I don't want to play all the defenders guessing. Yeah, I'll tell you who I've been impressed with is young Mitch Edwards. I feel like he's really trying to test out Darcy Cameron and get hard forward on him. Hasn't clunked him just yet, but he's really trying to test out the older, more experienced ruckman.
Back in the middle of the ground, Edwards one down the tap against Darcy Cameron. To go onto it, losing his footing. Hand pass out, bullied up to half forward by Darcy Cameron. Anderson wrestling with Mark O'Connor. The Geelong Irishman gets back and gets the hand pass away to Tanner Bruin. Sends it up the wing. Close knocked it on to Bailey Smith. He softens it up towards half forward. Can Martin get there? He can, just in front of the boundary line for Quaynor to get an important touch to make sure it was a lasso free kick.
So we're getting the images of Nick Dacos at the moment. Ben Cameron's right down there, but I've never seen a player just get his ankle massage. He's not getting the ankle strap.
It's not even strapped.
He's putting the sock back on now.
Come to your way in a minute, Benny. Edwards one down the tap, got it to Bailey Smith, back to Edwards, couldn't get full penetration on the kick. Warple tries to knock it away, only as far as Pendlebury. Out past to Perryman, he's tackled, squeezed the kick up the wing. On the bounce, it's just wide of Anderson, and a lasso free kick going the way of the Cats. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
So, yeah, they've kind of almost just massaged Nick's foot. He did finish 2025 with a little bit of bone stress in that right foot as well. So this is just a watch at the moment with Nick Dacos. He's got the boot back on, though. It looks like he'll be fine to continue, but I'll have a close eye on him right throughout the night.
I know one thing, everybody likes the foot massage, Lids.
Oh, yeah.
They just relax you at the end of the day.
Does every player get a foot massage, though, Rama?
Well, a lot of when they're having their massage during the week, a lot will get their feet massaged.
3 squats.
His workday's just started. So 10 disposals for Nick. He's got in his opening term, and after the treatment on his right ankle, he's ready to go again. The free kick was straight into the man on the mark from the boundary throwing. Collingwood win it. Angus Anderson, who laid the smother on the mark and now unloads from outside 50, is off target, so behind. So Cats by 3 goals, 4-2. Collingwood a 1-2. We're 25 minutes in. No late change here at the G. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Humphreys into Dempsey, who's kicked 2 goals. Around the back to Stewart. Kicks up to Close. Keep the ball moving. Hand pass to O'Connor. Gets it away to Graham Myers. O'Connor then puts on the block on Houston. Gains him an extra 10 metres. Myers sidesteps long. Almost ran into side bottom into the pocket. Looking for Neil. Frampton was well positioned. Ball knocked out of his hands. The umpire said it was an arm jolt. And Billy Frampton, really the lone tall in defence for Collingwood with an undersized Jeremy Howe. Gets a free kick in the back pocket. Geelong leading by 18 points. Frampton sends it long up the wing. In the direction of West. He's outnumbered though. Jack Henry rings it down. Stewart gets a hand pass forward for Geelong. Houston didn't take it cleanly and he just fumbles it over the boundary line. And throw in under the Olympic stand. Geelong 4-2-26. Collingwood 1-2-8. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Graham Myers already made the boot change, kicking it at 30%, so he's like, right, those pink ones, they're out.
They're all out.
Nick's on the ground. Oisin Mullen there to greet him. The Pies lay a block for him at the stoppage as Pendlebury stands in front of Mullen, but the Cats win the footy. Blitzarves, hand pass to no one in particular, and Nick Dacos wins it. Handball releases Perryman. Swings it out wide for Schultz. Handball to Allen. Allen's hand pass out to West. West gives it back to Schultz. Lifts a hand pass into the path of Allen. Needs the Sunday hop. Gets it. Snaps. Can't score. And O'Sullivan, the goalkeeper, takes the mark right in the goal mouth. 26.5 minutes in. Geelong by 3 goals. Cats back the other way. O'Sullivan to Polkinghorn, who pushed his space and shoved Quaynor in the back, gives away the free.
Well, there was no arm extension or anything. Oh, well, that's not good forward craft anymore, I don't think.
Isaac Quaynor takes the free kick for Collingwood. Veers out to the right and pokes it into the pocket. The target is West. Lawson Humphreys reaches over the top and spoils it out of play. A boundary throw in.
What was it? Ben Cameron on the boundary?
Ollie Wiltshire is back for the Cats. He's been cleared to continue 21 minutes on the bench for him with that concussion check.
What was the line? You can hold your space, but you can't create space. Is that what they're laying out there?
They just look like good forward craft to me, but...
So Wiltshire had that head clash with Ned Long, given the green light to resume. Cameron wins down the tap. That's Darcy Cameron for Collingwood. Tanner lost his footing. Almost awkwardly ran into a dead end. He spills out the way of Stewart. Kick smothered. Tough ball to be won. Tanner Bruin just sockers it off the ground. Up to half back. No chance to try and clear it from Shannon Neal. Pendlebury gathers. Hand pass to Crisp. Off a step from 52. Long towards the goal square. Stewart in from the side. Great support for Guthrie. Takes the juggling mark for Geelong.
Goes short to Blitzarves. Handball away to Guthrie, who kicks along the boundary line and finds his intended target in Jai Clark. Spence played some really nice footy after being recalled off the back flank. Third game back. Long kick to a pack on the wing. Howe went early and Shannon Neal takes the mark amongst about 4 or 5 others. Turns and drives it deep forward. Early sitting all of that from Martin. Couldn't come down with the footy. Pies scoop it up. Handball goes out wide from Lipinski to Houston. He runs out of real estate. And a boundary throw in half forward for Geelong. There's the Jack Martin early lead.
Yeah, touch early. I like the Shannon Neal mark, though. Yeah. Matty Richardson used to call that shelving. It's like you're putting a couple of books up on top of the shelf.
Thrown back in. Cameron wins down the tap against Edwards, but Atkins sharks it. Tries to get a hand pass inside 50. Well kept alive. One way, then the other by Manor. Went in with it in. They caught him in the end. Holding the ball. Took on one, took on two. And in the end, Josh Dacos was beaten, but Ned Long certainly wasn't.
Just kick it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you reckon?
Pretty simple.
Yeah.
Somehow Scott Pendlebury's got the free kick. So the game's record holder. There's a bit going on off the ball between Nick Dacos and Brian Myers. Up towards the wing, and West presents. Chest out, takes it. Gets the hand pass away to Nick Dacos. 11 disposals in the first quarter. Hand pass to brother Josh. To Crisp. Looks up on the wing. Anderson's out number 2 on 1. O'Sullivan and Blitzhouse took out each other. O'Sullivan first on it. Good tackle by Long. Not rewarded. Myers gathers. Kicks out to Edwards. Tries to reel it in with the one hand. Has to now get around Crisp. Hand pass inboard to Jai Clark. Cuts on his right. Sends it inside 50. Polkinghorn the target. And holds the mark. Juggled it with his right arm. Jeremy Howe thought he did enough, nudging it underneath. But what an athletic display from Jai Polkinghorn as he just controlled it with his right hand to take the mark.
Oh, we got away with one there, Connor O'Sullivan.
Little throw, was it?
Yeah, little throw there.
Didn't see it. Fancy that. Yeah, that's it's the luck of the draw.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. Sometimes you get away with it, sometimes you don't.
That was a great forecraft, though, Jai Polkinghorn. He's provided a real spark up forward for them since coming into the side.
And just his third game of AFL footy. Jay Polkinghorn comes in, out to the right from 45. It's a good-looking kick. And the rapid rise continues as it goes just ahead of the quarter-time siren. And it's enough to give Geelong a handy break. 5 goals to 1 in the opening term as they lead by 24 points. The Cats 5-2-32 to Collingwood 1-2-8. 2 goals to Ollie Dempsey. Individuals to Shannon Neal, Ollie Henry, and Jay Polkinghorn just ahead of the quarter-time siren. So he's kicked 5 goals in his 3 games so far. While for Collingwood, their long goal came through Dan McStay.
Game high lead, 24 points Geelong's way at quarter time. A couple of other things in that opening quarter. Nick Dacos had some work done on his right ankle, but he's the chief possession getter on the ground with 12, 5 kicks, 7 hand passes despite the tag from Oisin Mullen. Meanwhile, Ollie Wiltshire, he had a head injury assessment, but as Ben told us, back on the bench and expected to join back in this game. The thoughts of Rammer and Leeds coming up in just a moment. We're into round 21 of the AFL Premiership season. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Okay, let's do it. The ABC Listen app now has a space just for kids and families. The only place for new episodes of Bluey Listen Along. Radio, podcasts and routines. I love it. Everything families need anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Over the top to Tom Atkins, drives along to full forward. In the pack, Neal reaches up and pulls it down. An imposing figure, only 15 metres out from goal at the punt road end. Shannon Neal, in the absence of Jeremy Cameron, puts through the opening goal of the night. Goal umpire a couple of steps to his left, but the Cats on the board inside a minute, courtesy of Shannon Neal.
Cats take the free. Warple receives it inboard. Looks for Dempsey with springs in his boots. Gets up there, takes a superb one-on-one grab. Just use Jack Crisp for a bit of leverage, and he'll have a look at the sticks in the right forward pocket. Up against the paint, right-footed dropper, superb. The Marks deserved that finish. And Ollie Dempsey, his star continues to rise.
Slaps it on to Manor, looks up inside 50, unselfishly centres it to Ollie Henry, who dribbles it towards goal, having played on. Lipinski diving, I don't know if he touched it.
No, we didn't either.
I think a clean bowled him. All clear. 3 goals to start the match for the Cats, and that's not what Pat Lipinski will want to watch back on the big screen. Kicks for McStay. He leads out to his right. He marks from just inside 50. How important is this kick for Dan McStay? Directly in front, 50 out from home, to try and give something for Collingwood to get going. He strikes it beautifully. And as you heard then, he didn't look like missing. Collingwood are on the board at the 21-minute mark of the opening term.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the opening term. The Cats have started like they've been shot out a cannon. 5-2-32. They lead Collingwood 1-2-8. No late change here at the MCG. Leading in, Nick Dacos, some work on his ankle, but he's had 12 in the opening term. Unfortunately, though, for Collingwood supporters, it hasn't mattered much. A 24-point lead for the Cats. They're the talking point out of this opening term. Brett Delidio, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
No, you're right, Corb. And those 12, I mean, yes, mate, you're always happy with 12 in the first quarter, right? And you've got off to a good start. You're testing your tagger out. But he is... Every single one of them, 100% of them have been in the back half.
Wow.
So if you're Chris Scott and Oisin Mullen, you're like, yeah, you can have 50 of them if you like in the back half. You're not doing any damage.
Yeah.
Because their ability and what they've been able to do, Geelong, is gets a +1 behind Tom Stewart, Connor O'Sullivan, Jack Henry, Blitzarv's dropping back there. Their ability to get back and support each other. And how many times have they been able to thwart that? It's been... they're controlling the game, the Cats. But what I've also noticed is their ability just to want to go and test out that Collingwood defence. We know how good they are at supporting each other. Yes, they're missing Maynard more in that back half, but their ability to want to move the footy and really test out the back half of the Pies has been first class.
So where's Collingwood's number then for the +1?
Well, that's at the midfield. Well, they're at the source.
They bring it up to try and squash it and trying to generate run and carry to get through to get their forwards a look. But unfortunately, when they do break through, their forwards have just been eaten up by the Cats are so good at handing over and just saying, you get him, that's all right. It doesn't matter who my opponent is.
Is it handovers? Time to even it up? and put
if they leave either Stewart, Guthrie or Blitzarves as free, they're going to have a very, very long night. The ball's just going to keep coming back the other way. So Geelong have had 19 inside 50s that quarter.
Yeah.
And I reckon 10 of them were generated from the back half of the ground. So that's a real worry for me. So if I'm Craig McRae, their forward line has always been a question mark. So to allow probably one of the best back lines in the last decade to have one free all night, I think it's a big, big no-no.
So is that, as we said at the start of the broadcast, Chris Scott's won 5 of the 7 times in which they have faced off, so that pressure in which Collingwood is so reliant on to force the errors for Geelong.
What Collingwood they love to play with the ball in motion and going downhill. So you saw right in front of us, it was 3-4 handballs, and Ed Allen, O'Sullivan marked the ball in the goal square. So that's what they'll try to do. They'll think they can run the ball at him. But if Geelong's pressure is up, which it was in that quarter, they've had 19 tackles in that quarter, Collingwood simply won't be able to run the ball at it because the ball will be stopped at the source constantly.
Yeah, it's been like they are humming tonight. They look so swift on pitch. Slick. No Holmes, no Jeremy Cameron, no Dangerfield. Sam DeConey looked an integral part of it. He was laid out with illness last week. He didn't even come back in.
No.
So he's an emergency tonight. I'm surprised that they look that good and that locked in without missing so many key pieces.
They've always been a system-based team with superstars. So the superstars play well in a system for Geelong.
But if you take your 2 best players out of any team in the competition...
Well, usually there's a critical mass.
But it's talent is spread so thin nowadays. You've got 18 teams, soon to be 19. It's phenomenal.
Myers started the game well. He's that conduit, isn't he? He links them up so well. Tom Atkins gets the work inside. Dempsey out in the wing, being able to test him out forward of the play and kick 2 goals already.
So Mullen stands next to Nick Dacos as we get ready to start quarter number 2. Geelong with a 4-goal head start in the game. As we start the second term, now Bailey Smith, first possession, hands it straight to Pendlebury. His handball a turnover. Trying to get it to Nick Dacos. Edwards steals it, kicks inside 50. Bouncing footy in the pocket for Geelong. Polkinghorn, handball over the top to Ollie Henry. Intercepted by Perryman and gives it away to Houston. And Houston from the back pocket. Long kick for Collingwood out to half-back. Stewart punches it away from Harrison. Ball hits the deck. Pies win it. Lipinski, handball away to Harrison. He retreats back by hand to Lipinski. Off the back flank, kicks down the wing, turnover. Here's Edwards.
I like the start of his game. I think he's really trying to get involved and test out the opposition rucks.
Runs and carries. No one stands the mark, so puts it to full forward for Ollie Henry. And here he is again against his old team.
Yeah. He just slipped Harry Perryman.
Yeah, he did.
Perryman was feeling for the body, and Ollie Henry steps around and then just got free access to a great set of hands.
Ollie Henry to double up against his old team. He's hit the fat part of the footy.
He's not sure.
I think he snuck it through. He has. He didn't look confident at all.
Wow.
They'll count all the same. We're 7 seconds into the second term.
What do we need there, Corb?
6-2 to 1-2. We need the GAA Hawkeye, the extended post. That's what we need from the Gaelic footy final last week. A second for Ollie Henry, a 30-point lead for Geelong, and already alarm bells for Craig McRae and his Magpies.
Well, they're away now. Like a 5-goal lead, okay, it doesn't sound much in modern football, but the Pies don't look like it at the moment. 50 kicks, 58 handballs they've had for the game, and they're kicking at 56%, the Pies. So just giving the ball back constantly, inviting pressure with handball from Geelong. So concerning even this early in the second quarter for the Pies.
He's also had 5 score involvements, Ollie Henry, alongside his 2 goals too. So here's a threat for Geelong inside the forward 50. Edwards gets it down to Bailey Smith. A centre bounce clearance for Geelong. Long towards. Well, Blitzavs was in front. Shannon Neal came charging out, and somehow Mark Blitzavs claims the mark in front position. Yeah. He is so versatile.
When he's playing as a half-forward flanker, he's got Dan Houston. He'd be giving away 10 centimetres at least. Houston.
Yeah.
He just read that ball in flight better and knew that no one really crashes into your back these days, do they? So, well read. Usually pretty sound set shot too, Rammer, I reckon.
One of the AFL's most versatile players, the most games for a player coming off the rookie list. Mark Blitzavs to continue the charge for the Cats. Puts it through. 7 of the first 8 goals in the match, and they are stretching it wide here to start the second quarter. They lead by 36 points. 7-2-44 the Cats to Collingwood 1-2-8. It's 2 goals in 3 minutes. Lids and Rammer on ABC Sport.
Well, we're just getting the concerned look of Craig McRae trying on the boundary, trying to find answers, but very hard to find answer when it comes out of the centre bounce like that. It was a neutral tap. Bailey Smith just reacted quicker than Ed Allen, and then Smith puts it to a dangerous spot inside forward 50. And as Lynch mentioned, Blitzards had Dan Houston as a direct opponent, so just put the arms up. Houston couldn't get near it.
Now the player from the side couldn't get a hand to it either.
Restart back in the middle. Warple, first disposal for Geelong. Gives it to Bruin, to Stewart. Hand pass to Edwards. Cats all over it again. Handball back to Warple. He shares it wide by hand.
Great kick.
The kick is superb from O'Connor. Spots up the man at centre half forward in Manor, who turns, plays on, drives it deep forward. Running back with it. Puncher just reels it in on the goal line.
He'd shoot from anywhere short, Manor, wouldn't he? He loves a shot on goal. What are we checking here? It was a clean mark.
They want to go upstairs. The soft call.
Did he juggle it?
Soft calls a mark.
I think that's a mark.
There's the goal umpire's ruling. They just want to check it up top. By the way, we are 4 minutes into the quarter. 2 goals to zip, and the centre bounce clearance is 3 to zip.
And 4 inside 50s to zip.
Amazing. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Craig Close. I'll just wait for this call.
Mark Pay, free to continue. As are you, Ben?
Yeah, Brad Close started this quarter on the spin bike. He's then had his right thigh strap. So, given those two things, I'm assuming he's got a little bit of a corky in that right thigh.
Ben Cameron on the boundary's edge as the kick there from Puncher trying to clear the defensive arc only as far as Dempsey. The young man who's kicked 2 already. We're less than 5 minutes into the second term. It's already a 38-point game. All Geelong lays it up to the hot spot. They come from all directions. Spills down to Neal, trying to pop it through for a goal. His kick smothered. Cameron clearing kick to half-back. Again intercepted. O'Sullivan got it. Walls close in fast, and he's tackled right on the 50. Right half forward here for Geelong.
You don't get out of a McCreary tackle too often, do you? He's a pretty powerful unit.
36 points, by the way. Correction on that score. 36 for Geelong.
5 inside 50s for the Cats to start this second quarter. The Pies haven't got a pass halfway. Warple taken high, got down low. And Dacos got him over the shoulder. So it's about to be 6 inside 50s. Inside 6 minutes of the second quarter. Warple, who was toiling away in the VFL, having come across from the Hawks, puts it to the teeth of goal. Frampton in front. Edwards spoils from behind for Geelong. Bailey Smith running onto it. Jags it towards the top of the goal square. Polkinghorn's there. Howe works him underneath. This time keeping his feet grounded. Jeremy Howe takes the mark. Chips it over the top to Perryman. Collingwood on the overlap. Hand pass to Lipinski. Gestures for someone to lead up the wing. He's got to clear Jack Henry. Memory of the target. Jack Henry gets a hand to it and sees it out of play. Centre of the Shane Warne stand wing. Geelong leading by 36 points. 6 minutes gone. Second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's a bit fresh out there, Ben. I notice you're going with the aqua hoodie tonight and the hood on from my position up here, I can see.
Yeah, it is just a little bit chilly, sort of 10 degrees, and little breeze is just Arctic.
Oh, not the little. I thought it was a fashion statement you were rolling with.
Did you underestimate the coolness, Ben, tonight?
That's about as predicted. Someone's kindly given me hand warmers, which I appreciate.
I like it. Boundary Joan, free kick for Nick Dacos. 6-goal lead for Geelong. 7 minutes into the second term. Short kick out wide for Cameron, who marks against the boundary line. No relation to our own Cameron. Darcy here.
There's no possible way those two could be related.
Different genetics. Gets down to half forward and intercepted there at half back by O'Connor.
Be like the famous movie Twins. Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito.
Well, the harsh part is Benny would like a right reply normally for this. Mark O'Connor has it at half-back. Sends it up the wing. Shannon Neal presents. Can't take the mark. Off hands to Goey. Tries to gather it on the second bite. Got it to Frampton. Feeds it back to Puncher. One way then the other. Hand pass to Frampton. Trying to get around Edwards. Got him by the back of the jumper. Had to release a hand pass. Up to Nick Dacos. Little toe poke. Chopped off by O'Shea Mullen. The tagger wins that battle. Hand pass up to Dempsey. Gets it away to Myers. Back to O'Shea Mullen. At left half forward. He bursts away from Nick Dacos. Pokes into the pocket. Why not? Manners all on his own. He opens up the angle and curls through another for Geelong. They're red hot in this second quarter. 3 unanswered goals in 8 minutes. And they are out by 42 points inside 8 minutes. Geelong 8-2, 50 to Collingwood 1-2-8. They are bursting this game open at the seams. Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport.
Well, the way they get out there, and we were talking about this earlier, is Ollie Dempsey sits forward of the play. So he's a free man all by himself. Call it cheating, but it's also smart. You know, his ability to read what's going on and be out the front of the stoppage, which gives him that out and then creates overlap. You know, Oshie Mullen goes off the top of that, and then someone else has to trade up, which then leaves Manor all by himself in the pocket. He's got an ability just to he can knock through an easy goal.
They're going to even up right over, across the entire ground here to Pies there. What are they now? 7 down. 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes into this second quarter.
Been a powerful statement so far. Edwards hooks it down to Smith. Tumbles a kick out to half forward. Blitzharps and Quain all tangle. Ball comes out close. Handball releases Clark. Sweeps it inside the forward 50. Awkward half volley pick up for Neal. He cleans it up. Gives it back to Clark. Cats work their way through. Kicks inside 50. The two Ollies leap up. Dempsey and Henry. Ball comes down to Neal. Hands it to Henry. Took on the tackler's lost.
So
holding the ball.
So you lock the game down. Then you try going at half time. 5. Maybe 4 goals down if you can sneak a couple.
8 goals to 1. Oh, that's a dangerous kick. In the defensive 50. Dempsey intercepts. Handball away to Wally Henry. Lifts it over to Myers. From the goal line, pumps it through. Geelong, ruthless. What a powerful display. And they have spotted Collingwood 9 of the first 10 in this game. A phenomenal start from the Cats, and already it's a 48-point spread. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, all Geelong 9-2. They lead Collingwood 1-2.
Oh, you hear teams and coaches talk about pressing up. That's a perfect example there for Dempsey. He left the tee space.
Yep.
Collingwood go for a try, take that kick to the corridor to try to generate some offence. Dempsey's there, gets a fist in. 1 handball, 2 handball goals. So they're all over him.
They're sharp, aren't they?
Yeah, they look quicker, they look faster, they look better organised at the moment, the Cats. Collingwood are allowing 3 Geelong players. I mentioned they've got to even up numbers now.
Cameron one down the tap, trying to get it to Ed Allen. Nowhere to bust clear as Atkins lays the tackle. It's 27-11, the inside 50s. Cats are running rampant at the moment. Edwards wins down the tap to Dempsey. Just throws it on the boot. It goes straight up in the air. Edwards and Cameron underneath it. They try and have another ruck battle. Spills to Dempsey. Kicks it straight into Ned Long. He gathers. Sends it up to half forward. And West takes the mark. Collingwood with a rare 4A forward. Hand pass to Anderson. Into the pocket looking for Membry. Jack Henry makes the spoil. Tanner Bruin sweeps in. Gets the hand pass away to O'Sullivan. It's away in a flash for the Cats. They clear from half back. Although Cameron's well set. It's Darcy Cameron on the wing. And takes the intercepting mark for Collingwood.
It's a 48-point game. 9 goals to 1. Geelong all over Collingwood. One was billed as a blockbuster and a top 6 eliminator. And they look like they're in different leagues at the moment. It's Frampton away to Quaynor, who marks at half back. 11 gone in the second. Short to Allen. Again in the slow play, Collingwood. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, Jay Polkinghorn's been down here just getting a few tests on a bicep. So they've sort of strapped it up his right bicep. Looks okay to continue, but a watch.
Well, guess what's happened, Ben? Another turnover in their defensive half for Collingwood. Mullen picks it off, gives it to O'Connor, kicks inside 50, and Jai Clark marks it right half forward, 47 metres out. And this has been suffocating defensively for Collingwood tonight.
They're picking them apart with their feet too, though, Ramon. Every time you think that Collingwood are in a good spot, and they probably feel like they're in a good spot, but their kicking has been elite from the Cats. Just waited enough to get over that guy, which then allows them. Another one has to roll up. Just keep picking holes in them.
Just to make it a 9-goal gap in the game. As Jai Clark in the end hooks his kick into the forward pocket. They all punch it through for a rush behind. 49 points, Geelong's lead. We're only a dozen minutes into the second term. Still so early. Ben Cameron.
Busy night down here. Harry Perryman has come to the bench. He's gone down the race with the Docs. I'm not exactly sure what for. I'll come back to you.
Houston's kick up the wing, intercepted by Jack Henry. Geelong take it back. Hand pass to Ollie Dempsey, who takes a bounce, draws an opponent. Hand pass to Myers, chips it inboard. Nick Dacos. Ollie Henry pinches it over the top. Well, Dacos thought he had it covered. Henry came flying in from the side and just had the reach.
Yeah, they're rolling the ball on at every opportunity here, Geelong. They know they're...
Stand by, Ram. Ollie Henry's decided just to poke it to the top of the goal square. Martin's the target. Sport away from him. Ricochets out to Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Quainer. Trying to get some overlap run. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Back to Quainer. Tucks the footy under his arm. Looks up. Has Schultz in a 2-on-1. Tries to put it out in front of him. He runs onto it on the members wing. One way then the other. Zach Catherick on him. Wins the battle. He's paid a big free kick.
Oh, mate, he put his head into the ground there.
I don't know that's a dangerous tackle, but that's what the umpire has seen.
So Schultz, handball goes out wide to side bottom. Side bottom kicks inside 50. There's cats everywhere. Justice.
3-on-1.
Humphries takes the intercept mark. So you thought the man being tackled contributed to that lift?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's happening too much.
Jack Henry, dangerous handball. Sold Bailey Smith under a bit of pressure. Now a turnover. Pies win it back. Hand pass away to Anderson. Got it from Chris. Shoots goalward, misses.
What I was going to say, I think Geelong recognise they've got a chance to actually put this game away before half-time.
14 minutes into the second term. It is Geelong by 48 points. They lead at 9 goals to 1.
Collingwood's only goal through Dan McStay came at the 21-minute mark of the opening quarter. Loose kick from Ollie Dempsey. Missed the intended target of O'Sullivan, and Jack Crisp will take it at right half forward, but it does allow Geelong with the ball out of play to get numbers back. Chris veers out to the left, drives it into the pocket, looking for Schultz. Can't take the mark with the arms outstretched away from Guthrie. Spills down to Membry, tries to curl around his body. Something out of nothing. Did Jack Henry get a touch onto it? They need to clear the line. And then the umpire said they're shepherding on the goal line regardless. It's not going to matter. And it will be a Geelong free kick. Everything's going the Cats way at the moment. And Jack Henry denies them the chance to score.
Well, I haven't seen one of those given in many, many years, Gorb.
You could usually protect yourself at all times on the goal line.
You could almost commit murder on the goal line.
Cats trying to come out of the fence. There's more intervention here. Holding the ball to call, and it's going to be a Geelong free. It's a tackle late on Houston, so Dempsey will win it back after his earlier blooper, so he's got it defensive side of the wing.
I reckon Geordie to go. He's playing like he was sick during the week at the moment. He can't get in out of second gear, can he?
Kicks down the wing here. Dempsey trying to stay at a fair bit of it. No mark. Spills down to Josh Dacos. Hand pass out. Straight to Neil. Neil locked up in the puncher tackle and a ball up.
Or is it just Mark O'Connor doing a damn good job?
I'm with you, Lids.
He's training a couple of times this week. Jordan DeGoey is Lids outlined with illness as Atkins high bomb inside 50 and Frampton there at fullback to pick it off. I'm expecting a humdinger to start round 21. At the moment we've just seen one team humming, and that's Geelong. And they've put an 8-goal gap in the game, 9-3 to 1-3. Kick comes out wide to McCreary, who marks defensive side of the wing, so a 48-point lead for Geelong.
Sends it up towards Anderson, who almost reels in the mark. Stewart couldn't get there in the end, so he does get an arm chop and a free kick for Collingwood between wing and half forward. Trying to move it quickly to one-on-ones inside 50. Looking for West. It clears he and O'Sullivan. It'll stay in play. Jack Henry gets there. Schultz lays the tackle and sees him out of play. Left forward pocket for Collingwood at the punt road end. It's the Cats by 48 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
We think it's a hamstring injury for Harry Perryman. Does have a little bit of a history with hamstring issues. Had one earlier this year.
Thanks, Benny. Collingwood chasing just their second goal of the match. Blitzarves against McStay. Blitzarves wins down the tap. Humphries can't break clear as Pendlebury locks him up. It's 40 metres out from Collingwood's goal.
He's not long back from one, is he, Benny? I don't reckon.
No. Trying to loft. Blitzarves and McStay tangle. Harrison tries to tap it to his own advantage. Dempsey gets a hand pass out to Jai Clark and now to Warple. Kicks out to vacant space. On the Shane Warnstein wing. Quainer will get there first in front of Jack Martin. He backpedals, looking for options. Sidesteps Martin, looks up to the 50. Kicks looking for Nick Dacos. Mullen makes the spoil. O'Connor gathers, hand pass to Guthrie, kick a little wide, looking for Jack Martin, can't reel it in. Quainer has another go. Hand pass off the outside of the wrist. Gets a hand pass out to Nick Dacos. Sends a high ball inside 50. In front, West! It takes the mark against two Geelong defenders. That was really in hope more than anything else. Charlie West doing his chances no disservice by just standing in the right position and putting his hands in the air.
Yeah, great set of hands. He's in a tussle there with Connor O'Sullivan. Just outpointed him, didn't he? His ability to go up and then be sticky with his mitts. Half the job done. Now he's just got to knock it through.
He's been the leading goal scorer in the VFL for Collingwood this season. How do they need one here? Charlie West out to the right from 45 metres out, shooting for Collingwood's second goal, and he misses. Hits the post into the right goal post and a minor score. So 1-4-10 Collingwood to Geelong 9-3-57. The Cats are booted. 4 unanswered goals so far in this second quarter. 18 minutes gone on ABC Sport.
Humphreys to O'Sullivan in the back pocket. Long kick up to the wing, and Jeremy Howe just plucks it over the head of Brad Close. Collingwood with some repeat entries here. Comes wide with the kick. West the target. Makes contact mid-air with his opponent. Ball spills to the boundary line, and now it's out. Good collision that. O'Connor, the other man involved.
Just tighten up a little bit here, Collingwood, haven't they? They haven't allowed Geelong to get
the numbers out a little bit.
Yeah.
Slow the tempo down. Gain some territory.
That with a few errant kicks, I think it's tighten the game up.
Half forward for the Pies. Boundary throwing 40 metres out from their goal. McStay wins the hit out, but the clearance for the Cats. Warple tumbles it up to the wing. Josh Dacos there to intercept. Wins it for the Magpies. Hand pass away to side bottom. Retreats back by hand. Now they're in the defensive half. Away to Puncher. Kicks laterally to Howe. Howe's handball finds Pendlebury. Pendlebury on the logo. Comes out further wide and finds Lipinski. Between wing and half forward, and there's plenty of white jumpers back for Geelong. Lipinski into the pocket, leaping up Membry, fair bit of it, no mark. Spills down to Harrison, he's crunched in the tackle, and the ump says ball up. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Harry Perryman is done for the day, so ice low on his left hamstring, got the jacket on, his 8th game back from a hamstring injury.
Thanks, Ben. All over it lives. Second one of the year for Harry Perryman as Lipinski from the stoppage kicks to full forward. Pack competes. Dempsey can't mark. Spills to Smith. Handball away. Sullivan drilled in the crisp tackle. And two managerial stablemates involved in a little battle there. We've got a ball up forward pocket here for Collingwood.
Thrown up McStay and Edwards spills out. Anderson can't take it. Warple lost it in the tackle. Thrillbird booted it. Gets it somehow to half back. Jack Martin dropped the mark. Ran into Quainer. Tackle was slightly high.
High fend off? Or against?
Oh, yeah. Yes, it was.
Yeah,
I didn't really initially point, but he's now deemed that.
Oh, yeah, that was high, all right.
Made contact high, and Isaac Quainer, who certainly.
That's just trying to protect your space.
Oh, unfortunately, he's cracked into him, and the umpires have spotted that it's been high.
We got the benefit of a slow replay. I've argued this already a couple of years ago. When you're just trying to protect your space here to try and get your arms free, what is he supposed to do?
Isaac Quainer hasn't kicked the goal so far this season, only 5 for his career. But how Collingwood would love one here. Quainer from outside 50, sets flight, won't have the distance to the goal square, but stay up on the shoulders, can't take the mark. Mark O'Connor has it held to him. As West and Schultz both lay the tackle, only about 5 metres out from Collingwood's goal.
Susceptible to the high ball at the moment, the Cats in defence.
Winning some territory here. Collingwood, can they put it on the board? McStay couldn't quite trap it, trying to throw his boot at it. Spills to Long. He's locked up, another stoppage. 47-point lead for Geelong. 6 to go in the second. 9 of the first 10 goals in the game. Edwards down to Warple. Warple tackled. Another ball up. They do this well, don't they, the Cats? Just hang in there. And the weighted numbers and the territory against them. And they get out of it. Sticky situation here. Jack Henry tries to clear the area straight to Lipinski. Handball to Nick Dacos. Handball to Schultz. His handball out of play. And the umpire says spin that in left forward pocket here for the Magpies, but they're dealing with just about every player inside their forward 50 Collingwood. 47-point lead for Geelong here. Time on in Q2.
The Cats only play the 3 forwards, so Jeremy Howe's all on his own in the middle of the MCG as the loose player in defence for Collingwood. Thrown in McStay, Edwards, ricochets off Edwards, Pendlebury clever, got it to Schultz, couldn't get purchase on the kick. West gathers, can he orchestrate something? There it is, Charlie West, one of the young Pies, trying to lift his side with the team's second goal of the match, and it comes to the 22-minute mark. Breaks a run of 6 unanswered goals for Geelong either side of the quarter-time break, and it gives Collingwood something to build on. Geelong 9-3-57 to Collingwood 2-4-16. Charlie West joins Dan McStay as Collingwood's 2 goal kickers. Brett Olivio and Adam Ramanaskas with you.
This is interesting because the Collingwood doctor is out to Isaac Quainer at the moment after that hit from Jack Martin. So I'm just wondering if he's asking him to come off the ground, checking him. What's the right protocol here? But he's running out back out to his wing, Quainer. So everything looks okay there. It was just a must-kick goal there for the Pies. They worked extremely hard for 10 or so minutes just to try to slow the game down, even it out, just find a goal.
Hurried clearance out of the middle. Bailey Smith, long kick inside the forward 50. The pack forms at half forward for Geelong, and we'll have the ball up. 23 gone in the second. 41-point lead for Geelong. Umpire tosses it up. Cameron palms it down. Crisp trying to roll out of the tackle. He's caught by Manor holding the ball.
Good shoot.
Said he tried to break through it, so Sean Manor.
He'll orchestrate away here to try and find a shot, I reckon, Shawnee Manor.
Top.
Yeah. He'll dance Jack Crisp, and he's going back like he's having a
big barrel.
Yeah. Tend to pass a couple of times. And
yeah, sorry, just missed that. Yeah. You've never seen us fall. Sorry, mate, you're covered.
Is this the short end lids?
It is.
Yep.
Give it a good ride from here. No worries.
Yeah, right half forward, man on the mark right on the 50. He's going to kick it 55 towards the city end. He runs out to the right. He's decided to pass. Lays it up into the top of the goal square, and Quaynor there to intercept, takes the mark. Fullback for Collingwood. Off he goes on a little trot and kicks up to the wing.
Sends it up towards McStay. Anderson in front. He and Stewart collide. Stewart gathers. Hand pass bounces off to Goey. Tom Stewart has another go. Got it forward to Atkins. Hand pass to Dempsey. Around Schultz against the boundary line. Wilshire kicks around his body. Up towards Jack Martin. Frampton double spoils it away. Jeremy Howe can't pick it up at his bootlaces at halfback. Now Blitzavs does. Tackled by Sidebottom. Slapped on by Jack Martin. Only as far as Darcy Cameron for Collingwood. Hand pass to Houston. Back up to the boundary line. Quaynor bumped off it by Dempsey. Goes out of play in the left forward pocket for Geelong. 40 metres out from their goal. The Cats by 41 points. 9-3-57 to Collingwood 2-4-16. 24 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport. Geelong did get out by 49 points in this second quarter. It's been all one-way traffic. Darcy Cameron wins down the tap. Crisp knocks it on to Sidebottom. Retreats back with a hand pass to the loose for Pendlebury. Myers couldn't hang on as he tried to lay the tackle back to Quaynor. Sends a long searching kick up towards McStay. Never got to him. Humphreys takes the intercepting mark for Geelong.
Least experienced player in Origin earlier this year, Lawson Humphreys. 38 games and got the call up to represent Western Australia. Goes laterally with the kick to Bruin. Bruin straight down the pipe, but there's Jack Crisp. Able to defuse the long ball inside 50. Marks at fullback. Goes straight up the pipe himself. Finds Membry. Collingwood looking to go corridor. Handball to go. He draws a defender. Hand pass to Allen. Anderson's out down the back. That's a great kick. Running downhill, and Anderson marks. And that's the Magpies at their best through the corridor.
That's how they love to play. You don't stop that first handball with Collingwood and they're through. They'll find a target inside forward 50. They've played like this now ever since Craig McRae took over the coaching. It's downhill straight. It's not downhill where you're going a little bit of left to right. It is just straight.
DeGoey's first major involvement leads to a score. Anderson finishes the play. The Magpies with back-to-back goals, and they stay in the fight. Right on the stroke of half-time, Geelong 9-3-57, Collingwood 3-4-22. Pies still playing catch-up significantly. They're in chase mode here. 27 gone, second term. It is Geelong by 35.
Yeah, it's a brave kick, isn't it? To go up the middle of the ground like that. But I love the support of Jack Crisp to get back first and mark it. That's what the beauty of having a guy who's 190, out on your wing who can get back to help out. But you got to pull that trigger to go up the middle of the ground and test him out. And I like the work of Ed Allen to then try and test Bailey Smith back the other way as well. You got to make them work. They're the best midfielders because they don't always like going back the other way.
14 goals for Angus Anderson so far this season.
Good return. Good return, Clichy. 14 goals. Young player.
I want to ask you, Rammer, about Jordan DeGoey. Just the 6 touches tonight. Darcy Cameron takes out of the ruck, clears it towards half forward. Humphreys in front, can't juggle the mark. And now he lays the tackle on Harvey Harrison.
Yeah, it's where you inject him, I think. If he's been sick all week, can you get bursts of energy out of him on the ball, or do you just play him deep for the entire game?
He started at full forward the match. He's into the centre square here. Bailey Smith sockers it from the congestion from half-back for Geelong up to the wing. Mark Blitzavs tapped it away from Crisp, then gets a hand pass forward, up in front of Close. Lipinski slides in. They tangle over the footy. Eventually does come out. Long gets a hand pass away to Josh Dacos, to DeGoey. Back to Josh Dacos. Hand pass looking for Lipinski. They eventually took possession of it. Got it to Chris. Up to DeGoey. So they are getting a few things going their way. The kick up towards Schultz. Has position on Edwards. He marks it left half forward. Want to move it quick because there's players in deep. Nembury can't take the mark. It clears in the back of the pack. Stewart missed it. Harrison lays the tackle on Jack Henry. And the ball's locked up in the right forward pocket for the Pies.
She's getting more involved, Geordie. So 2 touches in that chain that led to an inside 50. His previous involvement, as mentioned, his first score involvement of the night that led to the Anderson goal. So even though he'd had 5 touches before that, none of them that impactful from the ball up. It's now out of play. Forward pocket still for Collingwood. Working his way into it to going up to 8. Nick Dacos, by the way, had 12 in the opening term. He's had 5 in this quarter. He's had O'Shea Mullen inside his shorts for the night. And the boundary throwing. Blitzarves palms it down. Comes to Cameron. He's wrestled to the ground by Warple. No Pryor and a ball up. So back-to-back goals for the first time tonight for Collingwood after conceding 6 straight before that. And 9 of the first 10 in the game. Another stoppage inside the forward arc for Collingwood. Smith with a get-out-of-here kick. High up and under to half-back. Josh Dacos had a play on it. Can't mark, but traps the footy. Lifts a handball to Long. He's crunched in the tackle, but got it out to Allen. Handball back to Josh Dacos. Still at half-forward for Collingwood. His handball a turnover. Bruin fights through the tackle. Gave it back to Josh. Nick Dacos grabs it. It's wrestled from him. Tough stuff at the moment. Pack forms around the pair. And the ump says, I'll have that. And the ball up right on the 50 for Collingwood. Final minute here of the opening half. It is Geelong by 55 points.
At least for those black and white fans, they've stopped Geelong scoring. Ed Allen gets a hand pass away to Quainer. Driving kick inside 50. Schultz at the back, brought down to the front. McCreary through traffic, trying to fend off Jack Henry. Kicks towards goal. Oh, there's all force from Boyd McCreary. Just found a way to charge forward. And all of a sudden, Collingwood have 3 goals on the bounce as they try and work their way back into this contest. After the Cats booted 5 goals to 1 in the opening quarter. Geelong 9-3-57. So Collingwood 4-4-28. And Craig McRae on the bench. Well, he's not quite smiling, but things are looking a little better for the black and white. Brent Delidio and Adam Ramanaskas with you on ABC Sport.
That's power from Bo McCreary there.
Wouldn't know why he did the bench press.
Just don't accept the tackle. Jack Henry, bigger than him. They pushed off there, but it was the fight of Collingwood on their half-forward flank, not allowing Geelong to get out, just gaining metre after metre to try and push the ball forward, where they could have just said, oh, let's get a restart, let's go into half-time. They found another goal, so it's back to that sort of 5-goal margin now.
Edwards palms it down straight to Warple. Warple hurried kick forward for Geelong. Out to half forward. Sits up in front of Lipinski. Got a hand pass away for Collingwood to DeGoey. Sweeps it across the half back line to Crisp. Handball to Josh Dacos. Kicks down the wing looking for Nick, but he's outnumbered. And the 2 Irishmen link up. O'Connor to Mullen. Short kick away to Manor. Can't trap it. Lipinski goes and gets it. Collingwood back with it. Waning moments here of the first half. Kicks back inboard. Off a series of hands. Spills to Warple. Handball to O'Connor. Crunched. Coughs it up. Long. Got a handball out to Allen. Now to Lipinski. Nowhere to go. Somehow got boot to ball. Ollie Henry trying to reel it in. Does so. Runs into Schultz. Sweeps a handball back. There's about 6 Cats there. One of them Stewart. And that'll do us. And this game has gone up a notch right before half-time as Collingwood, who were blown off the park early. By the time we hit time on in the second term, they were down 9 goals to 1 and 48 points in arrears on the scoreboard. And yet Collingwood kicked the last 3 goals of the game as a match has broken out here after we hit time on in that second term. Collingwood with 3 in a row and the margin reduced to 29 at half-time. Geelong 9-3-57. They lead Collingwood 4-4-28. The goal kickers, 2 for Dempsey, 2 for Henry. That's Ollie. And then singles down the page, Polkinghorn, Manor, Myers, Neal and Blitzarves. Meanwhile for Collingwood, 1 each from McStay, West, McCreary and Anderson. At half-time, Geelong, they lead it by 29 points, having led by 24 at quarter time. Adam Ramanaskas, Brett Delidio with their take. We'll have an update coming up shortly as well from the Commonwealth Games ahead of the latest day of competition. So we'll bring you all the latest there. Day 7 upon us from Glasgow. Would you make of it, Lids and Rammer? Have we got a game at half-time?
Well, they've done well to claw back here, I reckon, the Pies. The last half of that second quarter, they tightened things up. It felt like they evened up around.
They did.
And they forced Geelong into, they upped their pressure, but they forced them into making some mistakes by foot. They got a little bit sloppy there at times, I reckon, the Cats, and that can happen when you're up by so much and you're doing it so easy at the front half of that second quarter. But, they did well to try and clog it up as well, the Cats. Have we got a game? They're still down by a little bit, aren't they, the Pies? But they've done really well to claw their way back and to give themselves a fighting chance in the second half.
So I think what happened about the 10 minutes, so Geelong kicked the first 4 goals of that quarter. Collingwood were committing an extra to the contest. So inside Geelong's forward 50, they were even numbers. What they then did for the second part of that quarter is they allowed Jeremy Howe to play free. So that changed it up. So instead of allowing an extra at the contest and they're kicking to Guthrie, to Stewart, to Blitzars as Geelong's spare, Geelong were then looking up when they won the football, and Jeremy Howe sitting back there all of a sudden. So ball movement starts. So they ended up being plus 21 in uncontested possession for that quarter. Collingwood, so they start getting a little bit of ball movement. Late in that quarter, you see Jack Crisp take one through the centre of the ground, down the other end of the ground. Anderson kicks the goal. But I think what the most important aspect of that was, it was the fight and scrap. They started to fight and scrap the Pies late in that quarter because Geelong were having it all their way. They smelt blood. There was a moment there where Geelong thought, we can go and win this game now before half-time. Geelong kicked the goal. Geelong kicked the goal at the 9-minute mark. Then there was a 13 minutes of it just as hard, tough, scrappy football. And Collingwood got that next goal. So they got the next one, then they got the next 2 to give themselves now a fighting chance. But I like Collingwood much better when they've got Jeremy Howe sitting as a spare. So then it allows him to dictate, to say, okay, I'll get this man slipping through. I'll get Ollie Dempsey when he's flying through from his wing. And it just allows their midfielders then to go to work a little bit more, have a little bit more space through the middle of the ground.
Collingwood won 5 of the last 8 clearances of the quarter, but that was a stat where Geelong was smashed. Bailey Smith, I think, had 7 and
6 centre bounce to 1 in Geelong's favour in that quarter.
Yeah. And early in that second quarter, where they kicked 4 goals in 9 minutes, there was a couple where they just burst out of the centre square, and there's so little you can do as a defender when you're beaten that badly.
Well, Josh Dacos got going. He has 10 possessions that quarter. Quaynor got going in that quarter. Lipinski. So, big numbers there for the Pies.
He is what Grant Myers is to the Cats. When Grant Myers is up and go in the first quarter, Cats they're free-flowing. Lipinski gets involved.
He's inventive.
Yeah, well, he just creates stuff, doesn't he? And if you're going to allow him that sort of freedom, which, Geelong like to orchestrate that drop-off player, well, he's going to get some more footy. But, look, it's how have you seen the Mullen v Dacos? Well, have I stole your thunder?
I was just about to ask, how are you scoring it to half-time?
Well, I just had a look at his heat map, Nicky D, and he's had 3 touches of his 17 inside the front half. Yeah. And some of them have been really wide and just in front of centre. He's still working really hard. He's getting over to the contest to try and create that outnumber, which when you've got someone strapped to your back, it is really hard. And I can appreciate what he's trying to do, but if they are to win this game, he's going to have to try and enforce himself. Can he go to half forward and be that? We saw him do that a couple of early on this year, didn't we? Where all of a sudden he's at half forward, winning 1v1s and kicks 2 goals in the quarter, and we see a different version of Nick Dacos. Can we see that? I'd like to see it.
What it does is Dacos starting on half forward, he'll come up around the contest, so it drags a number out of your forward line. Yeah. So then you've got 5 in your forward line. You start to create a little bit more space for your forwards to work, but Lids is spot on. He can't have 3 possessions forward to centre out of the 17. That's not going to win. That's not going to win the game for Collingwood. So starting forward now, start to get the ball rolling forward, give him a chance to score. Ollie Dempsey's an issue for Collingwood. He's had 16 possessions and 2 goals. What he effectively does, he starts on his wing, and as the ball's coming down, he just keeps going forward. So Geelong then forward slips up to his wing to mind it, guard it, whatever you want to call it, and Dempsey just becomes a pure forward then.
Yep.
Number one rated player on the ground at halftime, Ollie Dempsey. Sharp analysis from Adam Ramanauskas and Brett Delidio. It's halftime here at the G. Geelong by 29. They did lead by as many as 48 before Collingwood kicked the last three in the game. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The latest from Glasgow coming up in just a moment. But first, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, good evening. I'm William Howard Evans. Federal MP Luke Gosling has been charged over his alleged assault of the Northern Territory Administrator earlier this month. Oliver Chaseling reports.
The member for Solomon was arrested by Northern Territory Police at his home this morning following investigations into an alleged incident between him and the administrator at the NT Thai Festival on July 18th. He's now been charged with 2 counts of assaulting the administrator, a specific offence that carries a maximum jail sentence of 14 years. He earlier left the Palmerston Police Station with his lawyer, who said Mr Gosling strenuously denies the charges against him and he's concerned by possible political motivations. NT Administrator David Connolly has been contacted for comment.
Traditional owners from Western Australia's remote north are appealing a federal court decision that handed them the biggest native title payout ever awarded in Australia. Fortescue was ordered by the federal court in May to pay more than $150 million to the Injibandi Nura Aboriginal Corporation as compensation for cultural harm and withheld financial benefit after finding their lands had been mined without permission. The decision by the Injibandi people was made during a community gathering today. A court date for the appeal is yet to be determined. The Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism has been told a new organisation has been created to provide educational training aimed at combating anti-Jewish hate. Australia's Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism, Gillian Siegel, has appeared at the inquiry for a third time and outlined how the new independent body will operate. The National Centre for Education Against Anti-Semitism will deliver training and educational material for schools, governments and the business sector. Ms Siegel says the centre has been developed over the past few months.
I've been contacted by many business leaders and I've spoken to many of them, and there's a great feeling out there that workplaces need to have an understanding of anti-Semitism, that they are seeing hate break out in the workplace.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards have vowed to punish the aggressor following recent US strikes as tensions escalate between Tehran and Washington. Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran has more.
US Central Command says that there were 2 hours of strikes beginning in the early hours of the morning here in the Middle East. It hit dozens of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps targets, things like command centres, missile and drone facilities across the region. And Iranian state media was reporting explosions being heard in parts of the country which have been hit repeatedly over the course of the last few weeks or so. Places like Bushehr, which is home to a nuclear power plant, Keshem Island, which is near the Strait of Hormuz. It appears that the cycle of retaliation from Iran is likely to continue happening in the next short while as well.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says at least 8 people, including children, have been killed and dozens of others wounded in fresh Russian attacks. He says more than 70 missiles were involved, while most of the nearly 300 drones were intercepted. 6 people died near the city of Dnipro when their house collapsed, while rescue efforts are also underway in Lviv, where a residential building has been hit. The mayor, Andrei Sadovyi, has visited the scene and says the situation is very difficult.
It looks like it was a direct missile hit. Floors are destroyed and the rescue operation is underway. Around 21 buildings have been affected and many other structures, including 2 kindergartens and a school.
In sport, Adelaide Crows head coach Matthew Nicks says some changes can be expected to the team lineup this weekend as the Crows travel to take on Essendon on Sunday. Nicks says some players like James Peating and Sam Berry have taken a beating this season, the midfield pair struggling with some groin and foot issues respectively. He says when it comes to managing players, they'll do what's best for the team and the individuals.
Sometimes it can be seen as you're flirting with your form, but you need your form at the right times. You've got to be able to win enough games to get there, and then ultimately probably our learnings from last year are, it doesn't matter where you finish on the ladder, if you're not in your best nick ready to play finals footy, well, you can go out pretty quickly.
Plus, an amateur cricket club in England has suspended a player after allegations he clicked his fingers to mimic the sound of the ball hitting a bat. In footage that went viral, a batsman was given out despite not appearing to actually hit the ball. ABC News.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
It's half-time here at the MCG after Geelong led by 24 at quarter time and as many as 48 midway through the second term. They lead by 29 at the half. Geelong 9-3-57 leading Collingwood 4-4-28. So a 29-point buffer for the Cats. All right, day 7 of competition in Glasgow at the Commonwealth Games has been a gold rush for the Australians. Let's hope it continues tonight. Our time, Zane Bojack is across all of it for us. Zane, good evening to you.
Hello, Corby. It's a bright and sunny day, if not a bit windy in Glasgow. The thermostat's at 16 degrees at the moment. Australia, as I said, dominating on 47 goals, looking to add to them in athletics, weightlifting and cycling today. Our Aussie Cyclones looking to replicate what our Dolphins have been doing with the track events getting underway at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome in Glasgow. They're looking to better the 11 golds they won in Birmingham, and our male sprinters an even better chance now that recent defector to England, Matthew Richardson, was forced to withdraw after suffering a horror fall in a Keirin event in Japan. He won silver for Australia in Paris. He switched to Team GB. He didn't mince his words about the added incentives of training and competing out of the UK, but he's not doing so here. But his former partner and cyclist Lee Hoffman will be, and he's certainly looking forward to being part of the sprint team as they try to replicate the victory at last year's World Championships. The Cyclones are already making an impact. Jess Gallagher and pilot Jackie Mengler-Moore in the women's tandem B sprint. They are into the final. They've qualified third and then defeated England's Sophie Unwin 2-0 in the best of 3 series. Our women's 4,000 metre team pursuit squad, including new star of the road Felicity Wilson-Haffenden, they'll ride for gold. They've qualified fastest. She'll join Sophie Edwards, Claudia Marks and Elisa Polides in taking on New Zealand in the final after the Kiwis finished 0.2 of a second behind. Our Paris gold medalist men's team pursuit hit the track shortly after. They were the fastest over 4,000 metres. They had a time of 3.48.77. They'll face England in the gold medal final after the English lost a rider early in their heat. Ollie Bledden and Conor Leahy on golden bikes. That signifies them as Olympic champions. They were out the back of the team while James Moriarty and Blake Agnoletto led the team out. Our Aussie athletics team, they're looking to continue their stunning performances at Scottstown Stadium. Hopefully the rain's going to stay away and our Aussie stars will shine. The ever-bubbly Michelle Janicki through to tonight's final with third in her 100-metre hurdles heat, running 12.72 with a 4.2-metre tailwind. Yes, Corby, you heard that right. It gets windy at the MCG. Nothing like in Glasgow. It is gusty. Paris silver medalist Jess Hull's in action in the Commonwealth mile heats. And just over an hour, we've got Abby Caldwell and Claudia Hollingsworth. Hull's going to back up later in the day in the women's 5,000 metre final alongside Rose Davies, who, of course, scored that gold in the women's 10,000 metres. We've got Peter Bowl in the semi-finals of the men's 800 metres. And, of course, Desley Owusu jumps for gold in the triple jump. That's about 4:25 a.m. tomorrow morning. Cameron McIntyre, he's through to the final. He'll throw for gold in the javelin. He finished 5th with a throw of 78.91 metres. Lockie Kennedy and Tori Lewis, they'll be back in action in the 200-metre semi-finals. The fastest white man over 100 metres, competing alongside Aussies Aidan Murphy and Caleb Law in the 200-metre semi-finals. Lewis, the first Aussie woman to go under 11 seconds in the 100, will race alongside Monique Henlon and Mia Gross in the women's 200 semis. That's just after 4 a.m. In the lawn bowls, para men's pairs, Damien Delgado and James Reynolds, they defeated Singapore today to stay undefeated. Ellen Fife has had a good day. She defeated her Jersey opponent Abby Andrew 12-5-8-4 after suffering a setback yesterday against England's Kathleen Rednall. McHerron, who defeated Rednall today, and Fife are all tied on 2 wins, 1 loss in the standings. While Aussie men's pair Aaron Tees and Corey Wedlock are on rink right now, and it is a 6-3 win in the first set, 4-0 in the second set for the Aussie pair against their Fijian opponents. Just finally, Ridge Burrito has finished 5th in the weightlifting for 110 kilos. He was 5th heading into the clean and jerk, but couldn't lift any of his attempts at 190 kilos. He finished 5th in Birmingham, Corby, while the Diamonds, they're set to take the court just after 1 o'clock against Northern Ireland. Lots happening in Glasgow. I'll keep you updated throughout the night. Back to you.
Thanks, Zano. That's a superb wrap of everything that's going on day 7 of competition at the Com Games.
He's the man you want, isn't it, Zano? He's bring the energy, cross everything.
All over it.
It's a busy time.
I think the Diamonds are just about the most interesting sort of a event at the Commonwealth Games, because obviously for a team sport like netball, it is the pinnacle obviously at the Commonwealth Games. So good luck to them in the early hours of the morning. You watched much of it, Clinchy?
Picked and choose what I've followed. Lachlan Kennedy was hard not to sort of be across. Some of the great swimming stories that took place in the pool. I mean, it makes you feel old when you see Tamsin Lewis and some of these, Hayley Lewis's children competing. That makes you just feel like, well, that was a different generation ago, wasn't it now? But there's been some great stories.
It's been big in your household, Liz?
It has, absolutely. My wife, as a former runner, is very much wanting to watch every track event that there is, and so the girls are into it as well because the TV's on. So.
Where'd she go to school, your wife?
Boise State.
Boise State.
Yeah.
Idaho. Broncos.
Yeah, Broncos.
Yep, very good. It's and Ram, you feel like you go from one thing to the next.
Yeah.
FIFA World Cup straight to this, and the Ram.
I think it's interesting because usually it would absolutely capture my attention, but I was so deep into the World Cup. I think it just crept up on me, the Commonwealth Games.
Still coming down from the World Cup.
Yeah, so I've sort of watched it a little bit at night. Sort of when I jump into bed, I watch an hour or two, but I'm not chasing results for the first time.
Yeah, it's a very compressed tournament, isn't it? It's the Commonwealth Games, day 7 of 10, so it'll all be over by the time we get to the end of the weekend. In the NRL, it's all over there at halftime. Sydney City Roosters 48. Lead the North Queensland Cowboys 6. So it's a 42-point gap in the game there. It's actually wider there than it is here. And we have higher scoring in our game. So it got out to 48, obviously, at one stage. It's back to 29 points with the second half upon us. Quick review for people that are just tuning in, perhaps driving around. Leeds, how did the pre-game ceremony work? So a little shake-up rather than running out 11 and 14 minutes before the start. They ran out 2 to 3 minutes before the start. Both teams straight out into positions. What do we think?
I didn't mind it. I like the idea of, and I said up here that it got me going. I don't know the names of the songs. I'm past that unless they're an old rock band. I got no idea. But I certainly felt energised by it, and I think I would have liked it. I said to Ram pre-game that I wasn't a big fan of the warm-up. It was sort of a lot of time to kill getting out there and actually getting into it. Once the game started, you were right to go. But yeah, I think something new, and Collingwood would probably say, I'm not sure about it given the way they started, but otherwise the Cats would be pretty pumped.
Harry Perryman, the only concern from downstairs. He's out of the game with a hamstring injury, so we won't see him in the second half. And the Magpies 1 short, so 4 rotations for them on the bench. The rest of the weekend, just the headline attractions out of the teams. I won't bore you by taking you through all the names on the roll call, but Hayden Young's back for Friday night footy. The Dockers take on the Bulldogs. On Saturday, Rowan Marshall returns for the Saints. Sydney unchanged in that fixture at Docklands. Same time slot, Hawthorn play North Melbourne. Mitch Lewis is injured for the trip to Launceston. Love the story with Charlie Comben, by the way. So unfortunately, he's got internal bleeding. That's not the good part. The good part is he's playing this week. Yep. He's taken the Spirit of Tasmania, has he, down to Launceston to be part of the game. So can't fly, but not going to rule him out.
Overnight,
have a sleep. Seasick. Having signed a little contract extension during the week as well, so not a bad way to celebrate.
Saturday night, Giants and Port Adelaide. Zerk Thatcher dropped. Callahan injured, so 1 for either team. Meanwhile, on the game in Melbourne, it'll be Harry Mackay coming back in for the Blues to take on the Lions, and Oscar Allen gets a chance to try and bed down a place in that Brisbane team. It's an interesting selection.
That's interesting to watch.
It's got to be now.
Yep.
Just having a look at the teams going into position. Nick Dacos lining up at centre half forward.
Geez, we know a bit about footy, do we?
You guys, you call it well. Lids and Rammer all over it. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. And with Matt Clench, it is Geelong by 29.
So last week, Collingwood trailed Adelaide by 8 points. They kicked 10 goals to 4 in the second half. Cats in front. As we get the third quarter underway, Edwards gets a little toe poke, having competed in the ruck. Out to Bailey Smith on the members' wing. Kicks up towards half forward. Shannon Neal beaten the footy by Billy Frampton. It spills out the way of Dan Houston. He can't reel it in, and offhands it goes out of play in the left forward pocket for Geelong.
He's had a quite half clinchy, you were saying?
Just the 5 disposals for Dan Houston. Signed that long-term 6-year contract to come across to the Magpies. Thrown back in. Darcy Cameron in front position. Rowed beautifully by Wiltshire. Hand pass over the top to Graham Myers. Outside of the boot. Kicks across the face of goal. Wide of Polkinghorne. Kept in by Jeremy Howe. No.
What was he doing?
Boundary line. I think he was happy for it to go across maybe.
What was that option though from Graham Myers?
Yeah.
Thinking a right foot banana running towards the goal. That was just a drop punt, I think, Rammer. But if he had his time again, I think he would have.
A little snap. Yeah, even.
Boundary throw in. Deep forward for the Cats. Cameron palms it down to side bottom, trying to burst through the Myers tackle. Got it away to Pendlebury. Puts him to sleep. Just slows down for him as he cruises out of there. Got a handball away to Josh Dacos. Kicks out of defence, up to the wing. O'Sullivan spoils. McStay just palms it down towards Schultz. Drilled into the ground into tackle. Lump says ball up on the wing. Don't forget, by the way, ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcasts, just airborne at the moment, and Brett Delidio will be on tonight, so you can find that wherever you get your podcast. Perfect companion on your way to work or school tomorrow morning, whatever you're up to. Full preview, a key question from each of the games. From the ball up, Bruin sends it down to half forward for Geelong, intercepted by Houston, gives it to side bottom, long kick forward for Collingwood.
Anderson's outnumbered, and Zach Guthrie leads to the footy, gets there first. Hand pass to Dempsey, back to Guthrie. Under the Shane Warne stand wing. Sends a high ball up and under. Darcy Cameron's the lone player there. He backpedals and takes the mark at left half back for Collingwood. Turns and comes inboard. Jordan Ngoe marks. Just held up on the mark momentarily by Sean Manor and sends it up towards Schultz. He flies in the air up against his fellow Magpie defender in Isaac Quainer. Takes the mark. Schultz releases the runner. Nick Dacos kicks inside 50. McCreary flying from behind, spoils it down. West nowhere to go. Hand pass out of play. It's Jack Henry competing in the air there for Geelong. Boundary thrown in the left forward pocket for Collingwood.
I like the move at Nick Dacos to half forward flank or half forward. It just allows him to play that centre forward game that we've been crying out for, Rap.
Shane Mullen alongside him. Despite Dacos going to half forward. Blitzouts wins down the tap towards O'Shea Mullen. He gathers the footy against Nick Dacos. Releases the runner, Sean Manor. Takes a bounce up to half back. Kicks up towards half forward. Clears the Geelong forwards. Edwards trying to wrestle back. Pushes off Puncher. Gathers the footy. Around Howe to Shannon Neal. They break Collingwood open. Neal steadies and misses across the face. Running into the right forward pocket. Finished only about 20 metres out. And sprayed it to the left hand side. A minor score. A goal goes begging. Geelong by 30 points.
Could have kept going there, Shannon Neal.
Pies up the middle from the kick out. Houston to DeGoey. Short kick to Quaynor. Did get out as wide as 49 points. It's 30 at the moment. Geelong's way. Back to DeGoey. DeGoey kicks inside the centre square. Bruin's there to intercept. Hand pass away to O'Sullivan. Goes on a bit of a run. Gives a handball away to Atkins. Geelong back with it. Hand pass to Stewart. Sweeping hand pass to Myers. Myers runs straight into trouble. Oh, forgetting umpire. Said ball up.
He took a couple of steps.
Yeah. He caught a couple of times tonight, I reckon, Brian Myers.
Up it goes. Cameron palms it down for Collingwood to side bottom, so stoppage win for Geelong. Hand pass away to DeGoey. Kicks out to the wing for Schultz. Schultz can just dab it down to centre half forward. Finds McStay 60 metres out. Still inside the centre square. Atkins making the case. He's marking DeGoey. The kick goes.
Had to be good, that kick.
Laterally finds Josh Dacos. Little handball over the top to side bottom. Got a kick at 45 with his ageing legs. Right to the behind line. West bounces off the behind post. Ball goes through for a minor score. And West comes off second best against that behind post. Into the turnbuckle.
35-year-old still side bottom. Just didn't quite have the journey anymore. And Stewart gets it from Tanner Bruin. And just chip it inside the defensive 50, and O'Shea Mullen gets another touch. The job on Nick Dacos tonight. Hand pass back to Stewart. Drives it up the wing. Edwards and Darcy Cameron brought down to the front. Wiltshire's tackled by Pendlebury. The umpire will ball it up on the members' wing. So Nick Dacos with 18 disposals. Shane Mullen with 10. Knocked forward Collingwood's way. Lipinski tries to gather it against Atkins. Atkins down low, locks the ball underneath the two of them. Between wing and half forward for Collingwood. Nick Dacos is up at this stoppage. Cameron takes it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Tackle by Manor. And still side bottom lays the tackle on O'Connor, but it was over the shoulder. Free kick the Irishman's way at half back.
A big week for Irish football. Of course, the County Mayo drought-breaking title back on Monday morning our time as long kick from O'Connor down to half forward finds Neal. Who marks between wing and half forward. Neal kicks to true centre half forward. Dempsey. He's off the chain again and he marks at centre half forward.
He sold that well, Neil. Then he looked like he was going to go long to Henry in the pocket. And just as that, I think Quainer was trying to read the cues as well. So he started heading that way. He just pulled his kick back towards the middle of the ground. It was just well weighted. We've spoken about it a bit tonight. The weighting of their kicks has been just perfect. Just got over Pendlebury and allowed Dempsey a good jump at it.
Kick the grass. Make the forward come at the ball.
So this for a tone setter in the second half. Dempsey for his third. It's marked on the goal line. Gentle. In the end, Cameron takes the intercept mark. Didn't travel the required trip, which was about 45 metres. Pies out of defence. Josh Dacos to Frampton.
Eventually got it to Membry. Takes the mark. Hand pass to Goey. Sidesteps around O'Connor. Got it up towards McCreary. Looks up inside 50. Geelong have numbers back. So he tries to kick long to West out the back. It did get out the back. Schultz races after it. He can run into the open goal. No, he falls over. Gets a hand pass back. Looking for Harrison. The moment's lost. West tries to knock it on. In the end, Jack Henry up against the behind post. Gets it back to Guthrie. To Tanner Bruin. Ran into Isaac Quainer. And it's rushed through for a minor score. Geelong by 28 points, but Schultz did all the work and then lost his footing.
Yep, just tripped over his own feet.
Both teams 9 wins, 10 losses in third quarters this year, so they lost more than they've won. And Smith out of defence, short kick to Dempsey. Handball away to Bruin. Bruin against the boundary line. Goes down the southern wing. Hand pass to Manor. Had the blinkers on. Mowed down from behind, holding the ball.
It's a handball. He was looking for the goal.
He was going to shoot. It's a great chase from Dan Houston on the defensive side of the wing. One thing we can't rule it out is Houston goes long inside 50. They come from all directions. Ball spills down underneath a couple of Magpies. In the end, the Cats scoop it up. Dempsey just bangs it out of defence up to the wood. Ollie Henry, good mark. He's had a nice night against the old team. Marks at half back. Henry in his 6th game against his old team. He's 3 wins and 2 losses against the Magpies.
Okay, short to Tanner Bruin. He gave it back to Ollie Henry. Sends this wide. Polkinghorn's just going to get there, but it didn't spin right. He takes the mark between wing and half forward on the Shane Warne stand side. Kicks up towards Edwards. He marks in front of Frampton. Frampton just lingered a little in the tackle. Lucky not to give away 50. Mitch Edwards in game 16 in his first season drives it inside 50. Neal up, dropped the mark in the end. Spills out to Lipinski. Hand pass to Pendlebury, looking for Nick Dacos. Just squeezed the kick up to the wing, but it's coming back. Dempsey sliding in on his knees. Takes the mark for Geelong.
Having a night, Ollie Dempsey, the number 1 rated player on the ground so far. 8 minutes into the third quarter. High bomb inside 50. Oh, Polkinghorn had a fair bit of it. No mark in a pack of about 8 or 9. Not closer to goal for Geelong, but out of play. Forward pocket.
You're not going to get too many better looks at running mark, is he, Shannon Neal, than that one. Just ran under it, unfortunately, the big fella.
28-point lead for Geelong. No goals through the first 9 minutes of quarter number 3. Boundary throwing deep forward for Geelong. Kick into the punt road end from the boundary throwing. The pack forms almost immediately in another stoppage. This time with ball up.
I want to ask you as well, Lids, how you've seen the battle between Bailey Smith and Ed Allen.
It seems like it's almost been dropped, I think.
30 metres out from Geelong's goal. Edwards tries to get it down. Josh Dacos taken high. They get a free kick 35 metres out from his defensive goal. Turns and spots Pendlebury. He marks it left half back. The 38-year-old looks up the wing, needing memory to present. Got hands to it, can't complete the mark. He's first onto it though. Lost Jack Henry. Gets the half pass away to Nick Dacos. To Quainer. Searching half pass to Harrison. He sidesteps a couple of cats and kicks inboard to Houston. He's 55 from home. Winds up. Looks out wide. McCreary in the pocket. Takes the mark. Blitzhouse went tumbling over. He thought about taking a step. And he probably just realised at exactly the right moment that Blitzhouse was back on his feet.
He had time to go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I reckon he went.
So
the mark's there.
Took a step, you reckon?
Yeah, I think that's play on.
Well, Bo McCreary showed them the way in the second quarter with a show of strength to kick a goal that gave them a spark. That was 3 goals on the bounce. He needs to do so here. 10 minutes into the third quarter. In the right forward pocket, 35 out. Starts it right and sends it through. 2 for Bo McCreary. And Collingwood continue the climb back. The opening goal of the third quarter. And the margin is back to 22 points Geelong's way. 9-4-58 the Cats to Collingwood 5-6-36. Brett Olivia and Adam Ramanaskas with you on ABC Sport.
Well, again, Liz, it's that little arm wrestle for 10 minutes and Collingwood win it. So that second quarter, they won the 10-minute arm wrestle where they got the next goal, the Pies. And to start this third quarter, it's a 10 minute before the first goal for either team, and Collingwood win it again. So just a little momentum builder there for the Pies. But again, they've sort of stuck to what they were doing late in that second quarter. It's a fight, the scrap, the push to find a little bit of territory. They've evened the numbers up behind the ball, or is Jeremy Howe again that's playing as a loose?
So new buzz saying in footy at the moment. I think Murray Davis has mentioned it with us, the coaching candidate for Essendon, of course, Adelaide's assistant. We don't have to score now. We just have to score next. When the next goal's kicked, we have to be the team that kicks it. And Collingwood made sure they were. So 22-point game right back on. This is after Geelong led by as many as 49 in the first half. Out of the middle, Collingwood win it, but they're going laterally. There's Long away to Allen, now to Josh Dacos. Pulls the trigger into the corridor. Chris Marks. And this game is changing. 4 straight goals for Collingwood either side of half-time. The kick finds Long. Handball to Nick Dacos, receives it. Inside 50, spots Harrison. And Harvey Harrison marks left half forward for the Magpies. They've got another look at the sticks. Left half forward, 40 out.
That's why you want Nick Dacos, going centre forward, don't you? Because he just makes stuff happen. This kid's got out a couple of times now forward of the play, young Harvey Harrison. He was the one who brought the ball back inside to Houston on the last play. And now he's shooting for goal on this one.
1 goal won last week against the Crows. Harvey Harrison, the drop punt. Oh, it's good. Hot Pies at the G. Collingwood have kicked 5 on the trot. A run which started before the half and has continued after it. And after they were down by as many as 49 points, Collingwood's deficit is just 16. Geelong 9-4-58. Collingwood coming 6-6-42. 13 gone in the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Things are heating up on the Geelong bench as well. Bailey Smith and Tanner Bruin in a very demonstrative conversation with one another. A lot of very demonstrative body language, directing. That was strong. So it is heating up down there as well.
Geelong all of a sudden lead by just 16 points. Got out by 49 points in the second quarter. Big centre clearance, but stay up against Blitzavs. Spills down. Tom Atkins, tackled by Nick Dacos. Did he have opportunity? Umpire said he did. Collingwood are starting to win a few of these moments. And Nick Dacos is rising like Collingwood is. Ball slow to be returned to him by Tom Atkins. Dacos thought about giving it to his brother around the back. Now we have to kick Long. Geelong have got numbers back. Sends it in the direction of Membry. Up, can't take the mark. Schultz the crummer. Trying to get to Harrison. Mark O'Connor lays the tackle, and Harvey Harrison tackle to the turf. 40 metres out from Collingwood's goal, heading to the city end in this third quarter. Geelong lead by 16 points. McStay slaps it down. Harrison charging through. Kick is touched by O'Sullivan. Gets a hand pass out to Stewart in the back pocket. Looks for Geelong up the wing. In front, puncher hugs into his chest. And Martin can't get a fist in there. The mid-season pick-up for the Magpies.
Boy from Westfield Wood Torrens. He I got that wrong. didn't I?
Woodville,
West Torrens. How
There's a couple of W's and a T in there.
I knew I'd mix that up. Woodville West Torrens is what I'm trying to spit out. Puncher goes back to Josh Dacos, kicks inside the forward 50. Ball spills down Geelong's way. Stewart collects, goes darting away. Handball to Wiltshire. Wilshire's handball away to Jack Martin. Tackled, shoots a handball forward. Here he is, Puncher. Got it for Collingwood. Handball to go. He bowled over, tried to hack it forward, and Long's caught ball up. Woodville West Torrens. That's what I was.
And it's crazy to think that 2 months ago he was an accountant in Adelaide, and here he is playing on the MCG.
16-point game. What a turnaround in this match. So 9 of the first 10 for Geelong. Collingwood the last 5. Geelong win it from the stoppage. Long kick going forward for the Cats. Punched away there. Nice bit of defending and finds a safety to the boundary line again. Puncher, who's involved in everything. Boundary throwing half forward for Geelong. And now they're the ones that have got to try and withstand this momentum that's coming at them.
All of a sudden, around that Cats' last goal, 9-minute mark of the second quarter. Shannon Neal tries to take it to the right, tackle by McStay, holding the ball. You can't hand the ball off to your teammate. Dan McStay having a run in the ruck. You got Shannon Neal there. Nowhere for Shagger to go.
Yeah, Ollie Dempsey trying to take it out of his hands.
Yes. Now courageous as McStay wanting to be. Switching, looking for Howe. Clark in from the side. Howe hasn't taken it. Clark comes charging on top of him. He's got to knock it out. Umpire lets it go for a few moments. Puncher comes in. Close over the top. Collingwood get out of jail there. Jeremy Howe has a bit of a look to his teammate. Not the best kick, mate.
He gave him plenty of airtime, didn't he?
Cats by 16. Pies with all the momentum. Ball up, centre half forward for Geelong. Wiltshire took on Long. Got it out, close. Handball to Martin. Martin with plenty to do. Kicks to full forward and Quaynor back to save the day. Takes the intercept mark on the behind line. And here goes Collingwood on the counter-attack. Quaynor takes some ground and then a long kick to a one-on-one. Punched away by Blitzarps. Whistle on the play. Free kick Collingwood. And now draped over the shoulder of Harrison. And everything's coming up the Pies at the moment. They've kicked the last 5 goals. Harrison kicks beyond the wing. Hands on it from Stewart. No mark. Spills underneath the pack. Anderson ushers it out, but straight to Humphreys. And Geelong calm it down. Handball to Guthrie, to Dempsey, to Stewart. Stewart takes on the tackler. Got it away to Myers. Myers caught. Ball out of play. Myers out of play. Says spin that in on the southern wing. Geelong by 16.
They've ramped up the tackle pressure enormously. The Pies.
It's not coming back through the corridor, are they? The Cats, everything's wide. Under pressure.
Collingwood had a pressure rating of 205 in that second quarter. They found their magic tonic. Thrown in. McStay wins down the tap. Nick Dacos the tackle on Warple. Squeeze the kick up the wing. Dempsey tries to knock it out to Myers. Ball in dispute. Tom Atkins kicks along the ground. Up to Ollie Henry. Bumped off it. Knocked it on to Wiltshire. Hand pass over Frampton. Gets it to Neal at half forward. Got close in the pocket. Or Martin. Jack Martin leads up and takes the mark. Did he play on? No. He spotted Clark for half a moment. That's Jai Clark. Now he decides to line up in the right forward pocket. Tight angle. 35 metres out from goal.
That was play on. Then Bo McCreary was definitely. He only turned around to have a look. There's a nice bit of play. Tom Atkins was tough in there. Won that. Ollie Wiltshire clean below his knees. A good little kick there from Shannon Neal. Just to the advantage of Jack Martin. They need this, the Cats.
They need a steady up. Jack Martin with ball in hand in the right forward pocket. Comes in and delivers. Geelong's first goal since the 9-minute mark of the second quarter and breaks a run of 6 consecutive goals for the Magpies, just to settle things down a bit for the Cats. Geelong by 22 points, 10-4-64 to Collingwood 6-6-42. 18 minutes gone, third quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. You with Adam Romanascus and Brett D'Olivio.
Yeah, well, it was a big ball in close there. So you look, they're just fighting and scrapping. The Cats in there, Atkins there. Wiltshire, beautiful and clean to give that handball over the top. They just need to find one just to steady the momentum of Collingwood.
No doubt.
The Cats, so Flinchy mentioned the pressure.
That's the change in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Like it's one goal and all of a sudden it
just quiets it down a little bit.
Yeah.
That's what you need.
Takes a bit of the sting out of things. So 22 points Geelong's lead, bit more comfort for now. Restart back in the middle, Warple and Long, all the bodies dive in and we'll do it all again. Here's a run of 5 consecutive Collingwood goals. From the restart, Warple Got a hand pass out towards Atkins. High up and under inside 50. Backtracking Frampton. Hands on it, no mark. Ball spills out. Polkinghorn to Martin. Handball to close. On the manor. Couldn't trap it. And Collingwood come up with it. And Crisp can run it away from the behind line. Gets to half back. Kicks from McCreary. But supporting O'Sullivan intercepts for Geelong.
He takes the mark at left half forward. Sends Geelong inside 50. Polkinghorn the target. Puncher in front. Off hands Jack Martin. Locked up by Crisp. And the upper board up 40 metres out from the Cats' goal. The punter at end.
Does that a lot, Leeds, intercept marking?
He does. One of his strengths.
Thrown up. Neil and Cameron. Spills down. Side bottom. Lost it. Jack Martin ran into traffic. Pendlebury lays the tackle.
You'll see record numbers too.
Yes, most of any player in their first 45 games at the Cats.
That's a stat.
That's a stat.
Cameron slaps it down. Manor can't break away. Just chatting to Nigel Lappin at the VFL, one of the great development coaches. Said, who doesn't get the shout-out and the credit they deserve? Said Connor or someone. I said, Leeds gives him plenty on the ABC. We're not missing him.
Corby is with Zach Butters.
Cameron knocks it close to the boundary line. Smith keeps it alive. Hand pass back in the field of play. Long taps it on, but straight to Edwards. And gives it away to Warple, who retreats all the way back to Stewart. And Stewart switch the ball across the ground. Finds O'Sullivan, who marks back edge of the centre square. 21 gone in the third. Geelong by 22. They've kicked the last goal. Mark taken on the wing by Humphreys, lays it off by hand to the run of O'Connor, puts it inside the forward 50, and there's Cameron able to get across and intercept back pocket for Collingwood. Intriguing stage of the night. 21 gone, third term. Pies fell 49 behind, got within 16, but Geelong have kicked the last. Which way is it going to break? Cameron up to half-back. Off the pack, spills down to Quaynor. Sweeping hand pass down the wing. Taken away by Jack Henry. Handball back the other way for Geelong. Dempsey gives it to Bruin. Handball out wide. Finds O'Sullivan. Kicks laterally, and here's Atkins at centre-half forward.
He has Dempsey streaming into the pocket. Composes himself. John Clark leads up. And he spots him up in front of Lipinski. Good patience.
That kick is on all the time. When you mark it 60 metres out from goal, you see so many numbers just collapse back to the goal square. If you're patient enough, that short little 20-metre lead will come.
Good sides do that so well. Footy in the hands of Jai Clark. All of a sudden, this starts to become a big kick. Can Geelong score back-to-back goals directly in front, 40 metres out? Jai Clark comes in, drags it from right to left. Close. Can't control it. A minor score. Geelong lead by 23 points. Counts with 1-2 to Collingwood's 2-2 in this third quarter.
Too close to the man on the mark there, Jai Clark.
Geelong have lost only one game this year, leading at three-quarter time. There's the kick out here, dangerous from Josh Dacos and intercepted. And Connor takes the mark centre-half forward for Geelong. He's going to look inside the forward 50. Neil the target, hands to it, no mark. Spills down to side bottom. Hand pass away to Josh Dacos. He kicks out of the defensive 50 and finds an option in Harrison. So with that in mind, Cats giving up a three-quarter time lead only once. How far's too far back for Collingwood? Rammer and Leeds as the kick out down the wing for
they get another one, I reckon.
One more too many?
One more, I think.
Harrison's kick marked by O'Connor, so he's got a defensive side of the southern wing.
The Pies of a few years ago, though, I wouldn't have counted them out at all.
23, the deficit.
They just don't have a consistent goal kicker. Where you can go, okay, he's going to get us 2 or 3 in the last quarter.
Yeah, that being
Jamie
said,
Elliott.
though, 5 of Geelong's 8 losses have been by 13 points or less, so neither side have really done close finishes all that well. O'Sullivan up the wing, looking for Neil. Clears he and Polkinghorn. Manor races onto it. Kicks towards the, corridor. In the end, it ricochets off a few bodies, and Polkinghorn and Clark are able to lock up Puncher. 45 metres out from Geelong's goal. The Cats by 23 points.
The SMS chat says, would like an attendance estimate. Sounds loud.
That's Pie supporters for you.
I bet you to give us a number at a moment. Rammer and Lids from the ball up. Warple, hurried kick forward. Polkinghorn trying to trap it. Knocks it out, but straight to Howe. Handball away to Crisp. He's off and running. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Opens up field. Ugly kick for Membry. Cleans it up. Handball to Nick Dacos, the superstar running through. Kicks inside 50. 2-on-1 if they can get it out the Pies. Harrison trying to knock it away from O'Connor. To Goey lends a hand. To Goey tackled by Bruin. Great bit of work defensively. Handball to Harrison. 2-man tackle locked up. Ball up, inside 50 for the Pies. We'll have a stoppage, 40 metres out from their goal at left half forward.
Yeah, right on Tanner Bruin. He didn't fully retard Geordie Ngoe, but it was enough to hold him up.
Edwards wins the tap. Darcy Cameron got there late. Spills to Tanner Bruin. Kick is a turnover. Side bottom Arts is involved in that exchange with Bailey Smith, as Ben Cameron reported in the third quarter. Geelong by 23 points. Side bottom veers out to the right. Drives it into the pocket. From the back, McStay sets himself. Edwards in front, off hands. Warples over the top of the footy, and McStay's over him, Ben Cameron.
Just on that exchange, they did make up before they both returned to the field. They sort of had a bit of a pat on the back, a bit more of a discussion, and sort of slapped each other on the chest and said all good and moved on.
Constructive feedback. As Cameron wins down the tap for Collingwood, left forward pocket. Atkins wanted it more, but now he has an issue. Tackled and holding the ball, trying to force his way through, and McStay got him.
Definitely there.
Normally does that so well, but on this occasion, he had no support.
Didn't get the fist of the ball clinch on the handball.
Swannies all over those ones now.
Well, they missed one earlier in the game, didn't they, on Connor O'Sullivan, but they got that one. He does try and fight his way through it, Tom Atkins. This is just a little speak the Titan of this one, Rammer, I reckon.
And after Jai Clark couldn't capitalise at one end, can Dan McStay do the opposite, almost directly in front. 35 metres out from goal. McStay comes in to continue the climb for Collingwood. He pokes it through. He rolls into line as he puts through his second. And the Magpies aren't done with yet. Margin back to 17 points. Geelong 10-5-65 to Collingwood 7-6-48. The Magpies with 3-1 in this third quarter. Ahead of Rammer and Lids, down to Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Jeremy Howe's just exited down the race with the Docs. Had a groin issue a few weeks ago. Didn't appear to be that at the moment. Maybe an arm issue, but I'll come back to you when I've got more details.
Well, again, it's just pressure by Collingwood. So forcing Geelong to make a decision. Great tackle by McStay, then it just converts. So what do we got? 48 seconds remaining in this quarter. They'll be really happy with this quarter to the Pies. 3-1 and back in the game.
Cats kicked 9 of the first 10 goals. 6 of the next 7 for Collingwood. Edwards pumps it straight down to Nick Dacos. Handball away to Allen. Allen shoots goal, but he misses everything out on the full. How about that arc that he ran, Nick Dacos, with Mullen trailing?
Mullen, he was right there.
Yeah, he wasn't giving up, was he? And I think Nick knew it too. You know, this bloke's got some wheels.
Yeah. 17-point game. O'Sullivan brings it back in, but straight to Cameron. Takes the intercept mark. 28 seconds left in the quarter. Tick, 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 tick. Cameron turns, kicks inside 50 for Collingwood. They need a march. Stewart hits it off for Geelong. He's got it at fullback in the waning moments of the third term. And after Geelong had this out by 49, they almost broke the back of the game. Collingwood hung in there. And they're in the fight at three-quarter time. Close to the boundary line. And we're going to have another stoppage here with just 3 ticks left on the clock. It's turned into a pretty impressive game of footy. Edwards down to Manor. Hurried kick down the line. And that'll do us. So Geelong 9 of the first 10 goals. Collingwood have kicked 6 of the last 7. And the team that's surging at three-quarter time is 17 points down. Geelong by 17, 10-5-65. Collingwood 7-6-48. And what is going to be an intriguing final term here at the MCG. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The goal kickers, first of all for the Cats, 2 for Ollie Dempsey, 2 for Ollie Henry, and then singles for Polkinghorne, Manor, Martin, Myers, Neal and Blitzarves. So they've had 8 different goal kickers. The Cats through 3 quarters. In what was a lights-out display to start, in particular when they went 49 up midway through that second term. They were playing some red-hot footy. And from there, Collingwood have worked their way back. So 2 for McCreery, 2 for McStay, and then singles for West, Harrison and Anderson, trying to get it done by committee. Have you got a number for Shaz, crowd estimate, here at the MCG?
I'll say 62.
55.
Okay, 62 and 50. There's no way it's 55.
58, okay, 58.
58. I'm just judging by last week's game where they tried to tell us on Friday night, the Melbourne-Geelong game, that there was 49 here, which I guarantee there wasn't 49, but that's what they said. Come on, Pies, cheering quietly with a new granddaughter, another Magpie Army member. That's from Lisa in Germany. Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate your contribution. Plenty of love for the Pies on the SMS. Hi, team. Fran here. Thanks for the call. All that can be said is go the Pies. Hope they flip the switch. That might have been a little earlier in proceedings. Well, they've done that, Fran. They're back in the game at three-quarter time. Margin is 17. Geelong on top. Collingwood with a bit of momentum. Let's see what we get in this final term, which is around the corner. Thoughts of Rammer and Lids coming up next. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
What's really in the food we're eating? A lot of the labels are not true. A major Australian food investigation yields shocking results. Duped, a two-part special from Four Corners. Streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Winds up, looks out wide. McCreary in the pocket, takes the mark. Blitzhouse went tumbling over. He thought about taking a step. We'll probably just realise at exactly the right moment that Blitzhouse was back on his feet. In the right forward pocket, 35 out, starts it right and sends it through. Two for Bo McCreary. And Collingwood continue to climb back. The opening goal of the third quarter.
The kick finds Long. Handball to Nick Dacos, receives it. Inside 50, spots Harrison. And Harvey Harrison marks left half forward for the Magpies. They've got another look at the sticks. Left half forward, 40 out. Harvey Harrison, the drop punt. Oh, it's good. Hot Pies in the G. Collingwood have kicked 5 on the trot. A run which started before the half and has continued after it. And after they were down by as many as 49 points, Collingwood's deficit is just 16.
Hand pass over Frampton. Gets it to Neil at half forward. Got close in the pocket. Or Mutt. Jack Martin leads up and takes the mark. They need a steady up. Jack Martin with ball in hand in the right forward pocket. Comes in and delivers. Geelong's first goal since the 9-minute mark of the second quarter and breaks a run of 6 consecutive goals for the Magpies, just to settle things down a bit for the Cats.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Geelong by 17, three-quarter time at the MCG. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, it doesn't really make sense, that quarter, to me, Ram. The Cats absolutely dominated clearance 15-7, and they win the inside 50s by 2. But yet the Pies, their ability to kick 2 more goals, I think it was off the back of Darcy Cameron. He had 4 marks off the opposition, so he's getting right back to support his defence in that one. And he clunked a couple of big marks where he's just filling the hole back there. But we were just talking off air just then. Nick Dacos has had, the 24, I think, for the whole game. The way they win this game, the Cats, don't allow him to get to 34.
Correct.
And he's had 4 score involvements. Don't allow him to get to 8 or 9 score involvements for the game. If you can, Oshin Marlin's done a pretty good job, but 24, I mean, I'd be pretty happy with that at three-quarter time. He's going to have 6 or 7 at least in this quarter. Still get his 30. But I feel like Oshin has done a reasonably good job, as has Ed Allen, I think, on Bailey Smith. He's had 19, had the 7 clearances. A lot of those have been kicks off the ground, so he's been under pressure, but only the 2 score involvements. That's the big one for me with Bailey Smith. So both taggers have done a reasonably good job in quelling the influence, but three-quarters of the game is done. You've still got to be able to finish this final, 20 or 30 minutes and make sure that your team gets on the right side of the ledger.
So what got Collingwood back into the game is their pressure. So about halfway through that second quarter, right through to third quarter, they had 22 tackles in that second quarter alone. So can they ramp it up again and win the ball back from Geelong quickly? Geelong need more out of Warple. In my opinion, he only had the 5 that quarter. They probably need a little bit more out of Atkins. Jack Martin, they need a little bit more out of Wiltshire. They need a little bit more out of Brad Close. Definitely they need some more out of Myers. So they're just stumbling a little bit, I think, at the moment, John. They only found a goal in that third quarter. So that was at the 18-minute mark. So that was only a quarter and a half since their last goal previous, Corp. So the scoring's really dried up. And again, that's on the back of Collingwood putting the pressure on. So we haven't seen Shannon Neal out in the open taking big marks like he was in the first quarter. Polkagorn getting the space that he had. Ollie Henry getting the space he had. So time for Geelong's mids to go to work I think, in this last quarter. Drive the game forward, win territory. We know how good Geelong are at setting up behind the ball. Allow Stewart, Guthrie, Blitzars to get behind the ball and win the game.
Can you win the premiership this year from outside the top 6?
I don't think so. It'd be hard to do.
Why not?
If you feel like you can't, you better be winning tonight. So that's what's at stake here in this final term. The winner stays in top 6 contention for the loser. They're going to have to do it for the wildcard spots. 17 points the lead for Geelong. Collingwood with the momentum. Final term underway. The goalie toe pokes it out to Nick Dacos. Handball missed Pendlebury. Edwards intercepts. Handball went straight to his opposing ruckman Cameron. He's taken high, so Collingwood with the footy. Hand pass away to Nick Dacos, who's lost Mullen. Sweeps a hand pass forward to Pendlebury. Back to Nick Dacos. Kicks inside 50. Membry can't reel it in. Spills down to Long. Hand pass out of bounds. Lipinski can't trap it. And a throw-in 35 metres out from the Collingwood goal. All to play for in this final term. A 17-point lead for Geelong. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
How have you boys seen the umps tonight? Pretty good?
I haven't.
Have you noticed
the
differential?
Not a heap.
17-6.
Whose way?
Collingwood's.
Wow.
Yeah. I didn't notice them that much either, but that stands out.
Blitzavs down to Dempsey. Hand pass to Bailey Smith and now to Bruin against the boundary line. Sends it up the wing. Shannon Neal the target. Got hands to it. Couldn't complete it. Ollie Henry tries to soccer it forward. Did get it to Polkinghorn. Hand pass looking for Manor. Side step, side bottom. Out the back is Myers. What a kick. Thinks about playing on hard against the boundary. Now we'll go back and have the set shot.
Yeah, that was well done. Ollie Henry just kept that ball going forward, didn't he? And then trying to remember who had the handball over top. Can't think of who it was, but geez, that kick from Manor was spot on for Myers. We called for Myers to get back involved.
Tough for Grind to kick from here.
Yeah, around the body, normally check side. He's going to go the banana from about 20 metres out. Kicks it across the face, as you heard from Bretolino. Fails to score out of bounds on the full.
But banana's the other way. I've always called that a check side.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Jeremy Howe's out for the game, so the footage we've seen was him sort of shaking his arm. You remember he had some nerve damage after that badly broken arm when he was, what was that, round 1, 2023 from memory?
Yep.
So he's been shaking that out. It feels like it's related to that. Not good for Jeremy Howe.
So the Pies 2 down now with Perryman and Howe out of the game.
3 rotations in this final turn for Collingwood. Full health for Geelong after Wiltshire passed that HIA earlier in the game. From the stoppage, Atkins kicks inside the forward 50, punched away from Neal, falls down towards Manor, got it to Wiltshire, back to Manor, kicks inside 50, Shannon Neal. Velcro for hands. He's got one to stick at full forward.
Yeah, well, it's good to see Sean Manor delivering the ball inside 50 and not shooting. He's doing a couple of great kicks just there. Gets himself separation just with a little sidestep. No, it's mate, when he elevates and reads the ball well, Shannon Neal, he's got a great set of hands.
Big kick this to set the tone early in the last. Neal knocks it through. He loves it too as he turns and celebrates with the crowd and his teammates. 3 gone in the last, and Geelong pull further in front. It's out to 23 points, 11-5-71. Collingwood 7-6-48. Shannon Neal comes up with his second of the night. And he's within 1 of Jeremy Cameron in the club's goal-kicking 2 for 2026. Cats by 23. They land the first blow in the final 2.
And it is incredibly important, the first goal of the last quarter, because now it forces Collingwood to really start taking risk with their ball movement. They're probably going to have to kick 5 goals now to win the game of football. You expect Geelong to kick 1 more, I would say, in this quarter, so they're going to have to kick 5 now to win Collingwood.
The other part, Ramos, without Jeremy Howe, Billy Frampton really has no support.
Nobody.
As he found on that occasion.
Pendlebury's gone back to half-back. You got side bottom at half-back.
Cameron wins down the tap, ricochets back to him. He almost creates something, trying to volley it forward. Ned Long came charging in. Cameron, a third involvement. Slapped it out, got it to Jordan Agoe. Looks up inside 50, shoots the target. Jack Henry, cannon into his own teammate. Guthrie spills to McStay. Curls it around his body. Dan McStay with his third. And Collingwood immediately answer back. This wrestle continues. Geelong 11-5-71 to Collingwood 8-6-54. A goal apiece inside 4.5 minutes of the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Brett Delidio and Adam Romanascus.
So, Liz, what's interesting with Pendlebury going to half-back, Manor is his opponent.
Yep.
So Manor has taken the ball inside 50 twice this quarter with really good kicks. I watched Pendlebury there with what he did at that centre bounce. He just took off.
Yep.
He just took off, didn't show Manor any respect. It's a dangerous game to play. I know Pendlebury's our most experienced player ever. Now Josh Dacos is going to Shaun Manor, so...
Well, you got to win it, don't you?
Yeah, you got to win the game.
Roll the dice.
Yep.
Back in the middle. No clean takeaway. Atkins under pressure. Got a hand pass out. It'll work for Geelong. Mullen gives it to Smith. Kicks inside 50. There's a tangle of bodies. There's a free and all of that.
Oh, an offside umpire. Oh, ridiculous. The one who was right there said no, play on.
Blitzarms and Pendlebury in a tangle. Pendlebury wins this battle with the elder statesman. Gets the free kick. Spots up Allen at centre half back. Long kick to the wing. Crisp takes the mark in a one-on-one with Dempsey. Looks corridor. Finds to Goey right on the 50.
He's got the leg.
Where he kicked that famous goal on grand final day in 2023. Same end of the ground to the long end lids, the punt road end. He'll have a look here from right on 50.
Yeah, I think he's got the journey, but he's going to have to get it flush. I wanted to go back and have a look at that other free kick at the other end of the ground.
Jordan De Goey. He'll kick from 55 metres out. That kick is right to the line. It's helped through a minor score. Behind 16 points, Geelong's lead, 6 gone, final term.
Do you reckon Pendlebury pulled out the GR card?
Oh, well, it's
James record holder and convinced Brett Rosebery whether it was a free kick?
Well, Rosebery's one of our most experienced, and I think a less experienced umpire overruled him. It's like, yeah.
He's a games record holder too.
Yes.
Brett Rosebery.
Maybe just know your place. But anyway.
Bruin up the wing towards Blitzavs. It's spoiled and off hands goes out of play. Blitzavs, it seemed to have got rid of Pendlebury, but the umpire not officiating said no, illegally.
Makes me wonder that when you see it from further away than the bloke who's just there on the spot.
Shallow throw in front. Darcy Cameron wins down the tap, but straight to O'Shea Mullen in front of Nick Dacos. High ball inside 50. Quainer rises and takes the mark. It was superb hands. He wants to switch it. Got it around Polkinghorne. Out to Lipinski on the wing. Wiltshire in from the side. Spills to Bruin. Over his shoulder. Back to Wiltshire at left half forward. Little fumble. Gets it away from Frampton. To Myers into the pocket. Polkinghorne takes the mark. There was nothing pretty about it. But Geelong kept the ball in motion. And now it ends up in the hands of the South Australian Jake Polkinghorne, the youngest cat on the ground in the left forward pocket.
Well, it's a big 2-on-2 contest there.
Wiltshire, yeah.
Wiltshire, Bruin.
The ball just wouldn't sit again.
Lipinski and Anderson was the other Collingwood player. They're able to win that. It was a right kick by Quaynor.
From Penong, 800 kilometres west of Adelaide, Jay Polkinghorne rises to the occasion and curls through his second. In the absence of Jeremy Cameron, Shannon Neal and Jay Polkinghorne stepping up, and Geelong lead by 22 points. 2 of the first 3 goals of this final quarter. 12-5-77 to the Magpies, 8-7-55. 8 minutes gone, final quarter. The Magpies down 2 on the bench. Harry Perryman and now Jeremy Howe at 3/4 time. Adam Romanascus and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
That's that risk-reward, isn't it? I mean, they're rolling the dice off half-back. They cost Pendlebury spitting through, trying to give him some run. Quaynor, great intercept mark. He's got to try and open the game up to get some run and carry going, but when the ball hangs a little bit, it was probably really well read from Ollie Wiltshire. You just got to give him credit there and follow up from Tanner Bruin. You know, Grant Myers, clever kick too around the body on his opposite shoot.
They're 2 key forwards with 1 each to start the final term. Geelong and a little bit more comfort again. 22 points the margin. Edwards palms it down. Out towards Mullen, who's locked up by Nick Dacos. Holding the ball. So Nick tangles himself from Mullen, takes it by hand to Josh Dacos. Nothing he likes up ahead, so he switches wings. Kicks out towards Lipinski. Spills the mark. Time to regather. Kicks down to half forward. Harrison takes the mark right on the logo. 50 metres out. Puts it further inside 50. Anderson. 40 from home, but against the boundary line, right half forward.
Now 21-6. Just keeping an eye on it. Free kick count. That was a bit hot, that one, I thought.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be equal, but it's unusual that it's that
lopsided. I think because he had a hand free, they expected him to get a kick away there on that one.
Anderson only 3 metres in from the boundary line. Right-footed drop punt. Misses. Near side, a 21-point lead for Geelong. Have they done enough? 9.5 minutes gone in the final term, so still most of the quarter to play out. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Bruin into Humphreys in the back pocket. Chips it back to the defensive goal scorer, and Tanner Bruin takes the mark. Back half for him tonight as he plays on around Lockie Schultz. Up towards Blitzhouse. Crispin from the side. Offhand spills down to Connor O'Sullivan. Quick 1-2 with Wiltshire. Spinning out of traffic. Warple kicks smothered. Ricochets into the middle of the ground. Ned Long wins a big ball. Tries to get away. Warple lays the tackle. Half pass chopped off by O'Shea Mullen. Away from Nick Dacos. Sends it up the wing. Neil the target. Frampton from behind. Jack Martin was the only one who kept his feet. And it just trickles out of play.
That was they were out because Myers was out. It was close. And Myers versus Steele side bottom inside forward 50 there for the Cats.
Hunter and Frampton both went in the air, and if Jack Martin had kept the ball in, he was away.
21-point lead for the Cats. And the boundary throw-in. Blitzhouse palms it down. Warple knocks it away towards Smith, who took a bounce. Ball eventually comes back to him. Kicks inside 50. Ollie Henry leaps up. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Quaynell's got it. He's tackled immediately by Martin. Somehow got a hand pass out. Finds side bottom, runs on the behind lines. Works a kick out to Josh Dacos. Hardy mouth a little there, Lids.
That was Rammer, not me.
Nervy moment.
Oh, yeah.
Short kick away to Lipinski. Right half back. Lipinski goes down the line and Jack Henry knocks it out of bounds. A throw-in on the wing. A daring kick at this stage of the night for Steele's side bottom, the 35-year-old. 21-point lead for the Cats, 11 gone in the last. Singing a famous Rex Hunt line, of course, he used to call Steele side bottom, side Steele bottom. It's one of his names. He used to roll out in commentary. Shout out to Rex. I'm sure he'd be listening to the ABC.
Well, we known as the Tobin brothers to him. Cheerio to you, Rex. To go, he tries to knock it on. Spills the way of O'Shea Mullen. Out pass inside 50. Side bottom, just gets a kick away. Anderson knocking towards the boundary line. O'Shea Mullen gets tangled into, and Anderson goes over the top of him and knocked the ball out of play. Geelong 12-5-77 to Collingwood 8-8-56.
Just territory at the moment's an issue for the Pies. 8 inside 50s to 4 in Geelong's favour.
12 minutes gone to the final term. Blitzhouse wins down the tap. Warple can't break clear. Collingwood with just the 3 fit players on the bench, so I feel like the Pies will have to get something going soon. Blitzhouse tries to knock it down. Josh Dacos out of traffic. Hand pass to McStay. Dribbles a kick only as far as Bailey Smith. With that white headband, he cuts back on his left. Drives Geelong inside 50. Neil up with one arm. Frampton was there. Spoils down to Manor. Ran into a dead end. Trying to take him on. Holding the ball.
Caught again.
The blinkers. The eyes lit up, but he ran into a dead end.
That's the third time tonight, is it?
Oh, at least.
At least the third? Yeah.
Just give the handball.
He doesn't die trying.
21-point game. Cats on top. Houston. Long kick down the wing. There's more intervention here. 2 umpires.
Oh, look out.
Out of zone umpire says free kick Geelong. I think the crowd's aware of the free kick count, Lids.
Listening to the ABC.
And a bronze cheer there, as they all would be. O'Sullivan down to Smith. Kicks inside 50. Martin, I thought he got there. Umpire didn't. Said it was a half volley. Martin took a sprawling mark. Good call. And now a ball up centre half forward for Geelong.
Yeah, very good call.
Ball up centre half forward for the Cats. Picked off by the Pies. Side bottom to Pendlebury. Hurried kick down the wing. Guthrie collects. Tackled by McCreary.
All right, now they get a bit of field position here, the Pies. So they're right on the half forward flank on the Shane Warne side of the ground. Must try to score out of this passage of play.
Adam Ramanaskas with you on ABC Sport. McStay one down the tap, but Warple gathers for Geelong. Hand pass to O'Connor. To Lawson Humphreys, dodging and weaving, so they're out of defence. Geelong up the wing for Shannon Neal. He's out position though. And Billy Frampton takes the mark. How courageous will he be? Into the middle of the ground. A kick to Jack Crisp, who looks laterally. Has Schultz at left half forward. Stewart lumbering after him. Schultz looks for the chip. Pendlebury's there. Just inside 50, he plays on, gets away from Warple, steadies, Pendlebury misses to the left. Just couldn't quite finish. A 20-point lead Geelong's way at the 14-minute mark of the final term.
Warple just went to sleep, didn't he, on the mark?
If you're cheering for the game, I feel like you needed that one to go through. Pendlebury.
It's just never been his one wood, the goal kicking, Pendles. Does everything else so well.
Humphreys out to left half back. Mark O'Connor takes the mark. Now long down the wing. Quaynor jumps in front of Ollie Henry. Knocks the ball out to Nick Dacos, who gets some separation. The little champ kicks inside 50. A torp off a step. It'll sit from McCreary, trying to knock it away from Humphreys. McCreary becomes tackler. Ball up, full forward for the Pies. 20 points the margin. Final crowd, 60,043.
Oh, was I closest?
I said 62, didn't I? You said 55.
58 I had at the end.
Oh, right. From the stoppage, eventually rolls out of play. So going to throw in. Still deep forward for Collingwood. Geelong by 20 points. 2-1 in this final term the Cats' way. So a 20-point lead. And we've now used almost half the minutes on the clock in this final term. 15 minutes old.
Shane Mullen alongside Nick Dacos in this throw-in. Couple of blocks being put on. McStay wins down the tap against Blitzhouse. Here's Nick. Curls onto it. Centering kick. Looking for Chris, who charges forward from half forward and takes the mark inside 50. Close in tail.
That's pretty good by Nick.
On an occasion when others might have turned and had a shot on goal, he unselfishly found his teammate. Now the footy.
Well, it's an incredible lead by Jack Crisp.
Yeah.
To recognise he was basically guarding space outside forward 50, then dove in to inside 50 to get that kick by Nick Dacos.
Collingwood's Iron Man, Jack Crisp, from directly in front. He drifts his kick right. And after Collingwood got within 16 points after Jordan Agoe missed, it's now a 19-point lead Geelong's way. The chances are starting to run out.
They're two good looks. Miss for Pendlebury, a set shot miss for Crisp.
Two very good looks.
19 points Geelong's lead. Guthrie marks in the back pocket from the kick out and then goes long down the line. Frampton looking to knock it out of play. Clark keeps it alive for the Cats. Handball away to Blitzhalves. Handball onto Humphreys. Kicks down the wing. Ollie Henry's out. Takes the mark. Open forward 50. Tight angle. Trying to run it through. Slides. Goals. Goals. Ollie Henry against the old mob. It'll be tough now for the Magpies. And Ollie Henry, perhaps with the game changer. 17 gone final term. And that hurts the Magpies push. 13-5-83. Collingwood 8-10-58. 25-point lead for Geelong. 17 gone final term.
Sorry, mate.
It was 3 behind for the Pies. So I think it was Agoe,
Pendlebury,
then Crisp. One opportunity for Geelong. And it's an absolute mongrel kick. I don't know what Henry was trying to do.
It was a great call, Ed. So, like you said, don't have to draw pictures. Jeez.
Yeah, just got to go through, Ram. Not everyone's been perfect. He's kicked a couple like that, haven't they? A bit funky. That's all right.
3 tonight for Ollie Henry against his former side. Cameron wins down the tap, gets it to Josh Dacos. Out laterally towards Harvey Harrison. Wilson Humphreys makes the spoil. Successfully sees the ball out of play. So 17 minutes gone in the final term. Geelong by 25 points. After they burst out of the blocks with 5 of the opening 6 goals of the match. Led at quarter time by 24. Got out by 49 in the second quarter. Collingwood came rattling back late in the second quarter, early in the third. The Cats have had all the answers tonight. Cameron wins down the tap for Collingwood. Looking for Ed Allen. Slaps it away from Bailey Smith. Hand pass inboard, cut off by Atkins. Tackled by Ned Long. Hand pass went straight over the boundary line.
Deliberate.
Umpires paid deliberate. Jeez, I'm not sure he had many other options other than just to get a hand pass away.
He was trying to handball to Bailey Smith, wasn't he, I think?
I guess the umpire will say if it went straight over the line, that's deliberate.
Yeah.
Comes inboard. I'm not sure that's 15, 20 either, as Harrison takes the mark. Yeah. Got it from Ed Allen.
Need the new technology, don't we? That's what he was talking about with the little watch that's going to ding and say, nah, 14.3.
Dacos was trying to skirt around the back, lids.
Can you imagine the look when that comes in? Every umpire running around like this, looking at their wrist.
Collingwood need to start taking a few of these chances. Harvey Harrison out to the right. 45 out, got close to the man on the mark and misses everything to the right-hand side. Out of bounds on the full. Still a 25-point lead Geelong's way. 19 minutes gone, final turn.
Third miss and as many looks for Collingwood. Behinds for Pendlebury and for Crisp, but now out on the full for Harrison. And at the other end, Geelong have kicked one on the counter-attack to put it back out. Beyond 4 goals, 25 points the margin. And the kick out marked here, or the returning kick, marked by Frampton, pops it up to the hot spot. O'Sullivan trying to spoil over the back, skims off the knuckles of a Magpie down to Schultz. Handball away to Josh Dacos. He shoots. Too much curl on that over his head. Misses near side of behind. 3 behinds and 1 out on the full from their last 4 looks. 1-5. And this final turn for Collingwood. Geelong by 24 points as we're about to tick into time on in the last.
Trailing by 17 points at three-quarter time. 2 players down on the bench. They've got to be perfect. Tanner Bruin long out of defence. Puncher brings it down. Chris Pampas chopped off by Bailey Smith. Tackled by Schultz. Brought down. Holding the ball, says the umpire. Going quick with that whistle tonight.
They have. That's a right call, that one. I've got no issues with that.
Can Collingwood make one of these count? Schultz veers out to the right. Sends it long to the goal square. McStay up and travels the mark. Now, West has tried to take the advantage. You can't do that with a mark, so it's going to have to come back to Dan McStay, who had enough of that, Lids, you reckon?
Yeah. That's a mark.
So McStay has 3 tonight.
Yeah, that was a mark. He controlled it enough, and then he just lost it right at the end.
Just ticked into time on of the final quarter. So time will start to become an enemy as well. Dan McStay looking for a 4th goal tonight. And to keep the black and white in it, he does his part. Pokes it through from 15 metres out. And there's still a faint pulse. Geelong by 18 points. 13-5-83 to Collingwood 9-11-65. The Magpies with 2 goals, 5 in the final quarter to Geelong's 3 straight. Adam Ramanauskas and Brett DeLeo, your experts. Thursday night footy.
Well, there's enough time, Liz. There's still 6 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in this quarter. So more than enough time for the Pies, but 2 goals, 5 at the moment. They're just kicking themselves out of it. They've had some really good looks in this final quarter. So now, look, it's all go. Can they build up enough from half back? You got Pendlebury and side bottom there again across half back. They need a spark out of Dan Houston. He's only had this quarter. What's he had this quarter? He's only had the 2 kicks.
Mitch Edwards leaps up, wins the hit out, but straight to well under the Pies. Handball to Nick Dacos, under pressure from Mullen. Coughs it up, trying to link up with Pendlebury. Manor turns and kicks inside 50. Martin smothers the footy on the way in, trying to control it on the way through. Unsuccessful. Quaynall's hand pass also picked off. Wiltshire back with it. He coughs it up to Houston. Houston turns it straight over inside defensive 50. Cats get it out. Close to Martin. Handball away. And the snap from Wiltshire in the pocket will just about do it. And Geelong off the turnover. Make the Magpies pay. And they'll be tough to beat now, Geelong. A 4-goal buffer, and Ollie Wiltshire has a few of the Magpie army headed for the exits. Geelong 14-5-89, Collingwood 9-11-65. Back to 4 goals, Geelong's way. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I called for a lift out of Dan Houston. He just gives the ball up and cost his team a goal. He just hasn't had a great night. He's had the 12 possessions only, but he's had Wiltshire at times, he's had Myers at times, he's had Manor at times. There's been no run. No dash across out of half back.
To fight through it. Yeah. That's the thing that probably frustrates you the most, is it? So you've got all these weapons, but you've got to fight through it.
Yeah. Wiltshire becomes the 9th individual goal kicker for Geelong tonight. Ed Allen out of the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Josh Dacos, trying to get it up to Ned Long. Intercepting mark taken by Jai Clark. And left half back for the Cats. Geelong by 24 points. 23 minutes gone in the final term. Now they'll take some seconds off the clock. Out wide to Humphreys. To O'Shea Mullen, who feeds the hand pass away to Bailey Smith. Inside 50 at the back. Shannon Neal takes the mark in a pack of players. He pulls down an impressive mark in the left forward pocket. And Geelong are finishing strongly now.
Yeah, well, what I love about the game now is that we don't... Back in our day, Ram, it would have been, do not give that handball because the player on the mark will interfere, but now it's all about keep the ball in motion, get it going in so you get better looks forward to the footy, but it just allows midfielders to create, run, dash, open the game up.
Shannon Neal looking for a 3rd goal tonight, and for 2 in the final quarter. He fires on goal from the left forward pocket, 45 metres out, misses to the left.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, as a mid, you're not even calling for that.
You wouldn't. You'd be running straight towards the bench.
Houston takes some ground and then goes long, straight up the middle. 3 fly, no mark, spills down to Smith. His hand pass comes back to him. Gives it away a second time. Away to Clark. Kicks inside the forward 50. They got it again. Polkinghorne leaping forward, marks 20 metres out, just left of centre.
Win the ball back. Collingwood take the risk. Want to go up the middle of the ground. Geelong win the ball back. Go inside forward 50. Your defenders are behind. It looks a good Polkinghorne.
Yep, absolutely. Gets good spots, doesn't he? Just got to make sure he finishes his work. Wouldn't kick a couple of binds, I reckon, his first game down there at the Cattery.
So multiple goals now in all 3 starts. Jay Polkinghorne, the youngest man on the ground, closes the show. The Cats by 31 points. And without Jeremy Cameron, without Max Holmes, without Patrick Dangerfield, this Geelong team is headed back into the top 6 to rocket up the table again. A career high in his 3rd game for Jay Polkinghorne. He's got 3.
Well, it's such a game of momentum, isn't it? Geelong started this last quarter really strongly, kicked a couple of goals again, and Collingwood had their opportunities. They just couldn't capitalise. And when you look at the score, 2-5 to 5-1, it doesn't allow you just to get close enough to then get the crowd back involved and then see whether you can go on with it. They've just dominated this last little bit again, then Geelong. They've just been able to clamp again, kick a goal, and get the momentum back on their side.
2 goals against St Kilda, 2 goals against Melbourne for Jay Polkinghorne, now career best. 3 goals here at the MCG. Footy's a dream. As the Cats take it back in the middle of the ground, O'Connor got it to Atkins, hand pass to Dempsey, back to Mark O'Connor. The overlap run from Tanner Bruin, drives it inside 50, in the direction of Shannon Neal, lost his opponent as he spoils it down. Ollie Henry gets the hand pass away to Myers, who drives it to the goal square. Wiltshire racing back, it bounces across the face of goal and out of play in the left forward pocket for Geelong. One of those sort of nights, Graham Myers just hasn't quite had the accuracy after his impressive return against St Kilda a few weeks ago. Geelong by 31 points. Darcy Cameron takes front position against Edwards. Edwards tries to knock it down, but Nick Dacos rows it. Hand pass away to Houston. In the back pocket, looks to clear for Collingwood. Sends it up the wing, looking for McStay. Never got to him. Anderson tries to knock it on for Collingwood. Out in the path of Membry. Lost his footing. Clark over the top. They tangle at ground level. All stuck underneath them, and the umpire will ball it up. In the centre of the Shane Warne wing. Geelong by 31 points. 27 minutes gone in the final turn.
So Nick Dacos has got 32. 7 scoring involvements, 7 inside 50s, 9 clearances. Who won the matchup?
Oh, well, he has, I think.
In the stoppage, Myers kicks the centre half forward and Shannon Neal takes the mark. Neal dabs it inside 50. It is the ruckman. Mitch Edwards hitting up from the goal square, marks at centre half forward, 40 out.
Yeah, watch the big fella. Yeah, a bit of forward craft, wasn't it, Ram?
Yeah, nice.
Obviously been spending a bit of time down there learning his craft, because you've got to have that string to your bow, being able to go forward. He looked mobile then for a guy who's 207 or 8, whatever he is. He's got to finish his work. It's a long way hand to foot for the big fellas.
And his 16th game of AFL footy, Mitch Edwards, drafted out of Peel Thunder, the 21-year-old, has had to wait his turn. And what is going to be an MCG win. It's not the time for his first goal, and that one came off the shin as it wobbled through from behind. 32 points, Geelong's lead.
You're not drawing a picture of that one either.
I was going to say, might have to hand pass next time, Lids. Josh Dacos into his brother Nick, gives it back to Josh, runs into the back pocket, tries to pull his kick up the wing, looking for Cameron off the hands of Atkins. Hand pass to Pendlebury, down low for Ed Allen, can't gather. Myers tries to knock it out to Warple, lost his footing. Hand pass goes straight up in the air, Quainer one direction, Edwards the other. Ricochets out to Warple, inside 50, Ollie Henry can't mark, bounces wide of Manor. Still a chance for Wiltshire, can't knock it clear. Nick Dacos still working, possession number 34 for him. Kicks up the wing, looking for Anderson, sliding in, Tom Stewart did so well, knocks it out for Geelong, got it to Humphreys, away to Warple, now feeds it back to O'Connor. The Irishman has time as he swings it out to Tanner Bruin, who marks on the members' side.
And his 18th game this year, Tanner Bruin sends his kick beyond the wing to Guthrie. Guthrie uses the full perimeter out wide to Dempsey, who decided to shoot goalward. He's missed everything. Puts it into the Collingwood cheer squad. The ground has thinned out, must be said. 32 points the margin. Half-hour mark, final turn. One-eyed next week now with Geelong. They get Essendon. They'll start a red-hot favourite there, Kardinia Park, next Saturday in the twilight.
2 of their last 3 are at Kardinia Park, which is what made tonight so important. Nick Dacos looking for brother Josh, can't gather. West picks it up, hand pass to Chris. Ricochets back to West, has McCreary. Got it to him on the wing. A burst of pace, he gets the left half forward. Trying to drive it long, looking for McStay in from the side. His running and jumping has improved throughout the season.
Well, he's done that well tonight. Just floating across packs. Hands look good.
They've been sticky, haven't they?
Yeah, not double grabbing tonight.
And for the first time probably in black and white, he has had confidence in his body and allowed him to play in a manner that gives Collingwood fans hope. He'll shoot from pretty much directly in front. 35 metres out for his 4th. Yep, just got it through. 5 for Dan McStay tonight, as he's able to do his bit in front of goal in a losing cause. Geelong by 26 points. 15-7, 97 Geelong to Collingwood 10-11-71. Dan McStay with a season high 5 goals tonight.
Yeah, he just followed the track, the footy all the way down, didn't he? And came in. There's Jai Clark who was trying to go with him just towards the back as it come inside forward 50 there, but if your man goes, you've got to go too, but he was always going to be too big, I think, Dan McStay, when he had a clean run at it like that.
Well, they've really played a very undersized
he's just snuck that in. Tell you what. There's not much in that at all.
A few extra pumps of air in that, Lids, and clips the post on the way through. Career high for Dan McStay, so 5 for him tonight. Collingwood get it going forward again. McCreary on the end of it, shoots goalward, but he'll miss. Down to the right, so Geelong about to go 12-8. They're going to rocket up the table. They started the night in 9th, and they're going to put their head on the pillow tonight in 5th spot.
Did you say career high, Dan McStay?
Yeah.
Career. Never kicked 5 before.
Wow. Tanner Bruin into Stewart, into O'Sullivan. Time ticking down now, so sends it high and long up the wing. In the direction of Frampton. Edwards brings it down. Houston runs onto it. Gathered by Sidebottom. Breaks the tackle of Manor. Feeds a hand pass out towards Josh Dacos. Links the hand pass to Harrison. The siren sounds. And the Cats report a big win here at the MCG. They're down the Magpies by 25 points. Their 3rd win on the bounce. And their 4th win against the Magpies in recent history. And the Cats move up inside the AFL's top 6.
We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from door to door, down at Kardinia Park.
Geelong 15-7-97 defeat Collingwood 10-12-72. The Cats led by 24 points at quarter time. They kicked 5 of the first 6 goals of the match. They got out by 49 points in the second quarter before leading by 29 points at half-time. The Pies rallied in the third quarter, got the margin back to 17 at three-quarter time. Inaccurate in front of goal. They got within 16 points, but the Cats run out winners by 25.
Stand up and fight. It's always our ambition. Throughout the game to fight with all our might, because we're the mighty blue and white. And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
For the winners, 3 goals for Jay Polkinghorne, 3 goals to Ollie Henry, 2 goals to Shannon Neal and to Ollie Dempsey. Individual goals to Manor, Martin, Wiltshire, Myers and Blitzavs. While for Collingwood, 5 goals to Dan McStay, 2 goals to Bo McCreary, individuals to Anderson, Harrison and West. Collingwood's winning streak comes to an end at 6, and the Cats climb the AFL ladder. They're up to 5th spot with their 12th win of the season.
Gee, it's a big jump tonight. 9th to 5th. They get themselves in the top 6, as Clinchy said, and remain in true title contention, while Collingwood more than likely will have to battle from the wildcard spots. Interesting game of footy. So as many as 49 points Geelong led by after kicking 9 of the first 10 goals. Collingwood were able to close the gap, but they never got back within 16 points from that point on. Geelong just had every answer, including in that final term. And in the end, they kicked 5 goals to 3 in the last. They win it by 27 points, Geelong. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas, Brett Delidio with their initial take as the Cats celebrate out on the middle of the MCG.
Oh, and they'll challenge lids, I think, at times. So you go up 49 points and you're sort of cruising at that period of time. Then there's an arm wrestle for 10 minutes in that second quarter, and Collingwood kicked the final 3 goals of that quarter going into half time. So then it's sort of game on, and it gets back to within 16 points in that third quarter. And then there's a little fight and a scrap for 5 or so minutes, and Geelong get the next goal. And from really on there, I just felt like they controlled it. Collingwood had their moments in the last quarter where they could have shortened the margin. DeGoey gets rushed through on the goal line from kicking too far out. Pendlebury misses, and then there's one more. Am I missing clinching mistake?
Jack Crisp.
Jack Crisp. He misses the set shot.
Yeah, DeGoey got them within 16 points. Polkinghorne got them out to 22, then they had 3 lines in a row.
So at one point in that last quarter, it was 2 goals 5 to Collingwood to 3 goals straight. So, 7 scoring shots to 3. You capitalise on those. It may tighten up a little more, but this is the thing. I'm a firm believer. You do your work early in the game.
Yep.
Do your work early. You get out to the margin, and then you can sort of control tempo. And when you need to go, when the opposition goes in, can you stop them and just keep the margin at arm's length enough where you're quite comfortable. Now, 16 points probably wasn't comfortable for the Cats, but they got that next goal, which was most important. Clearance today was incredible for the Cats. 51 to 34 in their favour, so they dominated. They just dominated clearance inside 50, 67, 45 in Geelong's favour. So, a couple of big wins there in the territory. But I think in the territory battle, I always look at, particularly night games, if you're winning sort of territory and you're putting constant pressure on a defence, you should be able to kick a winning score. So, 22 scoring shots apiece. Geelong kicked 15-7, Collingwood kicked 10-12. So, it's just poor kicking there on Collingwood's behalf. It wasn't. You look at the game as in its entirety. There wasn't a real standout performer. Like Ollie Dempsey had a couple of good moments. I thought Bailey Smith tried hard, but I didn't think he's as dominant as I've seen.
Dempsey good first half.
Yeah.
Dacos, mate, you've still got to dip your lid to what he's able to do.
Yeah.
And I said at three-quarter time, if he goes to 34 touches and gets 8 or 9 score involvements, they probably win. Well, he had 11 in the last and gets the 8 score involved. He did his bit to try and bring him in. The boys just didn't finish the work, essentially. But
the part that will hurt him is he went at 53% kicking efficiency for a guy. I think at halftime he was at about 80.
But that's credit to Mullen.
Well, that's the pressure.
Yeah, he was on his back.
Got an 85
entire
kilo
game.
backpack on him.
Yeah,
he's trying to kick with.
And Mullen's quick. So that the centre break, I think it was in the third quarter, where Dacos was just beautiful and he was out. But Mullen was right there. So Dacos just couldn't get the kick away. He had to handball the ball. But look, the Pies probably needed more out of Houston. I think they didn't get much out of Lachie Schultz tonight. Ned Long's had 1 kick, 11 handballs. He's playing as a mid. Perryman hurts his hamstring. That really costs him. McQuarrie only has the 9 possessions. So they probably need a little bit more.
That's
Tim
about
Membry,
par, though, isn't it, McQuarrie? Yeah. Like he doesn't get many more than 10 or 11 in a game, but his pressure's usually elite, where he hits the scoreboard maybe a bit more. I mean, 1-3. Oh no, that's Anderson who's kicked 1-3, 2-1 with 9 touches. That's probably about par for the course.
Yep. It was probably that Jack Crisp shot a goal, wasn't it? Nick Dacos had that Naz moment where he cut around from the stoppage, found him with a kick that not many can do, but they couldn't capitalise on that moment as they had a bit of momentum.
Yeah, and then
Geelong took it back.
Well, you look at the Cats then, you get 3 goals out of Polkinghorne, you get 3 goals out of Ollie Henry, you get a couple out of Shannon Neal. So sort of getting 6 goals out of Polkinghorne and Ollie Henry, I think it's a really good return for the Cats tonight.
Maynard plays, you probably don't get that, do you? Like you got someone else who can then roll on.
Well, Danger's not obviously playing tonight. He might get 1 or 2 for you. So, look, the Cats were good. They did their work early and they get the win, and they give themselves the opportunity now to stay in that top 6.
They got a pretty
soft run, haven't they?
Very soft run. So that Clinchy said 2 of their last 3 at Cardinia Park. They also play the bottom 2. So the games against Essendon and Richmond at Cardinia Park to come. They got North Melbourne in between, where they'll start favourite in that game too. So last year they finished 6-0 through their last 6 games. They got the opportunity to do a similar thing now. That's 3 wins on the bounce and favourite in their last 3 games to make sure they hit September with a bit of momentum, and then they'll get themselves in the top 6. So obviously the advantages that come with that and a top 10 system at the end of the home and away year. Ordinarily we had a pre-finals bye. That will only be the case for the top 6 teams. Yep. Obviously, if you finish 7, 8, 9, 10, you're playing the very next week.
So are we saying, because it was always, you can't win the premiership from outside the top 4, are we saying you can't win the premiership from outside the top 6 now?
It's going to be pretty tough. So
that's what Chris Fagan said. He says he doesn't think you can win the premiership from outside the top 6.
So you haven't had a bye, remembering, since mid-year, and then you go straight off the end of the home and away season into the finals. You're going to have to win 5 games, and a lot of them on the road.
No, but I'm saying, what about 5 and 6?
I think you can win from there.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Brisbane have done it recent years.
I'm just asking.
What do you think? Your first game's going to be more of a layup than ever because you've had the week off and you're playing a team that just played.
I think if it's Fremantle and Sydney 1 and 2,
yep,
I think you've got to be in the top 4.
Yeah. So it's what makes the ladder so intriguing with a top 10 system.
What's Sydney's finish to the year? What do they got?
That favourite in the last 3. We'll come back to the Swans in the...
let's talk about that a bit later. We've got plenty of time to kill.
St Kilda, Port, Essendon, North. The last 4 games for the Swans.
Yeah.
Let's go into the winners' rooms. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
Yeah, they're making their way in, the Cats, pretty professionally as well. Not too much hooting or hollering as they just sort of amble in and get themselves into position. So they're pretty happy with it. Oisin Mullen, who's just given me a wink, pretty happy with his performance as well, getting around after Nick Dacos, one of the good blokes of the competition. Oisin, as they just huddle up and they'll sing the song, the Caddies, the old John K. Watts classic.
The greatest team of all. Hey, we are Geelong. We're always on the home. We play the game as it should be played. Hey, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark.
So the Cats down here singing their song called, we discussed it a few weeks ago too, didn't we? John K. Watts, he wrote the Geelong song and the East Perth song. And the East Perth song goes, East Perth are we? And the Geelong song goes, we are Geelong. So he might have just twisted things around a little bit there, the late, great John K. Watts.
You could see where his inspiration lied.
He probably put it into AI all those years ago.
Just credit to it. Just reworked a couple of key themes. We are Geelong. We are Geelong at East Perth, are we? Full time, Geelong by 25 points over Collingwood, so they go from 9th to 5th on a single night. Thank you to David King and our friends next door who's just donated us some potato chips.
They're off air. See you at 11.
25 points, Geelong, too good for Collingwood.
They don't go well when you're on air eating chips.
No, by the way. They're not the quietest.
No, they're not the quietest.
It's like trying to eat them in a cinema or something like that. When
I wouldn't say no to a salt vinegar chip.
Get into them, Ram. Courtesy of our friends next door, a little donation. Back to the Geelong rooms in just a moment. We'll get some reaction from there. Your thoughts, by the way, on 0437 774 774 and 0437 774 774. Nick Dacos finishes with 35, 9 clearances, 7 inside 50s, 8 score involvements. We talk so much about this matchup leading in. In the end, Geelong won the game, so they wouldn't be bothered. But what did you make of the Mullen-Dacos matchup?
Oh, look, I thought Mullen tried his hardest to really quell Nick Dacos, and he did a pretty damn good job of limiting his impact. Geez, those chips smell good, don't they? I think ultimately, like, you just got to... you've got to acknowledge class, and that's what Nick Dacos is. His ability to continue to work, and he absolutely loves getting a hold of the footy, that's for sure. But ultimately, the Cats win the game.
If you're asking the question in the vein of the Brownlow medal,
yep,
I thought Cameron and McStay were better than Nick Dacos tonight for Collingwood.
Let's go to the rooms. Ben Cameron.
Yeah, I'm down here with Jay Polkinghorn, who's just booted 3 goals on the MCG. How did that feel?
Yeah, it was unreal. Yeah, it was a great game. And good to get on the end of a few. And it was a gritty win. So yeah, I'm pretty pumped.
A new career high from a personal point of view. Must have been nice to beat 3 on the G.
Yeah, absolutely. Walking out on the G, you're crapping yourself, really. Well, I am. I'm sure the boys have been out here more times than me, but yeah, like I said, it was great to get on the end of a few and get the win, so it was great.
What sort of gets you when you get out there on the MCG? Is it the size? Is it the crowd? What were you sort of feeling?
I think the first time I was here, it was just the size of it. You walk out and you're like, holy moly. And then the crowd tonight, it was up and about. Like, Collingwood fans are crazy, as well as the Cats fans. They're up and about tonight. So, yeah, it was unbelievable.
I just want to ask one more before I send you upstairs. We chatted to James Kelly before your debut, and we sort of said, like, who is Jay Polkinghorne? What can we look out for with you as a footballer? And he said, he's sort of a bit awkward. He'll take marks you don't really expect. I feel like that's exactly what we've seen from you so far. Like on debut against Cal Wilkie, your first marking contest, outmarked him. That never happens. Again today, sort of juggling balls, taking awkward marks. Has that always been a part of your game?
Yeah, I would say I'm fairly unorthodox, like you said. I definitely need to practice just some of my body work, and I'm sure that'll come in the future. But yeah, I would say I'm fairly unorthodox as well.
I'll send you upstairs. Brett Delidio, also Adam Ramanauskas, Corb Middlemass and Matt Clinch.
Jay, Brett Delidio here, mate. Well done tonight. I'm interested in the delivery of the pre-game from Chris Scott. Obviously, you're missing some star players, coming up against a Collingwood side that are, trying to hold on and solidify themselves inside the top 7 or 8. What was the message from Chris, and what was the messaging overall?
As a team, we just wanted to take the game on. That's probably been the message for the past 3 or 4 weeks, or when I've been playing. Just take the game on, and personally, same as me, I'd say I play my best footy when I'm taking the game on, as well as everyone. Just play their role and play to your strengths. So, yeah, I would say just take the game on was probably the main messaging from him pre-game.
Give me your thoughts on when Sean Manor gets the ball from 70 out. Are you thinking, I've got a lead here, or I'm just going towards the goal line because he's most likely shooting?
Yeah, I'll stop leading because I know he's going over my head.
Mate, I reckon he got caught holding the ball 4 or 5 times tonight.
Yeah, I'll have to hit him up about that.
I think you should, mate. I think you should.
You boys are a bit angry.
Well, Jay, tell us a bit more about yourself, because, look, I get it. It's a hard forward line to get into when Jeremy Cameron's there, when Shannon Neal's there and others. But your game, you look like you're ready. A lot of younger key forwards look like they take time, but you look like you're ready to play senior football.
Yeah, it definitely just hasn't happened overnight. I've put a fair bit of work in with the coaches and in the VFL. I spent a lot of time in the VFL, which has definitely helped me throughout my time at the club. Like, I've been here for probably 18 months now. And, yeah, the development through the VFL and then transition into the AFL, much of the structures and stuff are the same, which makes the transition really easy. And, yeah, the coaches do a great job of fitting you in, and hopefully I can continue that.
Which coach has helped you the most so far in your 18 months at the Cats?
I would say Nigel Lappin. He's probably, everyone probably says that as well. But, yeah, he's probably the one for me. And, yeah, Harry Corrigan, the VFL coach as well.
Tell me, Jay, it's Corbin Middlemass here. The place that you're from in regional South Australia, can you tell us a little bit about that and where your footy journey started?
Yeah, so it's a little town called Penong. I live on a 20,000-acre farm. Well, I did live, and I want to live there when I'm older. 20,000-acre farm of wheat and sheep. And, yeah, so there's a little club in Penong just with under-14s, under-17s, and I just played all my footy through there. And then I went to boarding school in Adelaide at Prince Alfred College in Year 10, so that was definitely a very important change for me, for my footy and just as a person, I would say.
So Penong on a map, is it closer to the Western Australian border than it is the Victorian border?
Oh, absolutely. It'd be closer to Western Australia than it is Adelaide.
Wow.
So about 800-900 k's away from Adelaide.
And is that the place where you grew up next to Cape Chandler? So you're there on some farm in the middle of regional South Australia, and all of a sudden living next door to you is another AFL footballer.
Yeah, I know. It definitely never has happened before. Our club has never had anyone in the AFL, and then all of a sudden we've had 2 that have lived next door to each other. Yeah, we're very close to the Chandlers. He's been a great mentor for me, as well as his 3 other brothers. So, yeah, they're great.
So, Jay, you're a legitimate farmer. Have you got any advice for those fake farmers in Tommy Hawkins and Chesser?
No, Chesser's a real farmer. He says he is anyway.
Oh, jeez, mate, I'm not sure about that.
No, I'm not a real farmer. I'm a city boy now.
So, Jay, it's Matt Clincher. There was much said about your family and the trek they made for your debut. Did they fly? Did they drive? How many did you have in attendance for that game against St Kilda?
I asked for 40 tickets, which was a bit of a stretch, but so my parents, they pretty much drove 4 hours to an airport, flew an hour to Adelaide, and then flew from Adelaide to here. So, it was a bit of a journey. It took them a day to get here, which is expected. They're used to it. They're always travelling. They're over here tonight, so it's great to have them here. It means a lot, especially those 40 people. I'll never see all of them in Geelong the same time again, so that was unbelievable.
So I imagine, Jay, as soon as the season finishes, you're straight back home, straight on the farm, helping mum and dad out?
A few boys are going to Europe, and I've said no. I want to go back and sit on the header, if you know what that is. I just love work, and I get so much enjoyment out of it. It's just so relaxing. It's hard to train though when you're on the farm. So
is that where you see? So hopefully you have a long and successful career, but do you see yourself back on the farm?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, I do. My older brother, he's probably starting to work. Well, he is starting to work there at the moment, and he's keen to take over. But hopefully he lets me come back there and do it with him. But I would love to go back on the farm one day, but I'll stay here for as long as I can.
Yeah, we get great coverage of the ABC Cricket coverage in the regional areas. We get all people sending us photos of how they tune in. I'm just interested calling you, Jay, in the VFL. Like, you've had such dominant season in the VFL, and you look at Jamison Ballantyne and Jesse Mellor, and as a forward group, how ready did you feel to take this leap? Like, obviously Jeremy Cameron gets injured, but when your chance came about, you kicked multiple goals in the 3 games you featured in, that you're ready to take this next leap.
Yeah, I believed I was ready for a bit, but I was confident in the AFL coaches not to select me, and I just trusted them. When they think I'm ready, I'll be ready. So it's not like I had to come in underdone. So I thought I was ready. Coaches thought I was ready, and it's worked so far. And hopefully, like I said, hopefully I can continue on that journey.
We love watching you out there, Jay. You're doing great things. Congratulations on your first 3 games. 3 dubs. Can't hope for much more than that. We'll see you down at the Cattery next week against the Bombers.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks heaps, guys. Thanks for having me.
Jay Polkinghorne with us. The 3rd game.
Good player. Secret sauce. 3 games, 3 wins.
He's a good player. I don't think Geelong would have been expecting how seamlessly he's really slotted into that forward line, but I also don't think they were expecting probably Shannon Neal to obviously be the number 1 target as he has been over the last couple of weeks.
I remember seeing Jay play in a game. I reckon it was an early game against Hawthorn down at Dingley. They played in a practice game. He kicked a few goals in that one. I was like, I reckon this kid's ready to shoot. But then he had a foot problem and he missed a large chunk. So good to see him back out. But it's funny, those country boys. I got young Angus Clark, who's an Essendon boy. Yeah. He cannot wait. The same thing. On the farm, they just cannot wait to get back there. It's like, once you're born into it, I think it's just in your blood.
He'd kicked multiples in every VFL game he'd played this season, Jay Polkinghorne, but it's that athletic ability that Geelong seem to have so many players that are like that. Work up the ground, help out up on the wing, then get back inside the forward 50, and he's just athletic. His role is simply just to compete, try and put on a few blocks from time to time and make sure the ball gets into their area and they give a contest.
Yeah.
And
genuine footballer. That's what he looks like to me, that he understands his forward craft and his ability to manoeuvre his body and then be able to catch it.
Is there room for him and Jeremy Cameron in the same team when Jez...
Jez at half-back. That's what he was doing.
That's a good question.
Well, he wasn't he?
He was at half-back. So, I think there's room.
Who are the forwards would get squeezed out, though? You got Dangerfield, Ollie Henry, Jack Martin.
Wow, yeah.
I unfortunately think it will be Polkinghorne when push comes to shove.
Yeah, probably.
Because Ollie Henry's playing well at the moment. Mm-hmm. So it was it him last year or the year before when he got squeezed out? He got squeezed out, one of the years. So
that's a next year's problem anyway. I don't think Jez is coming back, is he? Or is he?
Well, I think,
if they go deep enough.
I think he'll push.
Holmes is the same.
It was an emergency last year in the grand final, Ollie.
Yeah.
You don't think he'll come back, Jeremy, this year?
I don't know. I'm only going by the reports that I read in the paper.
He's listed
there's always optimism, but
2 to 4 away. Holmes is a little more bleak, 7 to 9.
Yeah, I think the aim for Cameron will be week 1 of finals, whether that's a wild card final or
he's a tough
or the following week.
He'll try and play, that's for sure.
Yeah. Gee, they're doing well on their Geelong, given the guys that they got absent from this team. I mean, you could make the case that Holmes and Cameron are, two of their top three, two of their top...
Easily.
Top two?
Yeah.
Two of the top four, however you want to chop it up. No Dangerfield tonight.
And then the emergency, De Koning, who arguably probably should be in their best.
Yeah.
Well, that was interesting tonight because really their only key defender was Connor O'Sullivan tonight. So then they used Stewart as a taller player. They used Guthrie as a taller player.
Is that because they're not that tall?
Probably,
has to be the reason.
More mobile. But sort of that's where McStay gets off the chain a little bit because if there's a handover with Connor O'Sullivan and he's not with him, we saw that last goal, for example, Jai Clark's the handover.
Yeah. He was all the way back here on the wing. You haven't got that cover.
That's right.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, you look at their record against the best now. So if you look at just against top 9 opponents, Geelong's record improves to 8-4. Yeah. The only other team that's got a winning record against the top 9 is Fremantle. So that's the second best in the competition when it comes to playing against the best, even though they were ninths at the start of the day. Collingwood, meanwhile, are 1 win, 8 losses and 1 draw against the best. Their only top 9 win was Adelaide the week before. We'll get to the Pies and I'm sure talk more about them. But what about the Cats? I mean, we've had the conversation all year about, who's the best of the Victorian contenders. Is it Hawthorn? Is it Geelong?
Yep.
It feels like if the Cats get there, whatever kind of shape they're going to be in, they're going to be a tough out.
Well, they're always impressive, and that's why you speak so highly of Chris Scott and the way he coaches the side, and he's able to move the magnets into his favour when you're missing key players. But in my opinion, I think Hawthorn's the best placed Victorian side. If they can get everything humming with Will Day coming back into that side, Nick Watson up front with Jack Gunston, they're 1 and 3. What are they? Top 3, top 4 in the Coleman at the moment. Both those two players.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just they got weapons everywhere, and their half forwards work as well as anyone. But the Cats, like you said, if a full strength, that'd be an impressive final to witness.
Well, they're perennial prelim finalists.
That's what I was going to say. They're just perennially in finals.
Yeah. They're there.
So
they know how to win finals.
Since Chris Scott took over, they make 2 in every 3 prelims.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
And they've missed finals twice.
Yeah.
Do you remember having this conversation on our Sunday show a couple of years ago about Geelong supporters saying, sack Chris Scott, he can't get it done. I was like, hang on a second, you are winning more often than you're losing, and you've been given a chance. Do you know how hard they are to win?
I feel like I'm Geelong. I think Geelong's the best contender out of this state, for whatever it's worth. I feel like if they played Hawthorn on prelim night, I'd probably take the game.
They feel the safest option, but that's with Cameron and Holmes, I imagine.
Yeah. Yep.
Who won Easter Monday?
Hawks by point. So there's not much.
That's
not much in it.
Yeah. That's the other part about the Geelong story. They've lost 5 of their 8 losses by under 13 points. So you take half of them, and they're probably inside the top 4. But they're just a side that's so consistent. Even the guys who don't get games like Jake Kolajasny and Jed Buse, they're coaching at the VFL level, the Geelong program, as to how to replicate their best version.
Well, the Jed Buse role, which I know is an important role at Geelong, that's sort of Jai Clark now, playing as that smaller type forward, smaller type defender. Sorry,
yep. He's been good in that role.
Yeah, I think he has. I think he's sort of
should have
found
kicked a couple
spot
tonight too.
Yep.
So, well done the Cats. They kicked 9 of the first 10 goals in the game. They got out as wide as 49 points up. They withstood the Collingwood charge, so the Pies kicked the next 5 either side of the break. They did get within 16 points at one stage, Collingwood, but Geelong just had every answer to be able to keep them at arm's length. And ultimately, they kicked 5 goals to 3 in the last quarter to finish over the top and win by 55 points. So Geelong by 24 at quarter time, as many as 49. They led by 29 at half-time, 17 at three-quarter time, and 25 points in the finish. Ollie Dempsey had 29 and kicked 2, and Jay Polkinghorn, after kicking 2 goals in each of his first 2 games, he kicked 3 tonight in his 3rd game. Nick Dacos, 35 disposals. Did I read 9 clearances in the end? So despite the tag from O'Shane Mullen, 5 goals for Dan McStay, which was a career high. How do you chop it up from a Collingwood perspective?
Just as you answer that, Harry Perryman hamstring injury, they're thinking Jeremy Howe has a suspected broken arm.
So, same one that he broke in 2023.
Darcy Moore, Braden Maynard, and now Jeremy Howe. It's Geelong had 5 guys who were featured in the VFL tonight. Your depth is challenged.
If you're saying three players out of your back line, Not many sides can survive. They can't. That's very hard to survive. Like Collingwood have been extremely brave over the last few weeks with the wins that they've had. You know, what they had 6 in a row coming into tonight's game. So, yeah, with Howe going out, just its leadership as well. You don't understand the importance of the person behind the ball that sees the field, that's setting players, moving. It's almost like moving the chess pieces when you're the spare sitting behind the ball. And Jeremy Howe does that so well.
And you mentioned Geelong soft draw. Well, Collingwood have the opposite of that. They have the West Coast Eagles in Perth next week, and then they have Hawthorn and Brisbane to close the home and away season. So,
what are they?
One more win. They're 11-7 and 11-8-1. So
they still play finals.
12. They'll play finals, but they'll be in the bottom half.
Yep. So they'll play straight away. And to me, they've been middle of the road this whole year, and they've had some good wins. And I think McRae's done an incredible job in his ability to coach the pants off this side. But it's like he's dealing with not the greatest cattle out there. I don't think at this point in time. He's had injuries, and he's had a forward line that hasn't been able to fire at all this year. So what he's been able to do, admirable, but ultimately, they've been middle of the road.
If they beat the Eagles, it should be enough to get them there.
Yeah.
12.5?
Yeah, 12.5 will get them in, but they'll be probably...
Because what's St Kilda? St Kilda have won how many?
They're 9 wins.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that should get them in.
Yep. The Saints obviously still to play this weekend, so they could get to 10 if... Oh, they got Sydney. They'll start an underdog there. And then the gap obviously opens up from the team's 12th down. So Carlton also on 9 wins, but percentage worse than the Saints.
Yeah.
They'd want to beat the Eagles, and then at least they've got that position to defend with 2 to go against the Hawks and Brisbane here at the MCG.
The Eagles will see that as an opportunity, though, won't they?
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
So if it finished the way it stood right now, Melbourne would play St Kilda, 7th versus 10th. The Bulldogs in 8th would play Collingwood in 9th.
Yeah.
It's sort of wild card.
I know who I'd be tipping.
Yeah.
Who do you like in that game?
St Kilda, Melbourne.
No, the Bulldogs.
Bulldogs, Collingwood.
Dogs.
I'm the other way. No, I think Collingwood win that.
No, not without... If they haven't got Perryman, Howe, Maynard...
Yeah, they need to get some of those guys.
Yeah.
Broken arm, 4 weeks.
Oh,
plus.
Put the guard on it.
Depends how bad the break is. Like,
he was shaking it, and he stayed out there for a little bit. So it's like, well, hopefully not.
We might duck into the Pies rooms. I think Ben Cameron is down there. He's not. No, don't worry about that. He is down there. Let's see what's happening in the Pies rooms. You got anything further for us, Ben?
I do. We're going to have a chat to Isaac Quaynor in just a moment. He's about to just wander out of the team meeting which they've been in, and then I think he's just going to go back to the locker room area, and then he'll come into this broader warm-up room that they have where we speak to them, and I'll have a little yak to him in a moment.
All right. Any injury, anything further on that?
Yeah, so just on Jeremy Howe, I missed a little bit of your conversation there, but he has been taken to hospital with that suspected broken arm. So we mentioned it's the same arm that he broke pretty horrifically back in round 1 of 2023. Had nerve issues with it since, or has had nerve issues with it since. I'll try and find out a little more. Perryman hurt his left hamstring during the game, had ice quite low down on that hamstring. He showered up at half-time, has been in the civvies for the entirety of the second half. So, we'll see how that comes back during the week. Bo McCreary straight into his civvies and out the door. He's ready to get out of here. So he's wasted no time.
Thanks, Ben. We'll come back to you. Putting in the hard yards for us down there, Ben. We'll get some reaction from the Magpies shortly. We've also got a Commonwealth Games update coming up with Zane Bojack, so we'll see what's happening there. Full-time in the NRL tonight.
What'd the score end up? Was it a blowout? It was a blowout at half-time.
North Queensland Cowboys ended up with 12.
Oh, and?
Sydney City Roosters ended up with 82.
What?
82 to 12 in a game of rugby league tonight.
I would love someone to text in or whatever as to the last time we've seen a score like that in the NRL.
82-12.
And I don't watch a heap of it, but I don't reckon I've ever seen a score like that.
I can't remember too many that high. Zano will be all across it. The problem is it's Zane Barracks for the Cowboys.
Right.
So it might be a
salty.
Might be a sensitive topic for Zano, but 82-12, the full-time result in the NRL. votes in the ABC. Should we clear them? And then we'll get some Collingwood reaction. Look ahead to the rest of the round, or am I too early?
Give me a minute or two.
All right, I'll hold the phone on that. Geelong, too good. 25-point winners tonight over Collingwood. The injury front from the Magpies, we'll get back to that in just a moment, but Perryman with the hamstring and Howe with the arm. Collingwood next week, they play West Coast. They make the trip over to Perth to play them on Sunday. So they do have the extended break. Obviously, the Eagles still to play this weekend. We'll see them on Sunday here at the G.
That's probably not the, write it in certainty you would have thought when you think about Geelong have won the clearances by 17 tonight, and the Eagles have a couple of good forwards. So if you think Collingwood are going to be undersized they're probably not the team you want to be trying to defend a lot of inside 50s against.
Yeah. I agree. They've got some firepower up there. They're young, yes, but the defenders now for the Collingwood become young too, don't they? Apart from, Billy Frampton's been around the longest probably, but the guy who we're going to talk to with Ben, it's like he's going to have to play a pretty key role, and he did a little bit on the wing tonight, but I thought he was pretty impressive, Quaynor, tonight. I thought he really tried to take the game on, intercepted pretty well, played with some real bounce, but ultimately to no prevail.
Puts them in different leagues. So, really, you've got Geelong now who are fighting for a top 6 spot, and Collingwood who will be looking just to defend their place in the wildcard zone. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts, by the way, on 0437 774 774 and 0437 774 774. Cats up to 5th on the table, and they jump up above Collingwood, so who started the night in 8th, they bump down and they sit 9th on the premiership table as it stands currently. We had the teams run out. There was a big build-up to this, run straight into position. We had the great pyrotechnics, the fireworks going off on the top of the Ponsford stand. I'm sure Collingwood might be having a rethink after conceding 9 of the first 10 goals, but apart from that, looks like a great spectacle, Lids. We didn't have the old theme songs going off as the teams ran out. They picked sort of modern tracks they wanted to run through the banner too, and yet inside 3 minutes of the guys hitting the playing arena, the game was underway.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought it's different, yeah. Like we've got to keep up with, on the cricket side of things, the T20 and everything that they're doing, the fireworks and whatever else, and it looks better at night, doesn't it? Imagine trying to do that during the day if they're going to be doing it. I'm not sure you get the same effects.
I actually thought your point was very good at the start of the game when you said that let's only have the theme song if you win the game.
Yeah.
So I don't mind that.
Yep.
I've never thought of it that way.
Rather than playing them pre-game.
Yeah, rather than playing them pre-game. So, as players, you only sing the song if you win the game of football.
Yeah. Well, feels like they're trying to fade them out anyway, don't they? Teams have got their own sort of secondary song that they play almost to when they burst through the banner, and then when they run through, it's the old, jaunty track and everything else. It's with the banjo and whatever else.
The cat songs, that's good. Enter Sandman would be good if someone can bring that in.
Yeah,
I'd enjoy that bit of that. A bit of hard
AC/DC.
I wonder how the players found it. Let's go back into the Collingwood rooms. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I'm down here with Isaac Quaynor, who's getting directions from Nick Dacos because he's saying, mate, I want to get out of here, but IQ3 has kindly come over to have a quick chat to us. What are your reflections on tonight's game?
Just a bit of a roller coaster, to be honest. It's always tough when you start the game down that much, and to our credit, I thought, we never give in. I feel like we've proven that over the last 4 years and never roll over. And I loved our fight back. I believe we got within 18 points. I had a couple of boys go down, and I feel like, credit to Geelong, they're a great side, and they just put the foot down again. But still a lot to like. I feel like we left a few goals out there, and we competed really well. Credit to them, they were good.
I know that you beat Adelaide last week and Geelong technically came into this week below you on the AFL ladder, but it does sort of feel like, and maybe this is unfair, that you guys are sort of in the middle rung and you're beating the teams below you and less so the teams above you. How do you see how you're placed for a real challenge in the latter part of this year?
Yeah, well, I just feel like we've been able to compete with all those teams above us. I know you're right. Like, when you look at wins and losses, potentially we've dropped a few, but man, we've been so close. Obviously the Brisbane game, fair enough, they got us good. I feel like we didn't help ourselves. We basically played, 3 good quarters and 1 really average one. But you think about the Hawthorn game, obviously getting Adelaide, there's just so much belief. Fly always brings it back to process, and that's nothing to do with the result. So, we just got to get back to, what makes us a good team. And we genuinely believe we can beat anyone. I mean, I'm sure most teams believe that going into finals, but you got to dish it up every week.
Trusting the process is back with LeBron going to Philly, so we like that. You're on your exit from the ground with Nick debriefing the match. What do you think he says about his matchup with Oisin Mullen, albeit I know you're worried about your own game and trying to play out there, but what do you think he tells you?
I don't know. Well, I'll let you know in 5 minutes. But I thought he was incredible tonight. Far out. Footy's hard enough, and then you got a great tagger running beside you all game. It's ridiculous what he's able to do. So I tried to block for him as much as I could and give him the footy anytime I could, because I know he's going to do something magical. So I'm sure it'll be a relatively positive review on his performance. But obviously it's just frustrating we didn't get the win.
Just ask about his foot as well, and I'll be in your DMs waiting to find out what the latest is. Last one before I let you go. I know you've got to get out of here, but the running straight out, straight into position with a few run-throughs inside attacking 50. How did you find it?
I actually thought it was elite. I ran out and it was all, dark and the lights were going, and I was like this. It reminded me of I think they do it at Optus Stadium. Go like the blackout, and it's so cool. Yeah, I loved it. As a player, the warm up was fine. I felt like we warmed up great. Obviously, didn't start the game great, but I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Sorry, one bonus question before I let you go. Harry Perryman, did you chat to him in the team meeting? Is he okay with that left hammy?
Yeah, well, it's just flattening to see one of the great men go down. But yeah, he seems to be in good spirits, so I'm sure he'll scan it, and we'll find out in a few days.
Enjoy the debrief. We appreciate your time. Thanks for stopping. I hate it when the burrito gets cold.
No, hopefully he's still there.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Isaac. Isaac Quaynor down there in good spirits in the Collingwood rooms after a 25.
I'm tipping if the burrito was cold, Ben would still go and grab it. He would, yeah.
Well, we've done a pretty good job, courtesy of our friends next door at Fox. What you donated a couple of packs of chips. And
so many of chips.
We're one down. So,
in the words of Isaac Quaynor, elite.
Yeah, 50% of the chips have now gone.
Just the curiosity around Collingwood. So Nick Dacos has sort of 35 disposals. Dan McStay has a career-high 5 goals tonight. And they managed 10, 12, 72. So in recent weeks, their scoring had been up.
Yep.
Not so much against Geelong tonight.
Yeah, look, I thought Geelong's defence was really good tonight. I did, and you'll see that in one of my votes. I thought they controlled, particularly when they got out to 49 points. They just controlled the back half of the ground, whether it was Stewart, whether it was Guthrie, whether it was Blitzarves, who was sort of playing behind the ball, just directing. Collingwood couldn't slice through them at all. They sliced through them once in the first half, and they were able to score. But I think where the game changed is where Collingwood ramped up their pressure. I don't think Geelong were expecting that.
Give them to us, the votes.
I gave one to Tom Stewart, so he's had 25 touches himself, 15 of those uncontested, 6 marks. Just the way, in an undersized defence tonight, I thought he was really, really good, just structurally, made all right decisions, kicked the ball at 82%, gave 2 to Dan McStay for his 5 goals. Obviously a career high. Then I gave 3 to Ollie Dempsey. I really liked his games. Had 29 possessions himself. Kicked 2 goals early in the game. I thought he was the most dangerous player on the ground. I would have loved to have asked Isaac just about that matchup, because he was on that wing with Ollie Dempsey a few times, and just how tricky of a matchup he is.
This will be an interesting Monday.
Yeah.
I cannot wait.
3 for Dempsey, 2 for McStay, 1 for Stewart in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Chief possession getter on the ground. Stats aren't everything. 35 disposals, 9 clearances, 4 from centre bounce, 7 inside 50s, 8 scoring involvements. Nick Dacos,
Nick played well, but I thought, from a Collingwood point of view, I would have given Darcy Cameron a vote before Nick tonight.
Wow. Did he? I mean, he's a victim of his own high expectations, but he's only got to be better than the other 40.
He's had the most score involvements on the ground. 1 less clearance than James Warple, but had 9 while doing it under duress. I understand. And he is a victim of his standards, but it's like I also know what it's like to have someone hanging off you the whole way, and it is damn hard. He does it, but he does get given the footy a hell of a lot too. But he gets to positions where he's got to be given the footy. So
it's a tough school, Ram.
It is, and the proof will be in the pudding Monday, because that's when the coaches' votes come out.
The coaches come out. And he'll get coaches' votes.
Absolutely, he'll get 9 or 10 of them.
3 for Dempsey, 2 for McStay, 1 for Stewart.
They lost the game by 25 points.
And the ABC Footballer of the Year.
They were 50 points down halfway through the second quarter.
Nick Dacos.
And he had 17 or 18. I get your point, and I understand what Ram is saying. It's just
that's the superstars get marked hard. They do. Collingwood had 2 players over 30 disposals, Josh and Nick. Next highest was Darcy Cameron. The other 2 players who probably struggled with the backup from Adelaide would be Scott Pendlebury, had 20 disposals going at 50% kicking efficiency, and Still Sidebottom had 16 disposals going at 30% kicking efficiency. But the tempo of the game was high.
Early it was hot. They just went all guns blazing, didn't they, the Cats? They were trying to really go at Collingwood. And that was when the game opened up. It was only when it slowed down a little bit that then Collingwood were able to come back into it. So, yeah, I mean, the shorter break and travel as well, I think it's obviously...
all adds up.
It takes its toll.
Yeah, it all adds up.
This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport, a 25-point win for Geelong over Collingwood. Corporate Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas, Brett Delidio. Don't forget, wherever you get your podcasts, ABC AFL Daily, which is up and to the right. It's amazing how it's just keeps surging on the graph. So we appreciate all your support, all your listenership, wherever you get your podcasts, ABC AFL Daily. 5 episodes a week, all your different flavours. Ram is with us on Mondays. Brett Delidio is with us, of course, on Thursday nights, or really to get into the round. Sometimes we do it on Thursday morning. Depends where the Thursday night fixture is. But essentially, on Fridays, there's nothing better. You just get to wake up and you think, right, it's Friday morning, last day of the week, put my headphones on, and just get to lock in with Lids, Corbin and Ben. And you can sit down and you can listen to a key question from every game. Perfect preview for the round ahead. So wherever you get your podcasts, ABC, AFL Daily, Lids will be there waiting for you tomorrow morning.
You had any Instagram correspondence from Mark Murphy?
A little bit, yeah. I've certainly been keeping up with...
where is he at the moment?
I don't say
somewhere in Europe.
Somewhere in Europe, enjoying a summer holiday.
Himself, yeah. He's not a big poster, but his wife is, so it's easy to keep track of where Murph's at. But
he did put in the group chat yesterday. He'll be back soon with a tan that he thinks he'll rub off after about 3 days. So
yeah, that is true.
We'll see how that goes. He'll be back with us soon, Murph, here on ABC Sport. Let's go to Zane Bojack for an update on what's happening day 7 of the Commonwealth Games. Zane.
Corby, apparently it's hot in Glasgow. It's 17 degrees. But I'll tell you what, the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome has seen some hot action from our Aussie Cyclones. The world record has been broken in the C4 individual pursuit by our own Tara Nayland. She actually held the record, but she's broken her own mark, 4:45.796 for the 4,000 metres. She's going to face England's Morgan Newbury for the gold. She broke her world record in the C5 classification, while Erin Normoyle, she's going to compete in the bronze medal final. In paracycling as well, Jess Gallagher and Jackie Mengler-Moore, they will take part in the gold medal match of the women's tandem B sprint. They defeated England's Sophie Ullman 2-0 in their 3-race series. Our women's 4,000 metres team pursuit, they got through and they will compete in the gold medal match against the Kiwis, while our men's team, well, they managed to not only win with 3:48.777, but they'll face England after England lost a rider early, and they were really, really hot. So that's going to be a great match. And in the men's team sprint, they don't have the services of newly minted Englishman Matthew Richardson, who's injured and out of the games, but they are racing for gold. Ryan Elliott started the Aussies off, gave them a lead by a tenth of the second, and then Lee Hoffman and Dan Barker brought Australia home. They'll take on England. Here's Ryan Elliott speaking with Channel 7 Xavier Maguire afterwards.
Yeah, look, I think we just went out with that first one, just trying to find our feet a little bit and to see where we're at. So with that result, I think we're good. We're pretty confident that we can build on that as well. And, we'll see. Everyone loves a good Ashes match, so...
On the other side of things, for those that aren't as familiar with his work as you may be, how much does it open up this competition that Richardson is out of it? Does it hurt the English side a little bit? Because he is a superstar of the sport.
Yeah, he's one of the fastest riders up there, of course. And I'm sure it'll definitely weaken their depth, I think, and definitely give us a good shot throughout the rest of the competition.
There you go, Xavier Maguire, I should say Xander Maguire, of course, speaking with Ryan Elliott. Now, Molly McGill, Christina Clonan and Alicia McKay, they managed the 4th fastest time in qualifying in the women's sprint, which means that they will compete for the bronze medal against Scotland. Now, in the athletics, Michelle Jenica, she's through to the gold medal final of the 100-metre hurdles. We've got Jess Hull finishing second in her Commonwealth Mile heat alongside Aussie Abby Corbell, who was third. Of course, later on, Hull's going to compete in the 5,000 metres with Rose Davies, who won the 10,000. But in the second semi-final, there was Claudia Hollingsworth, and she not only qualified, but she won. Here's Bruce McAvaney.
So the 20-year-old Welsh girl and the 21-year-old Aussie are trying to chase down Stafford of Canada. It doesn't really matter where you finish if you're in the top six. So Stafford, Claudia's in super form here. This is going to give her a lot of confidence. Hollingsworth's going to just shade her, and Claudia goes over the line. A 21-year-old. Oh, the fall there came from Wallace, who was diving to get through. But Hollingsworth has qualified in style, hasn't she?
Absolutely. Care of Channel 7 once again. Hollingsworth, Hull and Caldwell through to the final of the mile on Saturday night. And, of course, we had another great achievement in the 400-metre semi-finals. Victorian Tom Reynolds secured a spot in the final, winning his semi. He clocked 45.63. Once again, here's Bruce.
So the crucial time begins now. This has been an enormous run by Thomas Reynolds so far. He's going to lead them into the straight. Samakonga's behind him at the moment. He's 2, 3, 4 metres in front. This will be hard. Morales coming and then Samakonga. But Thomas Reynolds, well done. Take a big bow. That was something special.
Nothing like a special from Bruce Kerr of Channel 7, that is for sure. Unfortunately, Aussie champion Reece Holder was third heading of the back straight. He ended up running out of the final. He is finished fifth and cannot compete in that final. But it's been a magnificent night so far. Of course, we've got Tori Lewis and we've also got Lockie Kennedy coming up in the 200 metres. Can't wait for the rest of the competition to keep going over the day 7 competing today. Corby.
Thank you, Zano. I appreciate that. Just have you got any rugby league?
Don't do that, Corby.
I apologise.
Oh,
I know.
Wow.
I know it's sensitive because of the Cowboys connection, but let's just focus on the overall scoreline. We were blown away. We haven't. Naturally, we're sort of casual fans, but you don't ordinarily see a scoreline that reads 82-12. That's got to be some kind of recent record, doesn't it?
Absolutely, 14 tries to 2, and you've got to realise both these sides were in the top 8 going into the contest. They were second going into the match, the Roosters. They've absolutely shown that they are premiership contenders with that match. And by the way, wasn't it great that the Cowboys and the Magpies had to play on the same night and lose on the same night? I've had a wonderful night. Luckily, Glasgow's been there to keep me occupied.
He's done his best, Zano, just to steer into the Commonwealth Games of it all. Appreciate that update. Great work, Zano. The full wrap of what's going on. But, yeah, tough night for a Magpies and Cowboys fan.
Did my man Brett Sprigg get a gig over the Commonwealth Games?
No.
He didn't?
No, none of us were.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, I know what you're thinking of. He did put a little tweet out the other day, Spriggy, that said, commentators getting tattoos of Com Games mascots. Game's gone. So he was flat with that. Thank you, Ram.
No, well done.
Thank you, Lids.
Pleasure.
I'll hear you on ABC AFL Daily tomorrow. Thank you, Clinchy.
Thanks, Colby.
Thanks to Ben Cameron, to Damo Peck on our socials. You can check that out at ABC Sport. For Stuart Birchmore, who answered the call late in the piece, and to Jules Hay back in the studio. We are done here from the MCG, ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your pods tomorrow for the full wrap. The Cats by 25 points as we sign off from the MCG. The round continues tomorrow night out west for the Dockers and the Dogs. Here's how we called it. Cats take the free. Warple receives it inboard. Looks for Dempsey with springs in his boots. Gets up there, takes a superb one-on-one grab. Just used Jack Crisp for a bit of leverage, and he'll have a look at the sticks in the right forward pocket. Up against the paint, right-footed dropper, superb. The Mark deserves that finish. And Ollie Dempsey, his star continues to rise.
Hits for McStay. He leads out to his right. He marks from just inside 50. How important is this kick for Dan McStay? Directly in front, 50 out from home. To try and get something for Collingwood to get going. He strikes it beautifully. And as you heard there, he didn't look like missing. Collingwood are on the board at the 21-minute mark of the opening term. Hand pass up to Dempsey. Gets it away to Myers. Back to O'Shea Mullen. At left half forward. He bursts away from Nick Dacos. Pokes into the pocket. Why not? Manners all on his own. He opens up the angle and kills through another for Geelong. They're red hot in this second quarter. 3 unanswered goals in 8 minutes. And they are up by 42 points inside 8 minutes. Geelong 8-2-50 to Collingwood 1-2-8. They are bursting this game open at the seams.
The kick finds long. Handball to Nick Dacos receives it. Inside 50 spots Harrison. And Harvey Harrison marks left half forward for the Magpies. They've got another look at the sticks. Left half forward 40 out. Harvey Harrison, the drop punt. Oh, it's good. Hot Pies in the G. Collingwood have kicked 5 on the trot. A run which started before the half and has continued after it. And after they were down by as many as 49 points, Collingwood's deficit is just 16. Away to Clark, kicks inside the forward 50. They got it again. Polkinghorn leaping forward, marks 20 metres out, just left of centre. Multiple goals now in all 3 starts. Jay Polkinghorn, the youngest man on the ground, closes the show. The Cats by 31 points. And without Jeremy Cameron, without Max Holmes, without Patrick Dangerfield, this Geelong team is headed back into the top 6 to rocket up the table again.
Trying to drive it long, looking for McStay in from the side. His running and jumping has improved throughout the season. He'll shoot from pretty much directly in front. 35 metres out for his fourth. Yep, just got it through. 5 for Dan McStay tonight. As he's able to do his bit in front of goal. The siren sounds and the Cats record a big win here at the MCG. They're down the Magpies by 25 points. Their 3rd win on the bounce and their 4th win against the Magpies.